as a grant to build a business for you and your investors and your people to benefit from. You alone take the money and go and spend it. But so they have to be humble and not just one person. They have to lead by example, and they have to actually carry the team along the vision. And the vision, even fashioning the vision, should be a teamwork. At UT, we did a strategy session every 6 months. So we're all aligned, and we decide where we want to be in the next 3 years, the next 6 months. And when we leave, it is our joint decision. And what we will get out of it is all very clear. I didn't just vision what UT should be, and I did it alone and pulled up. No. Most of it came from the staff.
Teamwork.
Yeah, most of it came from them.
Indeed, we'll be looking forward to the third volume. And I know not every nugget that we got it here, so we'll all be waiting for it to see what he has to tell us in the volume 3 of the UT Bank story. Will there be a volume 4?
Volume 4 will be about the story of PK1, because there's a lot about me that
you haven't said.
A lot about me.
You got it here first on PMX Representatives Edition. As you engage with Captain Prince Kofi Amabeng on lessons and UT Bank post the closure and what you have to do to ensure that indeed you survive in these challenging times. This has been PMX Press Business Edition. Have a great day.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Welcome. This is Newsfile, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. President John Mahama's first batch of nominees for ministerial positions have undergone vetting. Is that really vetting? There are many who are unhappy about the process, the structure, and the quality of questions and interactions at the Appointments Committee in Parliament. Some hail the minority for doing the job, grilling the 3 nominees for finance and economy, for energy, and for the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. There are others who are unhappy about the manner in which things turned out, that the minority was unnecessarily filibustering. The minority leader behaved like he was a co-chair of the process, with the chair being very weak and allowing him to take over and completely manage the process in a manner that they are unhappy about. A number of issues came up in the vetting process. Public tribunals, jettisoned for years, will be reintroduced. It was questioned. The Attorney General nominee justified it. Oral Operation Recover All Loots was questioned as unconstitutional, illegal, unlawful. The Attorney General nominee justified it. The anti-gay bill. President Mahama was loud, that he will give assent to it. Suddenly, he's telling a different story. Is he really? But is that bill dead on the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, as the President claims? We have the best legal scholars to help you with a better understanding of the process, including Operation Recover All Loots approach to, as it were, recovering land that's been sold for cheap and perhaps ought not to have been sold. I'm Samson Ladia Yanini. Be right back to deal with the vexed matters.
First edition of 40 Weeks and More, our guest, Whitney Boakye-Mensah, shares her story of how she had 7 miscarriages and 2 stillbirths ahead of her 3 miraculous sunshines.
The first one was a stillbirth. The second one was also a stillbirth. And then the miscarriages started happening.
What could have been the cause? How did she keep picking herself up after each failure? Was it spiritual? Can you begin to imagine all the places she had to go in search of answers?
There were 5 pastors on each side. He was standing at the end. Then they said, strip. Then you strip. Now, by the time we left there and we got home, I was bleeding black.
But it all ended up in praise. Join us on Joy Prime this Saturday at 5 p.m. for our debut edition of 40 Weeks and More with Edem Naite. You can also catch it on YouTube on the Family Forum Africa channel. 40 Weeks and More is brought to you by NS Chemist Limited, Shape Healthcare Specialist Medical Center, Labadi Beach Hotel, and supported by R. Lurie, Dobeta Merchandise, Lunch Avenue, and Deco Zone. For sponsorship, please contact 059-288-9986 or 0262-874-707. 40 Weeks and More, nurturing lives.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale. Incredible!
If you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DSTV.
Make money, money, money. My friend is Christopher. Meet a radio one day, and I say game be a buy a friend game pack, and I meet for code no, and I meet daily here. Now me try to say 3 times. Which are 1 CD already 5,400. Now me ya Madonna etum. The etum sa no omu di scan na send me. Canu buy na me di kakra. I di share me kube business. Me na me di kakra share cement business. And I made the kakra so me see kabisu na me di koto asasi wo boys we said dachi me develop it game no dey me jai na me jai ochina game no air ro
enye den kra dial *946# for chow be dey kunim fa game pack agroyi so na benya mula bebre ene ya for gamepackgames.com na nya nchechemu game pack agroyi ene le mrata chire show ho so enye ma woni ende fie du woche.
Welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. And my guest this morning, we are extremely thankful to Professor Kwame Jan of the University of Ghana School of Law, Legon, right here in the studio. Also, here in the studio is Shamima Muslim, member of the NDC's Communication Bureau. We are joined by Samuel Atacha, he's a lawyer, former minister. Vera Abna Ado is programs officer of the CDD Ghana, elections, rule of law, and anti-corruption as well as coordinator of the Parliamentary and Youth Desks of the CDD. Randolph Chumesiankra is also a lawyer and joins us. We promise you a very educative program, as always. Now, you are aware that we had the vetting of 3 of the president's nominees for ministers this week. Kaysel Ato Forson for Ministry of Finance and Economy. We had John Abdullahi Janapo for Energy, and then Dominic Akrotinga Ayine for the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. How did they fare? But how about the process? Some have asked, can we have it like it's done in the US so that various committees that have some expertise in the particular fields are the ones doing what you call the confirmation hearing? As we speak, the same thing is happening in the US, and guess what? There's no handover yet in the US, but the transition is going on with the vetting of cabinet ministers going on. So over there, what they do is that if you are for, say, the finance minister, there is that committee, and in Parliament, they have that committee also there. That committee is the one that will grill you, you know, no holds barred, grill you. Can we adopt such process in Ghana to make it more useful? What do you say? Let's go to Parliament and just remind ourselves briefly of some of the pictures and the sounds that we saw, and then we'll talk about the whole process.
In terms of Article 25(1), it is provided that justice emanates from the people and will be administered in their name, in accordance by the judiciary and in accordance with the Constitution. So it creates, 142 creates the regional tribunals, which have coordinate criminal jurisdiction with the High Court, all right, in all respects. And then it says that Parliament may by law establish such courts and tribunals, that is inferior courts and tribunals, as it deems fit. Okay. Now, to the question why we want to bring back the public tribunals. We want to go back and align with the internal logic of Article 125, Clause 1, that there must be participation by ordinary people in the administration of justice. If you recall, all the tribunals, district tribunals, circuit tribunals, regional tribunals, had a chairperson or chairman and 2 who was, mandatorily required to be a lawyer, and 2, other persons who were non-lawyers selected from the community. So aside the traditional jury system that allows, ordinary citizens to participate in the administration of justice in a limited fashion, the PNDC, in its wisdom, broadened public participation in the administration of justice through the tribunal system.
I know there are some cocoa farmers in and around Ejumako and Yanesiam. Asin area, Dentra, Ashanti, Western North. They are all listening to you. And they would want to know from you as Minister of Finance, because under the previous administration, Cocoa Board was moved from the Ministry of Finance to Ministry of Agric. People had issues with it. They want to know from you, from a cocoa growing area, whether you are immediately going to increase, as promised, the producer price of cocoa to 6,000 Ghana cedis per bag, as promised. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best, Ato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, as we speak, the chairman of the Producer Price Review Committee is the Minister for Agriculture and not the Minister for Finance. The government changed the position. In fact, President Akufo-Addo brought a bill to the House for us to consider and change it. Until that changes, I will not be the chair of the Producer Price Review Committee for me to commit. But what I can say is that, you know my passion with cocoa. I do not have a cocoa farm myself, but I recognize the work of the cocoa farmer. And I have fondly spoken about cocoa, and everyone knows that. I think the cocoa farmer must be prioritized. One of the reasons why our cocoa is going down is that we are not paying the cocoa farmer a fair price. As a result, there are no incentives for the cocoa farmer to cultivate cocoa. And our volumes are dwindling from almost 1 million metric ton to 400 and something thousand metric ton. Today, we are second largest producer of cocoa. Ecuador is fast approaching, and if care is not taken, Ecuador will overtake us. Cocoa has supported Ghana's economy over the years. I think it's about time that we pay attention to the cocoa sector by giving fair price to the cocoa farmer and revamp the industry. As minister, obviously, as Minister of Finance, when approved, I will work with the Ghana Cocoa Board as a rare sector active player to revitalize the cocoa sector, but at the same time paying attention to what the cocoa farmer gets. Because we need to incentivize them, we need to encourage them, for them to be able to cultivate the cocoa, and for them to be able to also be encouraged to stay within the sector. Remember, the cocoa industry is the more or less the largest single employer of Ghana's economy. And it cuts across how many regions in our country. Almost half of this country produces cocoa. So don't overlook cocoa, and we will not overlook cocoa.
Honorable nominee, I would like to refer you to a publication on the 15th of March 2021. And I want to paraphrase because I don't want to miss any word. And I quote, Ghana today, we are complaining that this gambling is destroying our youth. I've read a number of articles on this. I would have thought that the government will come out with a policy to restrict gambling and to even ban it, he said. And this was a quotation attributed to you, Honorable Nominee. I want to ask and proceed on this. Do you still stand by this position of banning gambling and banning betting and all that in its entirety, or now your position has changed? That's what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it's a very good question, and it's an opportunity for me to clarify. Mr. Chairman, I was on a show with the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, and the contest must come out.
The Honorable consistent that there should be a private sector participant in the distribution, especially, like you said, billing and collection. When I was Deputy Minister, I led the process. When Honorable Secretary became my supervising minister, he made me lead the process of privatization. I led the team to India, I led the team to Uganda, I led the team to Kenya to learn from best practices. So I'm surprised, and let me put on record that I've been very consistent that we need private sector participation at the distribution level, except that I disagreed with the format of the PDS, and I maintain that we can do it better. The ATC&C, I think it's about 23% for the technical, and the remaining is the commercial, which sums it up to the 40%. Thank you. Chairman, that proposed measure is on our table, except that our approach is different. We believe that we can merge Bui Power and VRA so that you have something like Ghana Power Company or whatever. We do not intend to privatize. So when you merge them, you have a holding company and 3 subsidiaries, hydro components, thermal components, and renewable components, all under one umbrella, but controlled by both VRA and Bui. They will determine how they want to run it. They will determine how they want to move with it. We do not intend to privatize any of those plants because they produce about 45% of our national requirement. And as a strategic step, you do not put all your energy assets in private hands. So let me assure the workers, we'll consult them. This is just an idea that we intend to implement. If we need to tweak it, we will do that with them and bring about efficiency.
So the three cabinet minister nominees who were vetted, quote unquote, vetted by the Parliament's Appointments Committee, this week, there you have them, Ato Forson, Abdullahi Junapor, and Dominic Ayine. Let me come to my guests to begin to look at, first of all, their highlights of this process and the structure and the process itself. There are aspects that we will isolate and discuss, as you have already, you've become aware. We'll isolate the issue of the public tribunals being brought back, the question of oral
far gone.
That's right.
Today is 18th of January, exactly 11 days after the historic inauguration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Right, I'd like to say good morning to your viewers and those who are listening to us via radio as well, and to take just a moment to yet again say thank you, as it's my first time on the show after the election, to say thank you to all of you fellow citizens who we came to during the campaign period and sold our message, and which message resonated with you, and reason for which this resounding mandate that you have given the NDC, which I know we do not take for granted at all. And as we chart this new path of resetting this country together, where we are all participants in building the Ghana we want, would like to invite all of you to cooperate with the NDC, to see NDC as your partner in resetting and restoring this dear country of ours. 67 years after independence, we should be in a better place than we currently are. And the commitment of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is without doubt to the people of Ghana. And so thank you once again for that mandate. So indeed, exactly 11 days ago, President Mahama was sworn into office, as we all know, and to a very teeming mass of very expected citizens who came out in their numbers to vote for him. At that Independence Square, he spoke passionately from his heart about the Ghana that he envisions, where there is inclusion, where there is love, fellow feeling, where there is recognition of the contribution of everyone, where there is fair representation, gender, persons with disability, amongst others. A Ghana that would have the Ghanaian as the center of development. He also spoke about a number of things. He announced some 4 critical strategic priorities that he intends to focus on. 1 being the economic restoration and stabilization of the economy. 2, improving the business climate. 3 was implementing governance and accountability and constitutional reforms, and of course, strengthening the fight against corruption. We all agree that to achieve these noble ideals for which the Ghanaian has given us this mandate, we need a team. We need a team to help with the reset agenda. And I think one of the major initial moves would be forming the government. If you took a look at his 120-day social contract with, did I just do that?
She just forgot herself that she was live on television. She was saluting Atachian, who is around here.
Why was Atachian saluting me too? Why was he in the spirit, I should come this way rather. Okay.
Right. So Atachian is joining us, and we can assure you that this is going to be a session that you will absolutely enjoy. Vera, Vera is with us online. Hello, Vera. Hello, Vera.
Hello, Campus.
Great.
Good morning.
Great. Good to hear your voice. I wanted to hear your voice, then we will return to you shortly. Yes, so Shamima was going to now zoom into the nominees and her highlights from the vetting process in Parliament.
So, like I said earlier, to execute the mandate and to be able to deliver on the social contract, we have to put together a team, a reset team. And so if you take a look at our 120-day social contract for Ghanaians, stipulated in that document is how he intends to, roll out the foundations of a new, government, which is ready for business. Amongst others is his commitment to running a lean government. And he did announce during the campaign period that he was going to have not more than 60 ministers, okay? And we're on course to achieve that. He did announce that he was going to also have the most representative cabinet, where youth, experience, gender is all finding representation. And
the CDD is already applauding him for the gender,
brilliant.
Based nature of balanced nature of the appointments.
We've done 28%. He promised not less than 30% female appointments in his government. For the ministerial positions, we've done so far 28%, and that's not shabby at all. And we know that the numbers would improve even further. And aside the other appointments that are coming up in SOEs and other agencies, so we're going to see a very different face of governance. If you also take a look in that document, he is speaking about establishing very quickly a public conduct and standards, document, policy that will guide all of the appointees in government. In fact, in the forward to our manifesto, in his statement in our manifesto, in the last paragraph, he made a resounding commitment that he will hold especially his appointees to the strictest standards ever, and no one will be let off the hook. And why we can trust this is because he has done it before. When he was president, under his watch, there were members of his administration that faced the law for being found wanting or doing the wrong things. So this is the president that we all have. If you look at the appointees that he has made so far, you would have no doubt at all that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama definitely means business, and the vetting has shown the levels of competence. If you also take a look at the profiles of the individual candidate, one of the clarion calls during the campaign was experience over experiment, if you recall. And so, having worked with many of these people in government before and in opposition, 8 years in the wilderness, he knows what many of them are made of, the levels of their experience.
You're generally satisfied with the vetting process?
Generally, yes. There's always been a conversation. Even, I think, 2009, I covered the vetting. That was my first time of covering the vetting process. And the conversations are very similar to the conversations we are having today about the process, about the rigor of it, about the chair, the nature of the chair, the rights of the chair of the the vetting committee, and to the extent that there are no spelled out mechanisms, and that's always been what is or what makes for the best form of vetting. It is very discretionary. There are
the Supreme Court engagements actually said they decide how they do it. They could decide that it could just be one person calling the minister and asking him, "How are you today?" and they will close it, and that will be a vetting. It's done. Close
exactly.
book.
There's no, so it's hugely discretionary, and things that are discretionary lend themselves to how the feel of the day.
The minority was the group, even though they are 4 on the committee.
Yes.
that's the group that did the real questioning and grilling. The majority simply were commending and applauding. And
that has
always
been the
like
nature.
That. Why so?
Well, that has always been the nature. And there are a number of reasons for that. One would be that for a lot of them, they are their colleagues. They know them, they know their background, they know their competency. They've been with them in meetings, in committee work. So generally, they are aware of their competence level. And a lot of the issues that come up during vetting are not issues that have not played out in the public domain, that you haven't heard the views of those, nominees on already. So you largely know. So it's almost like, a public display sort of the entire, vetting process. But I think that, yes, there are ways in which we can strengthen the rigor of it and not come across as just passing, just like a process.
Have you had the time to follow the U.S. confirmation hearings?
I have.
Where it is the Committee of Parliament that, quote unquote, that has the sector involved that will do the vetting of the particular nominee. So here we have the Finance Committee. So Atoforcing would have faced the Finance Committee, who have a lot of information and data about the economy. And it's almost like a no-holds-bar situation.
Yes.
There is no chairman interfering and asking you to limit how you ask your question and how you follow up.
32 years after the 1992 Constitution, I think that where the shortfalls are and the gaps are quite glaring. And if we truly want to strengthen our democracy, these are some of the more proactive, things reforms, we should be thinking about. And, I know that Parliament has also outlawed its new standing orders, for instance. And these are some of the avenues with which we should.
So what they have done in the new standing orders, in Order 217, they have provided for a committee of 9 standing members, with the first deputy speaker as a chair, plus, quote, the leadership and 2 other members of the relevant subject matter standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointments committee to consider persons nominated by the president for appointment.
Yes.
So call it sort of a hybrid. They have the appointment committee proper, and then they are now giving room for the standing committee for that particular sector or select committee members to join. So you'd have heard the speaker say, you are not a member of this committee, but I
would allow you to speak.
And he was exercising that discretion. And at a point, one of his colleagues was saying, Joe Weiss
would not have
never allowed, non-members. So cut them out and let's go on.
So as you have said, I personally think that there is a case to be made for strengthening the depth of the process. And again, if you watch the U.S. hearings, you know that they don't come to joke at all.
I love it.
And it also expands, the knowledge of the system, and it validates the process.
Let me go to Vera.
Let
me go to Vera. Vera, and the U.S. confirmation hearings, forgive me that I'm referring to that because we must always copy the best and use the best approaches. They will grill you from your conduct even in primary school if you misconducted yourself somehow. If you have any sexual sins around yourself, they will bring them up. If you ever lifted your hand on a woman or your wife, it will come up. And here we are trying to do a hybrid, but these members who are coming in, it is the discretion of the chairman to allow them to ask a question, and they are entitled to only one question without even a follow-up.
Sometimes it allows a follow-up, though.
Okay, yeah, sounds so far, I think that we have seen some good questions from Parliament, and which has also triggered a good responses from the 3 nominations so far. The parliamentary approval really is important to consolidate our democracy, and it also enhances our vertical and horizontal accountability. And for me, the public interest is also very, very good, and we are able to monitor this process because the media continually they are able to telecast this for us all to watch it. For the US system, maybe we have to also look at the hybrid version of us. Is it efficient? We have been doing this for some time now. So I think it's important for us to have a second look at the way our vetting is conducted. We have to be more efficient. For me, even with the questions, I think that allowing one question, maybe we can look at time allocated to one nominee and how much time a member is expected to spend with the nominee, for instance. So not just the question, because you realize that some people will not even ask any question, especially from the ruling, from the majority, yes. And then others will ask more questions, and then we keep spending so much time with one nominee. I don't think it has been very efficient.
It became virtually, forgive me, it became virtually an Athenian marking vetting, process, because he is the one who did most of the job for almost all the nominees.
Right. So maybe the sectorial vetting will be helpful, the committees, so that we can have experts who are knowledgeable in the area. Parliament has different kind of people in Parliament with different expertise. Based on that, they are actually put on the committees, either one select or standing committee. And so maybe we can look at that approach as well. A para vetting also, so that we don't have the same committee sitting for hours. We have new nominations coming up. How are we able to get this done? So if we can have even a para vetting going on concurrently, where we have people with different expertise having to interview. Otherwise, if you look at even the type of questions, again, that's another concern of mine, is that the type of question, it was more like something to trap the nominee, kind of. When we do that, when there's so much of that, in fact, that it's good for public accountability and political accountability of candidates and political officers. But when we do too much of that, we don't get to hear solutions from the nominees. We don't get to hear how the House.
Well, a good number of those who were doing the questioning, lawyers, and they saw themselves doing the job that they do in court, cross-examination. What's bad about it? Trap them. If they commit themselves, if they lie, that's a way to detect people who are lying, people who are not trustworthy and won't tell the truth.
Something, and again, Parliament has also become a bit more legalistic. It's as if you are in court, you are before a judge. It's really not helping.
What is not helping about that?
It looks like we have too many lawyers in Parliament, and I think maybe that's also the case.
Maybe it should be a chamber of only lawyers. What's wrong with it?
No way. You see something. I think that what is important is that there's high expectation of these nominees and high expectation for this government. And it's important that we are able to get these nominees to tell us what are the great ideas, what are the new solutions, what are the innovations that are coming into the sector. And so you go through the vetting, and then we have so many questions. So how do you want to do this? I will do this. What are you going to do? So that it's not always about the eyes. If the nominee puts his or her idea out there, then we can all interrogate and say, this is what you intend to do. What does your manifesto say? What is the national agenda about this? So that we don't keep on allowing government to do things when they are in government, and then another government comes in and says, okay, we are no longer going to do this. The national agenda, it seems to be missing. And we also want to be sure the integrity of these nominees. And so the questions, we need to really look at the questions. And also, it's too much legalistic, something. The Parliament is representing constituents, their representatives. And it's important that we all will be able to appreciate the questions that the parliamentarians are asking and how we can follow. Because at a point, sometimes you are lost and you are wondering, why is this important? Why are we going this way? What is the whole thing? So I think that
everybody needs some law. Law is very empowering, and let them make it that way if that's what it has. It's a lawmaking chamber anyway. Forgive me about that one.
How do you translate law into practicality? Law shouldn't be seen as something abstract. It's supposed to be our everyday language. People should understand. We don't need a lot of interpretation around that. And that's what the lawmakers need to make us appreciate.
All right. So what do you make of the relationship between the chairman and the ranking member, being the minority leader, Afenyo Marking?
So I think it's a bit of, I'm not sure. They started a bit on a rough note. I thought there were a lot of unnecessary interjections. And I was hoping that the two of them will agree, because this is parliamentary job and it's no longer minority versus majority. So I think that they need to really, we want to see a better coordination going into the next.
Did you say it's no longer majority versus minority? That's what goes on in Parliament.
It's worrying. You see, it's worrying because
it's a chamber of politicians, and they are from two sides. That's all it is about.
But at what point do we put the party we represent, then we can pick up the constituents we represent and Ghana in the interest? Because these nominees are going to serve as a whole, and they are not just going to serve President Mahama or the NDC. They are going to serve the whole country. And so this is where we put the national agenda on the table. And this is, Parliament had come together a number of times with one voice, and this is one of the processes that we think Parliament should be able to do same, because the people put in Parliament and government, very important for us all.
Thank you very much. I'll bring in Atacha in now because he's too familiar with this terrain, and thank you so much for making time to join us on Newsfile. And so first, your assessment of the process, the procedure, and what became very obvious, the minority seeking to frustrate, particularly on the side of the minority leader. And people saw clear filibustering. The chairman doesn't give the minority leader the leave, and he speaks. Once he wants to speak, he will speak. Chairman cannot do anything about it.
Wow, I'm very glad that today I'm no longer a member of Parliament of the Great House. This is a place that I know there's a lot of civility and the culture of permitting people to think. So my first intervention relating to this matter is that I wish above all things that the chairman for the vetting committee or the appointment committee should be the minority
sponsored person.
Yes.
Okay.
As we do for the Public Accounts Committee.
Right.
And that will ensure that you want to scrutinize the system properly. So if you
there were other such committees that you changed the headship to the opposition.
Yes.
Why didn't you do this for this?
I'm not too sure why we missed it, but I'm of the view that this is the most important exercise that the Parliament is doing. And those who are going to assist the President to roll out policy and also manage ministries so that the President will have significance, because the ministers, the strength of the ministers will always show in the strength of the President. It's always like that. If the ministers are strong, like you see that the President is also comfortable and they can relax on some matters. So this is how I saw it, and it's sad. But let me tell you something. Sometimes when the cameras are on you and you are misbehaving, you don't even know. I don't see why today you bring a man you consider as your best brain in the energy area of Ghana, and he's going to be the Minister for Energy. I thought, what if you are even a member of the NDC or the committee, is to, ask very significant questions rooted in your manifesto so that he will shine. I don't know why you are seated, and the camera's on you and you are just nodding, What is the sense of your manifesto? Please, at page so and so of your manifesto, this is how we are going to have an energy mix, and nuclear. Nuclear is part of the energy mix of Ghana.
Right.
What is your sense of the rollout? then you leave the nominee to give very credible answers and good answers. Then NDC will shine. They didn't say it. They think that, oh, maybe they've been schooled. Let them pass. But you are shortchanging the nominee.
There were a few of those, though.
Yeah, the scholarship of the nominee is not known via NDC. And I believe that at least much to be desired. I'm also very much concerned that you have a chairman of a committee who might want to have a tiff with the ranking. I've sat there. Honorable Doa Jao was there. Even there, that was a young, member of parliament, and you could really go the full hog. And you clash with people who they believe they are very powerful. They permitted that the discourse should go on. And if the man is strong in himself, you don't interject as a chairman. The one that is being questioned has a good sense of why he's seated. So I am very much concerned that the chairman of the committee, in most respects, was very high-handed, as if he's been programmed to resist questions coming from the opposition. And that is not how you do the business. The business is that you, as a chairman, you moderate. You give respect to also the ranking, who is a leader of the opposition and what he is trying to do. I never saw, what Honorable Afenyo Markin was trying to achieve or do was a kind of, it's so mala fides. The mala fides is so clear that, he wants to embarrass the nominees. The questions were not scandalous. You see, a chairman will checkmate a question when you can see a raw, scandalous, questioning. You're trying to embarrass the nominee. But when somebody is asking a question, you might think it's pedestrian. Leave him. The man who has the brain power and has the blessing of President Mahama to go and occupy a very significant office, like the office of the Attorney General. Don't you think he has sufficient common sense to sort of deflate what Honorable Afenyo Markin, is trying to put across?
You saw the chairman doing things that you are not happy about, but you didn't see anything that Afenyo Markin, for example, did that you would say he ought to have moderated himself a bit. From the very start, he has to make an opening statement,
yes,
and he makes a long speech,
yes,
and in the speech, he begins to talk about misdeeds in the government, violent attacks and whatever takeovers, and they say that's not what you come here to do. That's not a platform for this. But he won't listen. He must make his statement. If he doesn't make it, he's going to walk out. Even at a point in time, they appear to have walked out and then quickly return. And he speaks even when the chairman does not give him leave to speak.
Yeah. You see, I will not endorse waywardness. I've been a member of parliament before. When somebody's in the chair, you give him all the respect he needs. Exactly. But you see, I don't know the pre-sitting engagements that took place. Normally, you have a pre-sitting engagement.
Yes, they did.
In which you begin to show how the civility of the discourse should go. If not, you have this kind of situation. But what I saw, with the greatest of respect, I don't believe go and make a political speech when they give you the space to initial comments and the rest of it. That might be totally wrong. But what I saw was a way that if we are not careful, you set Afenyo Markin up for emotional kind of situation. So I saw that. I saw that the chairman's posture also was not helping in trying to contain some of the things you might call the waywardness of Afenyo Markin. That's what I saw. I believe that, Santa, you can prompt a man, like as close as I am with Shamima, you know. I could prompt her. I could pass on a note. And that was sort of, douse the fires. But I wouldn't want to hold brief for anybody, but I will plea with the chairman that when a question is asked, an area that I didn't find it too good, you see, it should leave the nominee to answer the question. Sometimes there's an intervention as if you want to block the question from even landing before the person answers. I believe that as if you are trying to protect them.
Okay.
And that is not the way to go.
All right. Yes, Prof. What were your highlights? What were your observations? And they are watching, they are listening. They may take a cue because they have more work to do, actually. They've done only 3.
Yes.
From 23rd.
Let me say good morning to all your viewers and all your listeners. And I particularly want to say good morning to my learned colleague, the Honorable Atachiha. You remember the last time he and I were on air was in the parliamentary hearings.
Yes, that's right.
And I believe people will be
you led your client there. Yeah.
People will be expecting a showdown. Honorable Atachiha and myself.
All right.
That will not happen.
Okay.
We are brothers. So, going back to vetting and matters arising, Samson, let me ask all of us a question. What is the purpose of the vetting? The whole process, what is the purpose? And what is the outcome that we are expecting? So we take the people through this process. What are we expecting? I would have thought that we are looking for the technical competence and capability of the nominee.
Precisely.
We are looking at the nominee's credibility, integrity, and consistency.
Correct.
We are looking at the overall suitability of the nominee for the role that he has been nominated to come and perform. I hold this view. I may be wrong, but that's my view. And this is in some way supporting what my learned brother said. You want to appoint 60 people and give 60 people virtually control over the management of the affairs of state. And we are 35 million of us. These 60 people are going to determine our destiny.
Precisely.
And I tell you, and that of children yet unborn in this country. So these destiny controllers, the collective competencies and capabilities of these 60 people will determine where we will go. And I'm saying the collective competencies and capabilities. So if the 60 people, those of us who are sitting back, our assessment is that their collective competencies and capabilities cannot run a country, we are dead. The markets, your constituents. So you put somebody for finance. The questions that are coming out are not able to bring out the best in this person. So the markets are not seeing the capacity, the competences. So what will the speculators think? That is this person capable of managing the city?
What assurance do they have, investors?
So this opportunity is for the people, the nominees, to give a reassurance to the populace and the market wide out there, not only within the jurisdiction. The guys on the London Stock Exchange, New York, they are listening. They have their people on the ground here communicating to them. So
sorry, that's her, preliminary comment before she asked her question. Yes, I think Abraham Sayasari and one other from Atachia's area, this new entrant, there's a lady.
She's my MP.
Oh, okay. Great.
Tiwa West.
Yeah.
She is representing me in Parliament.
Okay.
So, the markets are watching your nominees. The nominees come, we just put some icing on their bodies and they walk through the process. We are not able to achieve the points that I set out. Their competencies revealed, their suitability overall, and so on. So at the end of the day, the history of these veterans in this country, everybody who goes through, at the end of the day, will pass.
It's a fait accompli.
At the end of the day, what I have seen is that once the president nominates you, you are the minister. Unless something absolutely scandalous, and in any event, if there are scandals, we still will cover them because they are our nominees.
And in fact, we don't have a history of a rejection of
a
nominee who has been vetted, except for those who came up and they had issues with dual nationality.
Yes, but in terms of someone going through a vetting and the outcome, that's why I asked, what is the outcome? What are we looking for? Are we just to bring them in, window dress, we the populace? Because they are already ministers. Once they are nominated, they are ministers. So we have to go back to the board, and trust me, this idea of an omnibus appointments committee, even with the attempts in the new standing orders to clean up, is not the way to go.
Please hold it on there. I will return after this break and have you develop this point a bit more at this stage, and also take just a minute's commentary again as a final thought on the overall structure and process, and then we will zoom in to the particulars. I suppose we are going to the Attorney General, nominee, public tribunals, oral and the justification for it, and so on. And then, of course, you tuning in, you know that we will also deal with the question of the anti-LGBTQ bill. Is it dead with the 8th Parliament's resolution? We'll be right back. This is News File.
On our very first edition of 40 Weeks and More, our guest, Whitney Boakye-Mensah, shares her story of how she had 7 miscarriages and 2 stillbirths ahead of her 3 miraculous sunshines.
The first one was a stillbirth. The second one was also a stillbirth. And then the miscarriages started happening.
What could have been the cause? How did she keep picking herself up after each failure? Was it spiritual? Can you begin to imagine all the places she had to go in search of answers?
There were 5 pastors on each side. He was standing at the end. Then they said, strip. Then you strip. Now, by the time we left there and we got home, I was bleeding black.
But it all ended up in praise. Join us on Joy Prime this Saturday at 5 p.m. for our debut edition of 40 Weeks and More with Edom Naite. You can also catch it on YouTube on the Family Forum Africa channel. 40 Weeks and More is brought to you by NS Chemist Limited, Shape Healthcare Specialist Medical Center, Labadi Beach Hotel, and supported by R. Lurie, Dobeta Merchandise, Lunch Avenue, and Deco Zone. For sponsorship, please contact 059-288-9986 or 0262-874-707. 40 Weeks and More, nurturing lives.
The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, on behalf of Ghanaians, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 49th Swag Awards in Accra. Date, Friday, January 24, 2025. Venue, Accra International Conference Center. Time, 6 p.m. Theme, Gold and Glory. A call for change in national orientation and investment in sports. The prestigious and longest running awards event in Ghana, the Swag Awards, promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievements. The event will bring together the country's top athletes, coaches, officials, and sports enthusiasts to recognize and reward excellence in sports. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends like never before with performance from Ghanaian high life sensation Peter Famie Buza, aka Famie. For tickets and sponsorship details, contact 0244 280 802. The 49th Swag Awards, another time to celebrate and honor the best to inspire the rest. The 49th Swag Awards is supported by the Multimedia Group.
Yeah, Bongo. Hey, again.
Hello, thank you for calling MTN.
Yeah, this is Jerry. Jolly J for short.
Hi Jerry, how may I help?
These days I'm not happy with you guys at all. What you guys do is not cool, crowd.
How do you mean, sir?
You've been giving Bongo gifts all the time.
Who is Bongo?
Oh, Bongo, my friend. He purchased in my room. You don't know Bongo.
Oh.
You've been giving free gifts, but I don't. That not the gift is him.
That's MTN rewards, sir. You can also get freebies because on MTN, doing always gets rewarded. Doing more of the things you love. Talk, text, browse, and more, and you get to redeem free call time or data by simply dialing *550#.
Oh, sir.
Yes, and on Fridays, you can even get extra special rewards like food vouchers, shopping discounts, and much more.
Didn't tell me anything, no. He will move out. Doing gets rewarded, eh? Hey, but your voice is really nice, so. Would you like to know how I got the name Jolly J?
That won't be necessary, Mr. Jolly. Calling customer care service doesn't give you points.
I'm gonna call my mom. I'll call my grandmom. I'll call my ex. That girl can talk, Papa. Hello, Mama. So what's the topic for today?
MTN.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
To us trendsetters, to us fashion lovers, to us who flex with beautiful, unique and attractive fragrance, to us who sing of our magnificent life. Daring to feel different today means impacting a pleasant scent. For tomorrow's dawn, feel good, feel strong. Together let's break these rules and set new ones with slam. Together let's break these rules and set new ones with slam.
If you're running the ring, now tank muna mujiji skasa mukoto. Tank nuna eliki ama henna. Oh no see. So wait, ne papa. Na papa no put eliki. Pacho ebenyense we. Ghana for one number one plumber new. Every nekwe say what tank the wonsu agumwa. So Syntex tank, Mitra SINTEX. Syntex tank. Eye top. Eliki. It's me with the beer. Syntex tank. Kale beer wope. Size beer wope. Ye yama wo. Syntex tank. The whole Ghana. Ye must 7 years warranty. Syntex tank. Eye strong. Eye top.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint. As compared to other paint brands on the market, we take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. We're talking the ministerial vetting that happened in Parliament for the Finance, Energy and Attorney General nominees of the President. And a number of issues came up, including the reintroduction of the public tribunal. It's already sits in our Constitution and also in our laws, but it is not in function. It came up. Why do you want to bring it back? The justification. Is it good for you? There was also questions about the oral operation, recover or loot, and the manner in which they have begun to conduct their business, including seeking to sort of shame somebody they have information on about having acquired land improperly somewhat. Yes, questions have been raised. The minority actually held a press conference and raised that question. Ask its members or former government operatives not to respond to any summons or invitation and so on because they are unconstitutional. They do not have any such right. The anti-gay bill, people are faulting President Mahama that he's beginning to speak differently from what he has said. But is it true when he says that bill is dead with the dissolution of the last Parliament? I was just going to share my take with you, my second part of the criminal conduct or the violent takeovers that is going on around the country. And the police literally looking on and not arresting all the criminals, the party thugs who are on the loose doing some of these things. And also some of the former government people or state officials who have been seen, and there are footages of some of them actually looting stuff from their own offices. Right, but the discussion has been so heated and interesting in a way that I'll shelve that take. I'll come to it next week. My guests, as you may have been introduced to them already, Shamima Muslim, member of the NDC's Communication Bureau, Professor Kwame Jan, who is with the University of Ghana School of Law. Samuel Atacha is a lawyer, former MP. Randolph Chumesi Ankra is lawyer. He will join us shortly. And Vera Abna-Ado. I understand Randolph Chumesi has joined us. And Vera Abna-Ado, programs officer at the CDD. Thank you also very much. Now, Prof, we are very interested in what you were saying earlier. You focused us on what is the purpose of the vetting and what is the outcome we are looking for, and that these people that the president is constituting as ministers, 60 of them, are our destiny controllers. And so there must be a certain higher purpose for the process, and it should not be toyed with. You were then getting to the point where the sector committees in Parliament have been brought in to also participate, and yet they are limited to just one question.
So the point I was making, if I should follow through on that, the sector committee bringing one person or two co-opted maybe to ask one question. For me, I will say again, it's not the way to go.
Sure.
If we are trying to interview, for me, my take is that the vetting is actually an interview for a job. And these jobs are top jobs.
True.
No serious corporate body will just bring someone and ask that someone, you said you will increase cocoa price. So will you increase cocoa price to 6,000? I mean, is it to 7,000? Is this how you think you should end up on a kind of day like this. Yes, it may go to the credibility. It may go to the credibility and the integrity of the person.
And see how he apparently dodged that question when it was asked.
But before you get there, you should have gone through the mundane issues. You should have gone through the mundane issues.
Explain that.
So, you bring someone to a committee. The person may not have been given an opportunity to tell you, one, what is my conceptualization of the vision for the sector? In some parts of the world, before a president makes an appointment, president would call the person to a table and say, Samson, I'm going to make you Minister of Education if you are interested. Now, this is the sector that I'm going to give you. This is where the sector is. This is my vision for the sector. In the next 2 years, I want to get from A to Z in the sector. What do you think?
That's what Atachian said. They have their manifestos. Precisely. And they have laid out, that's what they are going to implement. So, in fact, the members of the appointments committee who belong to the party, at least should be the ones giving them these questions.
Yes, they should raise these questions so that all of us who are listening in will know that this person that is going to be our Attorney General, our Minister of Lands, our Finance Minister, we trust them. We believe in their competencies and their capabilities. So that all of us are we are all being called upon to rally behind these nominees. And we must have a fair sense of what they have. We must have a fair sense of what they have.
Okay.
And that's why I was saying the American system brings out the integrity issues, but the competency issues also come up.
That's right.
Because, look, if you don't appreciate a certain area, somebody would have given you a question by way of a note. You ask that first question, you will not be able to build up by way of a follow-up.
Because you don't have the background.
Understand, you don't have that background.
It's important.
It's very important. So we should go the American way.
Instead of the new rules that allows only
hybrid,
2 members.
I mean, this hybrid.
The 2 members ask only one question each.
And the hybrid, whilst we are pushing the hybrid, ask ourselves the question, what is the purpose? And I'm saying that this is a job interview. It's a job interview.
Okay.
And it shouldn't be taken lightly.
All right. So they should revise it. I'll come to Shamima, but, Satacha, you also seem to agree that they should revise this process a bit. How exactly should it be done?
I believe the American way of vetting secretaries, will work very much so. But even for now, what we have, can we improve it? I don't believe that the committee should agree that the person who they've placed before a particular committee, a member of a committee, if it's on the ground of competence, that's why I said, okay, Atachian should go to subsidiary legislation because of his legal background. She'll ask one question. I don't believe that. You see, because then the best of the process of what he's talking about, the technical competencies will not show at all.
Should they be limited to questions or be given time within which to ask their questions? So that I'm watching the confirmation hearings in the US, and one person is interacting with the nominee and they are interjecting, they are stopping them, and they have quite some time to do that.
Well, my humble view is that if the number of questions is going to take an hour, then it's wrong. But I should think you should give him the space that, look, you have a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 6. But please, do not make an arrangement in which your questions are so overladen with unnecessary context and introductions because of the space of time. And that will be fine.
Okay.
But what I know also, that all the residual things that they cannot put across, that is the work of the
ranking member.
That's how it works. But let me add on to what...
The ranking, they were actually contemplating that the ranking should also be limited, because you realize that Afenyo, when he took over, at a point, they had no idea when he was going to end, how many questions he had left, and seemed to be holding them to ransom.
I believe that there should be some reasonableness in the way he exercises his power as a ranking. The fact that he's a ranking also doesn't mean that, if we are not careful, and that is when the committee is about to end, that's when they give him the space. If we are not careful, all the time that everybody spent on, the nominee is even going to enlarge it. So I believe that there should be some reasonableness in the questions that he will ask, and then it is useful and it helps everybody. Because if we are not careful, in the name of being the ranking, then he will take more time than the entire time of the committee.
Right.
One dimension that I want us to talk about that you don't see. I hold a humble view. I've been in Parliament for 16 years. That, as he said, I never saw it from the dimension he said, that these are going to be destiny makers. If you pay regard to even the Constitution, that's Article 76, 2. The Constitution said the Cabinet shall assist the President in the determination of the general policy of the government. That is a huge responsibility. So the people who they are vetting, as a matter of fact, they are going to be the drivers of the government. Fine. I always want to find out, what have you done before that we should endorse you and force you on the public? That is one of the things I believe is very important. Have you had private success before? If you couldn't run your personal economy, who should trust you with this huge responsibility? And that dimension, we don't pay attention. Because it's not just going to be like a man sitting.
And even the temptations that it brings. You are used to seeing 5,000 cities, and suddenly you are seeing 5 billion.
I'm telling you.
And there are people who easily will come and seek to compromise you.
So if you are not careful, we are going to just say, in the name of politics, a man just enters Parliament.
All right.
And then we don't know what he did before. He has not shown private success. They forced him into a very huge office.
Okay.
The temptations are
Thank you.
serious.
Yes, Shamima.
Thank you, Sam. I wanted to quickly respond to some earlier comments, Honorable Atachian had made about the conduct of the chair, in that seat.
Some have said the chairman has been weak. Some have actually proposed that Emmanuel Bois should be made to take over his place because he has allowed Afenyo Marking to behave like a co-chair, and you can see where he was literally frustrated, and he was showing it. I'm frustrated. Afenyo doesn't want me to do my work.
Anyway, so the point I was trying to make is that it's too early to be making such comments. We can make observations about the conduct of the chair. In fact, the point is that there were even criticisms from within the NDC that the chairman allowed Afenyo Marking to have, a free, playing field, contrary to what, Honorable Atachia, the picture he was trying to create as if the chairman was deliberately gagging Atachia. Atachia deliberately, what do you call him? Afenyo Marking was deliberate and intentional about wanting to overshadow and drive the tone of the process. And when you also look back at previous committees in the past, especially the New Patriotic Party committees, I covered the 2009 vetting process. The NDC had won the election, and this is where people like Napo, Joe Wise were allowed, and even he concedes about how the former Speaker of Parliament, Doajaho, allowed him free rein. So you always see there's a marked departure between the way NDC always allows for a more freer discourse than the New Patriotic Party when they're in power. Use the example of Joe Wise when he was chair of that committee. Use the instance between him and young members of the committee like Suhini. It was obvious. The disdain was palpable. You could see it. The dismissive authoritarian tone was very palpable, and we all saw it. The videos are still there, we played. So sometimes it always comes across as if the New Patriotic Party and their communicators and agents always preach a lot when they are in opposition. But when they have power, they never implement the reforms they expect to change the process, if you allow me to wrap up.
All right.
And again, the conversation about what is and what ought to be. We've spent a lot of time talking about what ought to be, drawing lessons from other institutions. What is what we have, and what the current standing orders allow. What we can feed back the process is to ensure or suggest ways in which we can strengthen, the process. But what is what we have, and we need to work with what we have currently.
Okay.
To add to that, then, I am happy that nobody around this table has questioned the competency of the nominees. None of the speakers on here have questioned the competence of at least the 3 nominees and the other announcements that have been made so far. They all agree that these individuals know the job, and that perhaps we should allow them more time.
After the vetting, they held a press conference though and spoke about how evasive some of the nominees were. Gideon Boako's press conference, as in the minority, Gideon Boako addressed one of the sessions and spoke about how the finance minister nominee was evasive on a number of the questions, and also John Darko also spoke at that presser and told us about how Dominic Ayene issues of conflict of interest. Issues of conflict of interest in clients he had had before, who now are before international arbitration and are looking for hefty,
there's always an objective
sums.
assessment of a performance, and there's a subjective assessment. The fact that you are not satisfied with somebody's answer to a question does not remove the fact that the person did their best that they could, given the circumstances that they have. They are not there to totally please you 100%. It's not possible. And sometimes it would seem as if the minority members on the committee are quite adversarial. And it's like you're in a court.
Because they are the ones who are doing the grilling. The majority members are not grilling. They are just commending.
You see, but there's motive. And sometimes the motive oozes. Look, all of us are in this system. Let's not pretend we don't know the things that happen behind the... you were suggesting earlier that maybe somebody had been primed to prevent. So should we say that you have been priming your minority people to be disruptive, to try to usurp the authority of the chair? Should we say... Would it be fair to suggest him honorable attach? So please, if we want to strengthen...
Samima is mixing the in-camera discussions with the...
No, I'm not missing any incoming. No, he said it.
I didn't understand.
He suggested it here.
I didn't understand.
He suggested it online.
I didn't understand why a chairman of the committee was arrest a question when the nominee is fully competent to answer.
All right.
I didn't understand that.
Okay.
The chairman
and like Prof said, and like Prof Kwame Jan said, this is also a place to test your credibility or integrity, among others. But Gideon Boako asked a question and insisted that I think Ato forcing that he had to be come to the job with integrity, honesty, and he was asked to withdraw those portions because it was not within him to make those comments. And Afenyo agreed, and he reviewed that portion. So what are you, interviewing them for? So quickly, let me give you 2 minutes each. Then we move on to some of the details that we want to go to. So yes, Vera, what do you say? Particularly the issue about changing the process so that the select committee members, if you bring, say, if Sam George were nominated for communications and is going to be vetted, rather allow the communications subcommittee members, the 2 of them who have been co-opted into this appointment committee, to do more of the job than allow Afenyo marking, free time and give those people only 1 question each. What do you say?
Okay, so I have 3 quick points on that, Samson. So 1, I think that, yes, we need to have the committees. And I think that we want to push for a parallel vetting. we need to fast track this process and have expertise in these committees to vet our nominees, and it's important that we do this efficiently. And then 2, I think that we also need to allocate time to the process. We need to know that how many hours are we spending with one nominee, 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, then we are all sure, because we are all interested in this process. And to sit down monitoring and watching and not knowing when this is going to end is really not a good time or efficient way to use our time. And so it's important that we allocate time instead of sitting and not knowing when this is all going to end.
Okay.
And then my other point is how we the committee should actually find a way to verify some of the information. The integrity of these nominees are important, and like the Prof said, their competence, their integrity, credibility is at stake. Some of the information the Parliament should look at for external agencies and other bodies that can actually help to verify some of this information. Because sometimes some of the issues keep hanging in the system, and you are not sure what you heard at Parliament vetting and what the nominee has said and what somebody has requested. It keep hanging, and we are not able to get closure. And so during this process, Parliament should really look at ways that they're able to verify some of the information they get from during the process, and how we can actually ensure that we are putting in competent persons, and their credibility, integrity is really important for us.
Okay, thank you very much. So Randolph Chumesi was joining us on the next leg, but he wants to make a comment on the matter of the vetting. On the matter of the vetting, perhaps maybe I should take you directly to this issue and get your response to that. Because the minority, I think Samia Uku, John Dako, and even Gideon Boako were insistent on the fact that the Attorney General nominee may be in conflict of interest about certain matters. Let's hear this quickly and let's take your reaction.
Yeah, Honorable nominee, I'm sure you are aware of a company called Cassius Mining. That company obtained a grant of prospecting license from the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources sometime in 2016. Actually, 14 days after the Mahama administration had lost power. The company at the time did not comply with the prospecting license, and they had made an application for renewal of the prospecting license. Following that, Honorable nominee, you became the counsel for
Honorable Member
Cassius Mining.
Do you have the evidence that the company did not comply? And in any case, that particular company is not before us. So you know the rules relating to speaking about persons who are not before us and will not have the opportunity to defend themselves. So be guided.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So following that, Mr. Nominee, you became the counsel for Cassius Mining and made demands on the government for renewal of the company's prospecting license. In fact, Mr. Nominee, you as a lawyer for the company, you wrote a letter dated 21st February 2020, attention the Chief Executive Officer of Minerals Commission. You stated variously, but in particular, clause 4 of your letter to the Chief Executive of Minerals Commission, you stated that the fact that the two shareholders of the company prior convictions cannot vitiate the license, it is not a relevant consideration. You stated, Mr. Nominee, that it is spurious and disingenuous for you to suggest that the minister can, on this basis, refuse to grant the license renewal. But even if it were so, damages will still flow and the government of Ghana will remain liable. Mr. Nominee, it will interest you to know that about 2 weeks ago, this company, Cassius Mining, for which you were once their legal counsel, has filed an arbitration against the government of Ghana, claiming in excess of 440 million United States dollars at the London Center of International Arbitration. The Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana is supposed to defend the Republic against all claims, including one such as this. Now, you were once the lawyer of this company. You believed in their claim against the government of Ghana. Mr. Nominee, are you going to ensure that when the Republic goes to defend this claim, the Republic of Ghana will not be burdened with this $441 million? And I'm saying this because of the appearance of conflict of interest.
I recognize Honorable Kwame Abuja.
Leader, the procedures here will all encourage our first-timers to participate fully in this. Indeed, that is why our side and the side of the minority brought in first-time MPs. But in this committee, you can lay preamble to ask your question, but not to make, endless statements. And I sit here and I ask myself, when is the question going to come? So, Chairman, can you direct that it is not against the procedures here to lay a preamble, but that might be brief, then you go to your question. Because I get lost as to whether somebody is making a statement or asking a question.
You see, Chairman, people, Honorable people sit outside and sometimes they pass the members of the committee. Being outside and having the opportunity to ask the question are two different things. You don't have the opportunity, pose the question. But I will allow the nominee to provide an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is right. I have been instructed previously by Cassius Mining. I filed pleadings in the High Court in Bolgatanga together with my junior partner, Mr. Gov't Tamaklu. We litigated, various applications before the courts. I want to put it on record that I'm no longer Cassius Mining's lawyer. However, I'm keenly aware of the fact that the Constitution prohibits a situation where a public officer puts himself in a position where his private interest conflicts with the performance of his public duties. As Attorney General of the Republic, I will be the Republic's lawyer. As the Republic's lawyer, I am supposed to act in the best interest of the Republic, in accordance with the best traditions and ethics of the legal profession. I will not, in any manner whatsoever, compromise the interests of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable member, if you care to know, and I'm sure you are very well aware, that I was Deputy Attorney General under the former Attorney General, Honorable Marietta Brew. And for 4 years, we handled that ministry in such a way that the U.S. government described the Attorney General's office as a corruption-free zone.
Dominic Akrutinga Ayine, that is how he responded to that important questioning. And there were two similar ones like that. Samia Oku, who a while ago was in charge of the NLA, National Lotteries Authority, also said there was one matter that is now going for or just being filed and might bring up a judgment debt and so on and so forth. Yes, Randolph, what do you say? Should these matters and how potentially the Attorney General nominee's previous connection or relationship prohibit him from becoming the Attorney General?
Samson, to answer your question, let me just chip in this quickly. Samson, you are aware that almost every practicing lawyer in this country may have, at a point in their practice, issued a writ against the Attorney General. So does it mean that when you end up on the side of the state as the Attorney General, you cannot, because at a point in time you issued a writ against the Attorney General? Samson, in fact, my learned senior and venerable lecturer discharged himself very well with regard to the answer, because Cassius Mining, he admitted at a point, employed his services. And at the time he appeared before the committee, he was no longer a lawyer on record for Cassius Mining. So at that point in time, the question that we have to ask ourselves is, what is his interest? What personal interest does he have in Cassius Mining? Because the prohibition on him by law is that a public officer should not put himself in a position where his personal interest would override that of the state. Now, his services has been discharged as lawyer for Cassius Mining. Cassius Mining, I believe, have retained another lawyer. So at this particular point in time, where Dr. Ayine is not an employee of Cassius Mining, is not an officer, is not their lawyer, where lies his interest in Cassius Mining's case?
Imagine that the Attorney General appears to defend the state, and the documents before this tribunal, arbitration panel, include documents that the Attorney General had written, which was read out, which suggested that their company had a good case. How is he going to say otherwise for the state? That, yes, I was the one who wrote this letter, and I said they had a case, but now I'm the Attorney General, I say they don't have a case.
Thompson, I believe that when he wrote that opinion for Cassius Mining, there was an Attorney General in office at the time, and that Attorney General disagreed with that opinion. So there should have been legitimate or legal basis for that disagreement, and that disagreement becomes the position of the state.
Yes.
So I believe that Dr. Ayine would have to, whether he likes it or not, would have to move with that particular position of the state. And as he indicated at the vetting, that he has a duty constitutionally to defend the interests of the state. And while the state has already taken a position, that is the position that must override. That must
so what? The position he held earlier will change because his office has changed?
No, the position he held earlier may not have changed because his office has changed. The position he held earlier was a legal opinion he preferred, which other lawyers or the state disagreed with. So, Samson, we are lawyers. We appear before the courts. You have an opinion you believe in to be the position of the law. Another lawyer has an opinion which they believe in to be the position of the law. At the end of the day, the judge decides that this is actually the position of the law. It does not mean that your position may have changed or has changed, but it means that your position did not find favor with the judge. And in this case, all I'm saying is that the opinion proffered by Dr. Ayine then...
Yes, so all you are saying is that he will abandon his previous position simply because now he has become the Attorney General.
No, he will abandon his previous position because now he has, one, a constitutional duty to defend the interests of the state. Two, the state has already...
Defend it even when he doesn't believe in that position.
No, Samson, I mean, we always revise our positions. And if a superior argument was put up by the previous Attorney General and he goes with that superior argument, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
There are certain different situations. The other day I appeared at the Court of Appeal, and Justice Sir Dennis was on a matter that I was involved. He said, Chief, I dealt with this matter before when I was in private practice. Do you still want me to sit on it? I'm recusing myself. I said, no, I trust you. Sit on it. The Attorney General, does he have that kind of situation where you say, I'm not going because I was conflicted?
No, I mean, the example of Sir Dennis that you just cited clearly fits the situation Dr. Ayine explained. That yes, he may have preferred an opinion or he may have dealt with the matter before, but this is his present position, and he's going to do justice in accordance with what the law says.
Okay.
And in fact, as an Attorney General, his duty is to apply the law or enforce the law.
Okay.
So he would prefer what he believes to be the law and then just leave it as it is.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that point. Now, Can we go to the tribunal, or you want to have a quick comment? If you have, it has to be some 1 minute, because
I think that the lawyer who is looking for professionalism with attendant fees has a particular mental state. And when you become the Attorney General also, you've been called upon not to go and find money as your sole aim. But I'm tempted to come to conclusions that a well-meaning lawyer will say that I see this brief to my Deputy Attorney General. I don't want to touch it.
Okay.
And then he will advise on the matter. Because if it is not the case, then every practicing lawyer will have such situation when he's appointed as an Attorney General.
Because there will not be an Attorney General who may not have a matter that he had dealt with before he became the Attorney General. And will have to deal with it again as Attorney General, but now on the opposite side.
That's what I think about the matter. I don't believe that he's well-meaning as a look. I've touched this brief before. Can you, take over? I don't want to touch it.
Okay.
The Deputy Attorney General, who is also mandated by law to act for the state, will take quality decisions on the matter. He will recuse himself. I don't want to touch this brief.
Interesting. But Prof. Jan, the remedy for conflict of interest is disclosure. One of it is disclosure.
Yes.
So once there's
disclosure.
Yes, once there's disclosure, is there any problem anymore?
It shouldn't be. And I agree with what my learned colleague just said. Otherwise, and remember, the Attorney General is the leader of the bar. And he is Attorney General partly because he has excelled and done things at the bar. Precisely. So in the course of all the good things that you have done at the bar, you should have encountered these situations. And
it's a difficult situation, is it not?
Yes, it is. But it should not be a ground for disqualification of a nominee.
Atachian is suggesting that to the extent that this time round, he's going to face the case, but he doesn't have a financial interest because he's not a lawyer. If he were the lawyer, he would be thinking, they say, is how much involved? Let's say it's $50 million involved. If his own is 5 or 10%, that will be where his mind is. But now he has nothing in it.
And Samson, remember also, you are a lawyer. In some of the cases, lawyers take particular positions not because they think that they have an ironclad case.
At all.
In some of the cases, I have taken cases where, in my honest professional assessment, the law is against me. But I try to push the margins of the law.
Okay.
I love that.
So it's not always the case that, and some of the cases you push the margins of the law, and you could achieve a breakthrough that you least expected.
That's right. Okay, well, Atachian is sitting here. He's one of the best examples when you talk about such things. He was going to the Supreme Court over this contempt matter, and all the lawyers went there to beg. He said, this is not a messy chamber. We have to do the law. My client will not beg.
And his client?
Do the wrong thing and put him in prison. We want to keep the law alive rather than beg you, the Supreme Court judges. Okay, so now let's move on to the public tribunals, right? The public tribunals being reintroduced has become a thorny issue. Why is that so? We take a quick break. We hear the Attorney General, his justification on it, and then we hear all my guests.
Of particular concern to me is what I find in the your party's manifesto, which is titled Resetting Ghana 2020.
Here's Kwame and Yao. Evelyn saved. Bet saver. Win, even if your bet misses.
Yeah, Bungo. Hey, again.
Hello, thank you for calling MTN.
Yeah, this is Jerry. Jolly J for short.
Hi Jerry, how may I help?
These days I'm not happy with you guys at all. What you guys they do is not cool, crowd.
How do you mean, sir?
You've been giving Bongo gifts all the time.
Who is Bongo?
Oh, Bongo, my friend. He purchased in my room. You don't know Bongo.
Oh.
You've been giving free gifts, but I don't. That don't be gift is him.
That's MTN Rewards, sir. You can also get freebies because on MTN, doing always gets rewarded. Doing more of the things you love. Talk, text, browse, and more, and you get to redeem free call time or data by simply dialing *550#.
Oh, sir.
Yes, and on Fridays, you can even get extra special rewards like food vouchers, shopping discounts, and much more.
Didn't tell me anything. No. He will move out. Doing gets rewarded, eh? Hey, but your voice is really nice, so. Would you like to know how I got the name Jolly J?
That won't be necessary, Mr. Jolly. Calling customer care service doesn't give you points.
I'm gonna call my mom. I'll call my grandmom. And I'll call my ex. That girl can talk, Papa. Hello, Mama. So what's the topic for today?
MTN.
You will pass the tip of the Caroline Plastic Busia. And I'm what? And then no. Can you not touch it? With them, dear Sue, Fatcher. Yes, I can introduce DBS Lifestyle Gauge Trusses, Emma. The same as a baby, as a young man, the day. And you know, you would dance. And no crow, no sending me a benina and your papa. So DBS Lifestyle Gauge Trusses, yet the computer not generated. Into Edna didn't go a straight. And the piece of air not dainty, and want to mean the Henry. A good answer after ball. Finito. More musicians saw that. More music factories, and as a dark is Biano, me recommend DBS Trust Samamo. DBS Trust Finito.
Fire pomudi ni agubi Ghana fueni age efri say ya your local spices na ya frafra dia ya sankofa natural spice me dey go me jollof mu ni mi si wa hodoma e ma ne dance
Stanley, the barbecue the go on.
Sankofa natural spice and one you 100% natural.
Adofo, mamunye huge mistake. Sankofa natural spices.
First Sky Group, a wholly owned Ghanaian company made up of First Sky Construction, First Sky Bitumen Processing, First Sky Commodities, Volta Serene Hotel, Western Serene Atlantic Hotel, Serene Insurance, First Sky Energies, and Federal Rural Bank warmly invites you to its 22nd Thanksgiving service on the theme Proclaiming God's Unfailing Love, Romans 8:37. The Thanksgiving service in two parts will be hosted by the founder and executive chairman, Mr. Eric Sedi Kutoche. There will be an all-night service on Friday, 17th January 2025 from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. at the Trinity Temple Assemblies of God Church, TTAG Community 10, Tema. Ministering in word, Reverend Mark Sessi, National Missions Director, Assemblies of God, Sierra Leone. Reverend Sujit Alex, SAM's North Area Leader, Assemblies of God, UK. Thanksgiving service follows on Sunday, 19th January 2025 at the main auditorium of the Accra International Conference Center. The time is 10 a.m. Guest speaker, Reverend Stephen Yensum Wingham, General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana. Chairman for the occasion, Most Reverend Professor Johnson Kwabena Asamoah Jedu, the presiding bishop, the Methodist Church Ghana. Ministering in music will be MOG Music.
When I survey the wondrous cross and the price you paid on that.
Also in attendance will be His Eminence Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Reverend Professor Paul Frimpong Manso, Immediate Past General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana, Apostle General Sam Kwanchi Ankara, Royal House Chapel International, Reverend Steve Mensa, Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry, Most Reverend Dr. Paul Boafo, Apostle Professor Kwejo Opoku Onina, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, Reverend Dr. Sylvanus Amegashiti, Elom Group Corporate Chaplain, First Sky Group, and many other senior clergy. For more details, please call 020-854-3441 or 0248-940-021. First Sky Group 22nd Thanksgiving Service, proclaiming God's unfailing love.
As a young mom, you're not always sure that you're doing it right. Choosing a baby care product for your child can sometimes be difficult. I choose BabyMed hypoallergenic skincare products, specially formulated to suit my baby's fragile and sensitive skin. A complete range of products that makes every bath time a moment of tenderness and well-being. BabyMed, baby-specific care products.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. My guest, Shamima Muslim, Professor Kwame Jan, Samuel Atacha, Randolph Chumesi, Ankara, and Vera Abena-Addo. I'm reading to you Article 142 of the 1992 Constitution, and the heading is Regional Tribunals. It says, there shall be established in each region of Ghana such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine. A regional tribunal shall consist of the Chief Justice, one chairman, and such members who may or may not be lawyers, and shall be designated by the Chief Justice to sit as panel members of a regional tribunal, and for such period as shall be specified in writing by the Chief Justice. A regional tribunal shall be duly constituted by a panel consisting of the chairman and not less than 2 other panel members. Right. This provision of the Constitution is not amended, it's not been removed, and the regional tribunals, where are they? The NDC says they must be in function. Why not? Listen to Dominic Ayene.
Were punished through caning.
Honorable member, question.
Mr. Chairman,
honorable member, you are a lawyer.
It is very important.
Honorable member, I am asking a question. You are a lawyer.
Mr. Chairman, very respectfully, both of us practice at the bar.
Yes.
And so the question, Mr. Chairman, is...
So you know very well that the literature that you are reading doesn't take primacy over the constitutional provision relating to the tribunal.
Mr. Chairman, the constitutional provision relating to tribunal, Article 142, has to do with just regional tribunals. It is not related to district and community tribunals. So, Mr. Chairman, I need to give context to my question. So if you allow me, very respectfully, it's in the interest of the public.
Let's proceed and ask your question.
Mr. Chairman, so what the tribunal did, we are all aware. Indeed, when you look at the National Reconciliation Report, it captured extensively.
With all due respect, go straight and ask your question. You have laid enough foundation for your question.
Mr. Chairman, I think that if you allow me, the nation will be interested.
But you don't argue with the chair.
Mr. Chairman, this is not an argument, Mr. Chair. I'm only asking that you indulge me so I lay the right foundation and ask the right
question. You've been directed by the chair to proceed to ask your question, so do exactly the same.
In fact, in 2002, when the bill to abolish the district and regional tribunals was laid, one of the things that were captured in the Hansard, dated 18th March 2002, was that it was being abolished because of the breaches of human rights and also the cost associated with it. The Honorable Nominee, the question I want to ask you is that why do you want to reintroduce something which is associated with the dark past of this country? Why do you want to reintroduce it? What is it that our ordinary courts, regular courts, cannot provide in terms of the criminal jurisdiction of this country that you want to revisit and bring back the tribunals? Why?
Article 1251 of the Constitution, that is clause 1 of the Constitution, says that justice emanates from the people and shall be administered in the name of the Republic by the judiciary, who shall be independent and subject only to this Constitution. I think I paraphrased it very accurately. And I was on the point that the internal logic of the laws, the PNDC laws establishing the public tribunals, was to ensure the participation of ordinary citizens in the administration of justice. And that aligns fully with the substantive content of Article 125, Clause 1 of the Constitution, because it says justice emanates from the people. In the context of Article 125, the judiciary is the organ of state vested with the power to administer justice. And if the honorable nominee who asked the question, the honorable member who asked the question would care to look at Article 142 of the Constitution, which he referenced, all right? In that context, in the peculiar context of Article 142, the judiciary is defined to include the regional tribunals. What he left out is Article 142, I think, Clause 3, who says, and such other courts and tribunals as Parliament may by law establish. All right? So it creates, 142 creates the regional tribunals, which have coordinate criminal jurisdiction with the High Court, all right, in all respects. And then it says that Parliament may by law establish such courts and tribunals, that is inferior courts and tribunals, as it deems fit. Okay. Now, to the question why we want to bring back the public tribunals, we want to go back and align with the internal logic of Article 125, Clause 1, that there must be participation by ordinary people in the administration of justice. If you recall, all the tribunals, district tribunals, circuit tribunals, regional tribunals, had a chairperson or chairman and two who was, mandatorily required to be a lawyer, and two, other persons who were non-lawyers selected from the community. So aside the traditional jury system that allows ordinary citizens to participate in the administration of justice in a limited fashion, the PNDC, in its wisdom, broadened public participation in the administration of justice through the tribunal system. Now, you referenced a report by Africa Watch. Of course, I am familiar with Africa Watch. If you go back to my CV, you realize that I was executive director of the Center for Public Interest Law, a human rights organization that I founded and ran for 10 good years, that conducted public interest litigation and represented persons whose human rights were being violated. So if you remember the famous case of Sodom and Gomorrah, I was a lawyer for the thousands of displaced persons in Sodom and Gomorrah using the Center for Public Interest Law. And so I'm very much aware of what Africa Watch stands for, right? But look carefully at the report, the date of the report. It will let you know that the empirical evidence for the statements that were being made, if at all, was gathered not from the era of the coming into force of the Constitution, but the era prior to the coming into force of the Constitution.
Professor Jan.
Samson, if I was the Attorney General, I would not bring back the district or community and circuit tribunals. I will not. I think that the district magistrates, particularly also where they even brought a concept of lay magistrate, who was a non-lawyer. You know, many years back, something before you and I were born.
That's been phased out, right?
They used
lay
to call them
magistrates has been phased
PMs.
out. Yeah, okay.
They used to call them PMs. And these were people who were former teachers, retired teachers, policemen and women. They sat as grade 2 magistrates. So they were non-professionals. So I would not introduce an amendment or changes in the law to bring back district and community tribunals. Given the history of the tribunals, the baggage that the tribunal system carried from its birth, I would not bring back the district and community tribunals, but the regional tribunals that were maintained by the Constitution. Because in 2002, that the then MPP government changed the law and abolished the district and community tribunals. They did not touch the regional tribunals. Now, Samson, if you go to the Constitution and you check the clauses on amendment, you will see clearly that Article 142 is not entrenched. So, those who are complaining about the tribunals,
Why didn't they expand it?
they had every opportunity to have amended the Constitution and taken out the regional tribunal. Now, nobody paid attention. The NDC wants to bring back the tribunals. Then everybody now says, hey, tribunals are coming. So, for me, people would have to take responsibility for their own lethargy.
What are the tribunals?
The tribunals are a part, or I would say a relic, of the PNDC era. And you know, the PNDC era had certain values: probity, accountability, rule of law, participation of the people, people's power. So they introduced our own Ghanaian way of a jury system, whereby there is a chairman of a public tribunal and panel members who were not required to be lawyers. So, we had the tribunal, we had the district, the circuit. The district tribunal was the community tribunal. We had the circuit tribunal, we had the regional tribunal, we had the national public tribunal, and we had the national appeals tribunal, which actually was exercising the ultimate jurisdiction of the tribunal system. So it was a parallel judicial system which was boycotted by the bar. Now, at a certain point, the bar boycotted, actually. But if you walked around, you see the lawyers coming in there. Because most of the cases were being filed, particularly the criminal cases, were being filed at the tribunals. And the lawyers were starving. So, even though the bar had declared the tribunals as boycotted, the lawyers were showing up.
Because of profit.
Because of profit. So,
but why did the bar?
The bar, because, you see,
a boycott.
Shamima,
Yes.
the PNDC era, you were, maybe your parents had not even met.
Yeah, but, yeah.
So the PNDC era came with all kinds of public sentiments about justice,
equality,
free speech, inclusion, and all. So the bar actually, I would say, despised that era. The bar despised that era. And the bar entreated its members not to participate in the tribunals.
Okay.
In fact, at that time,
Dominic Aini says
There was even an attempt to form an alternative bar association.
Yes.
Ward Brew and Co.
That's right.
Yes.
They pushed to set up an alternative bar association, and the contention was that the bar association is a voluntary association.
Yes. Right.
And that you couldn't compel lawyers to be members of the bar association before they could practice.
Yes. Right. Dominic Ayeni says that before he was looking, or the NPP and their protestation against the tribunals, they are looking at the tribunals as they existed in a non-democratic regime, and therefore have been accused of abusing, in fact, did abuse people's human rights. But the tribunals in a democratic regime will work with the Constitution. The PNDC values that you just mentioned a while ago are still values of this Constitution. In this Constitution, the preamble speaks of our commitment to freedom, justice, probity, and accountability. And in fact, the people's participation, it speaks of the sovereignty of the country residing in the people and springing from the people. An executive shall exercise that power for and on behalf of the people and for their well-being. So what's the problem?
So my problem is this, and I think it's the structure of what is being proposed that is creating the problem. If it was simply the CJ to be engaged to put judges in the regional tribunals,
which already exist.
Yes, they already exist.
In name,
because there are no judges in place. So I would have avoided this whole hula baloo around reintroduction, because the impression which is being created is that NDC is going to bring back the tribunals.
Meanwhile, it already exists.
The regional tribunals are part and parcel of our judiciary.
Except the circuit and district,
which were abolished
in 2002 by the NPP.
Because those were not in the Constitution to start with.
Okay.
They were not creatures of the Constitution.
And your proposal is that if they intended, they didn't want the regional tribunals as well,
that should have been taken.
They should have amended the Constitution.
It's not entrenched.
And they have had the numbers in Parliament to be able to amend the Constitution.
Both political parties, in fact, in 2002, the MPP decided not to say a word about the regional tribunals, which stayed as they have been. NDC have come and have gone and have come again. So I would not have created this impression with Ghanaians, given what we knew about the tribunals that the nominee mentioned. I would simply have constituted by way of empaneling the regional tribunals, which have coordinated jurisdiction with the High Court in criminal cases, and let them focus on the criminal cases to relieve some of the burdens on the regular high courts. This is the way I would have done it. And Ghanaians will not be raising all the questions they are raising.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chacha.
Well, it's very unfortunate that, they are trying to visit on this nation the ugly past of some of the tribunal behaviors.
That's not a fair comment.
That's what it is.
It's not a fair comment.
You see, for the simple reason that is the impression. I'm not talking about what you want to introduce. Or you introduce in accordance with law, you see. So here is a perception confusion that is doing the rounds. But if you pay regard to the law, the regional tribunals are here. But what Dr. Dominic Ayeni said, which is very, very interesting for me, is Article 1261B. Article 1261 talks about the judiciary shall consist of, and it lists all that. So you find the High Court and the regional tribunals. And B is what is germane to what we are discussing now. Such lower courts or tribunals as the Parliament may by law establish. So you can deduce from this provision that they can go along and do district tribunals and do circuit tribunals. But it all will be in accordance with.
You don't need law.
You need law.
No, it should be established by Parliament.
By Parliament.
Yeah, the Parliament should establish.
The constitutional foundation
is there. The constitutional foundation is there. But I am not contemplating a situation in which the reintroduction will go back to the history of caning people and the rest of it.
That's happened.
Please, I'm addressing the perception. Even I'm sure the lawyer was asking the question, was having these funny perceptions.
Are we going back to that era?
As enlightened as he was looking at the era of those past.
Yes.
And that is what it is. So that can be established by Parliament if they want the lower tribunal to come in. But my joy in this dispensation that we have, this democratic dispensation, that nobody is going to go outside the Constitution to do some kind of wishful judicial system. That's not what anybody going to do. If anybody wants to enlarge and expand, justice delivery, of course, we should look at the cost implications of that. And it's in accordance with law, I'm for it. I don't see any problem at all that justice is being expanded, even to go to the district level, to give even...
Why is it that the regional tribunals have not been abolished? They still exist, and yet they exist only in name. They have not been populated with judges and the non-judges who are supposed to participate.
Well, it is at the behest of the Chief Justice. So if the Chief Justice is of the view that the regional tribunals should not be functional, although they have constitutional space, probably somebody might want to question it. And the NDC has been very silent on this matter. I thought probably...
So in this country, we have been perpetrating an unconstitutionality by populating only the high courts and the other courts without the regional tribunals, because the Constitution requires so, and our Courts Act still keeps this.
Yeah.
You see, I do not believe that's unconstitutionality. It could be something which is slipping. So the provisions of constitutions should be actualized. It should have functionality. And it will be people like you and I, or probably the NDC, who should activate it. Chief Justice, you go to the Supreme Court and have an interpretation that in terms of the Constitution, the regional tribunal should be functional, and you cause the functionality to bring about. But if not done so, you are abusing your discretion as provided in the Constitution. And let's get an interpretation.
Why should it take anybody to go to court to tell the judiciary that this is the court system in Ghana? You have populated part of it and not populated one part of it. You have recruited people into one part of it. You have not recruited people into one part of it. Why should it take people to go to court to do that?
For the simple reason that if the Chief Justice should look at you in the face, that I do not think that I should give functionality to the regional tribunal.
But the Chief Justice, and the Judicial Council,
yes,
or the Judicial Service are bound by this Constitution.
Yes, because what it says here is that regional tribunal, there shall be established in each region of Ghana such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine. So it is the Chief Justice that will determine whether there is a need for the regional tribunals to function or not.
Is there discretion here?
Yeah, because the word says may. The Chief Justice may determine. And that is my problem. So if the Chief Justice is of the humble view that we don't need the regional tribunals to be functional, then there's no violation of the Constitution. But if you believe that in the exercise of the discretionary powers of the Chief Justice, there's something unreasonable about it, then you can question that in the court of competent jurisdiction. That is my humble view.
Okay. Shaima, hold on. I want to bring in, Prof. In Article 142.1.
Yes.
The may there, does it give room for discretion?
Yes, it does.
It does?
Because
after the law does that and gives you the particulars of the courts that are supposed to be in effect, is there still a discretion?
Yes.
So the CJ can decide that because of the the CJ can decide that there will not be some other courts. Is that the case?
Yes.
So the CJ can decide that there will not be a Supreme Court, there will not be a Court of Appeal?
No, you see, look at the drafters of the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
They decided to carry Article 142 and put different language
precisely
as to what 142 should look like.
Sorry, I intended to refer to 126. 1261, the judiciary shall consist of.
Yes.
That is no option.
Yes.
The judiciary shall consist of.
Yes.
No discretion.
Yes.
The Supreme Court.
does not require action.
The Supreme Court.
It doesn't require action.
The Court of Appeal.
Yes.
The High Court and regional tribunals.
Yes. And it goes on. Such lower courts or tribunals as Parliament.
No, I'm not even going there yet.
Yes.
So this one does not require anybody to act
at all. So
how does
this
that
one,
mean?
So
how would the Constitution not require you to act?
You see, the judiciary.
This is the expectation.
This is the structure of the judiciary.
Yes.
But functionality.
It's another level.
It's another level.
Discretionary.
Of course.
When it's being withheld.
No. I'm not saying so.
Prof,
I don't see.
Prof, to the extent that the controlling provision of the Constitution.
Yes.
That gives birth to the tribunal.
Yes.
Is shall. There shall be Supreme Court, High Court, Court of Appeal, High Court, and tribunals.
Yes.
There's no question, no discretion.
No, at all.
But in determining the composition, then there is a certain discretion.
You see, in determining the functionality of the regional tribunal, so it's specifically provided. So there must be a basis for that. That, look, these calls should be there. But if you want a regional tribunal, let the Chief Justice determine its functionality. That is my sense of it.
Okay.
That's why it's right.
Yes.
Don't worry. Just go to 139.
And the grounds.
139.
If you go to Article 139.
Okay.
Relating to the High Court.
Quickly, then I go to the other guest. Yeah, 139.
The High Court shall consist of the Chief Justice and not less than 20 justices of the High Court.
That's right.
And such other. So
that's right.
If the High Court, the number of High Court judges in Ghana drop below 20, there is a problem.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
But when he was talking about the public tribunals, did he say so?
No.
Okay. Randolph, what do you have to say about this? Quickly, then I come to the non-lawyers to hear their views. Yeah.
Quickly, I think that this whole debate about regional tribunals is born out of a certain mischievous attempt to invoke a certain emotive reaction towards the introduction of the policy. First and foremost, we have to understand that the setting up of regional tribunals is not introduction of any new court system, because as my learned seniors in the studio have already said, if you look at Article 126 of the Constitution, it already establishes the judiciary. And in fact, we must state that regional tribunals and the High Courts are put on the same pedestal.
True.
If you look at if you want to argue that it's in the hierarchy, you see it says that the High Court and regional tribunals.
Yeah, the judges have the same qualifications.
Yes.
Now, when you look at it, then you come to Article 142, which my learned seniors have talked about. I respectfully would want to depart from the interpretation that they have put on Article 142, because I understand it to mean that it is mandatory for every region to have at least one regional tribunal. But as to whether I should have more regional tribunals is what is left to the discretion of the Chief Justice. Because if you look at 142, it says, there shall be established in each region of Ghana such regional tribunals. And this is not far-fetched, because in every region, there are some regions where we have multiple high courts. In Greater Accra alone, we have over 20 high courts.
Yeah.
So it will not be far-fetched to say.
So Randolph, you are saying attention ought to be paid to there shall be established.
Exactly.
In each region of Ghana, such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine. The may that comes at the end should not give the Chief Justice the discretion to say there will not be a regional tribunal.
Exactly. It rather give the Chief Justice the discretion to determine how many regional tribunals should be in a particular region.
I follow that.
Yes, that is how I understand the provision.
Isn't that consistent with the Constitution, gentlemen?
Yes, because
then
I don't think so.
There shall be established. Is there an option in it?
There shall be established.
Means?
See, that the establishment is contingent on the thinking of the Chief Justice. That is what it means. It is not automatic.
Okay,
so
thank you.
We don't have resources.
Okay, so
how is he going to establish it?
If you are not varying your point, let me continue with him. There shall be established. Does it give the Chief Justice any room?
Samson.
Wait, hold on. Does it give the Chief Justice any room? There shall be established.
The may that comes at the tail end.
Yes.
And Thomas Yankere's interpretation, the quick response that any judge will give him is that if the drafters of the Constitution wanted to achieve his interpretation, his objective, they would have done the language expressly to achieve that.
There shall be established.
Yes. They would have, if, for example,
as the Chief Justice may determine, so that there's rationality about it.
Yes.
Let's read it again.
Yes.
There shall be established in each region of Ghana.
Yes.
Such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine.
Yes.
So you are saying the power is with the Chief Justice and not with the beginning shall.
No.
At all.
Okay. Continue.
Samson, once again, with deference to my learned senior and law lecturer, Mr. Kwame, and my learned senior, Atasha, I concede the point they make. But if we should take that view, then essentially we are saying that Article 126 and its introduction of regional tribunals as part of the judiciary is misconceived. Because Article 126 establishes what our judicial architecture is, and clearly says that our judicial architecture includes regional tribunals. Then it goes on, if you look at 132, it goes on to now give specific provisions to deal with the structures and the composition of each of the superior courts. We have provisions for the Supreme Court, provisions for the Court of Appeal, provisions for the High Court, and regional tribunals. And it goes on to talk about the composition of the regional tribunal, which includes the Chief Justice and a chairman who must be qualified to be a High Court judge.
We understand that.
That is at least 10 years standing as a lawyer.
But
yes, now Samson, even away from that, if you look at Article 1252 of the Constitution, that becomes the foundational basis for why we need regional tribunals, because Article 1252 actually encourages popular citizen participation in the adjudication of justice, in the administration of justice, and actually gives 4 ways by which the public can partake in the administration of justice, which is 1, jury system, the assessor system, public and customary tribunal systems. So these are the means by which the Constitution itself allows for the citizens of Ghana to participate in the administration of justice. Surprisingly,
the citizens of Ghana are already participating in the juries, in the justice system through the jury and the assessor system, correct?
Yes, and nobody is complaining. So why is there this attempt to cause certain disaffection about the introduction of regional tribunals, which would encourage further public participation?
We are not introducing regional tribunals at all. The truth
normally we say normally we say that you do something to cure a certain mischief. What are we solving by bringing the regional tribunals? What is missing in the high courts or the circuit and district court system that we want the regional tribunals to cure?
Samson, in fact, this one, the mischief that is, we are not seeking to cure any mischief. The rationale for having regional tribunals is contained in Article 125 itself. And I've said it is to encourage the participation of citizens in the administration of justice. And Samson, it is not far-fetched, because if you look at 1251, it says that justice emanates from the people, and it shall be exercised on their behalf by the judiciary. And then the same constitution that vested the judiciary with the power to administer justice on behalf of the citizens now goes on to say that, nonetheless, we are going to create instances where the citizens can also participate and administer justice directly. So I don't know whether we are arguing against the constitution, because it's not an act of parliament that is sought to be introduced, that is sought to be used to introduced the tribunals. It is the Constitution itself that has introduced it and then gone ahead to give us a structure of how it should function. So this whole debate about
the fact that the NPP's regime abolished the district and circuit tribunals and left the regional tribunals may suggest that they don't have a problem with the regional tribunals. And if you hear Bafo's question, the question was about why are you bringing back the district and circuit tribunals, not particularly about the regional. Except that there's inconsistency because you hear the other members, including the former Deputy Attorney General, all say we don't want tribunals at all.
Look, Samson, if you look at, as I read, Article 125 allows for public and customary tribunals. And I think it is I believe that it was based on this provision that hitherto we had the district tribunals among others. But Samson, laws, once you have the numbers, you can always repeal a law if you don't find favor with it.
But if the system ain't broke, you don't fix.
But Samson, the system, nobody has argued that there's a broken system. This is actually the system. The system that exists is that regional tribunals are part of our system. So there's no fixing is being done. Regional tribunals, to fix it would mean to rather repeal or take out, as my learned senior Kwame Jan has said, take out the regional tribunals from our constitutional structure.
Thank you very much. So, Shamima, yes.
Trust lawyers to spend copious amounts of time going back and forth over constitutional issues. I would have wished that this time would have been speaking about the debilitating debts that the ECG is.
This is important. Let's speak today. These are the matters we have tabled. So let's discuss them.
I'm just making it part of my point.
It's important.
I would have wished so. Because these matters, I believe, are quite moot with regards to how we really solve the real problems of the citizens of Ghana.
The corruption is solved by the judiciary also, so it's important.
I'm not disputing its importance. I'm just thinking if I had the powers, so to be, I would have directed the conversation differently. Because here we are, a very micro minority with a misplaced view on a proposed activation of an existing, constitutional provision is now being amplified to create some sentiments within the general public, to negative sentiments, on a matter that is erroneous, because by no stretch of any imagination can anyone justify claims of a return to the fearful PNDC days because there's there is a bring back of regional tribunals. I'm not a lawyer, but I also want to come back to the Article 125(2) specifically, because listening to the Honorable Dominic Ayene, he speaks about the internal logic of the Constitution. And on Article 125(2), it says citizens may exercise popular participation in the administration of justice through the institutions of public and customary tribunals and the jury and assessor system. So I'm a citizen. I want to exercise popular participation in the regional tribunal. Where is the regional tribunal for me, the citizen, to go and exercise popular participation in that level of justice delivery?
Go to the jury system in the high courts, not the regional tribunal.
So this is what I want. As a citizen, this is what I want. So here too, there's a may. You are saying that the Chief Justice may, she has discretionary power.
Yes.
But she is working at the instance of the people of Ghana, to whom sovereignty lies. So I, a person of Ghana, say I want to participate at the regional tribunal level. Where are the regional tribunals?
Why don't you want to participate in the high court?
That is what I want to participate in.
Because the regional tribunal and the high court, they have the same power.
Should even go to the Supreme Court. Because you're saying that functionality requires is what should determine the discretion of it. So I think this is yet another issue that some citizen that wants to exercise popular participation in our justice delivery system through the regional tribunal should go and test at the courts.
It may not be
and
necessary that they go to court. Once the
justice.
government wants to implement it, the Chief Justice will not have a discretion.
Yes.
Well, so this is where we are now. So my other question...
Because of the economic space, Shamima, sometimes realism should dawn, you see. Because of the economic space we find ourselves, that means infrastructure rollout. So look at it that way too.
How about the other argument? That the courts are clogged with many cases that are never running.
You see,
particularly the criminal matters.
You should find very effective way of solving those problems, because court structures by themselves will not make speedy adjudication of justice.
Right.
Okay,
so
thank you. Shamima was on the floor.
So, listening to all of you, the question remains, what is the real fear? Is there real fear? Is there justifiable fear? The answer is no.
It's a good question.
There is no real fear or any justifiable fear that activating an existing constitutional provision within the limits of the Constitution will not bring back any fears of a military regime and some of the excesses that we may point out today. Excesses that we can point out from every military regime right from 1966, when the NLC, together with the CIA, toppled Kwame Nkrumah's government and continued to decimate the image and everything in Nkrumah from then. Every military regime would have its excesses. But you know one thing I want to draw our attention, it is always easy to refer to PNDC regime and try to demonize the PNDC regime for the excesses, which excesses have been considered since time immemorial. It is this same PNDC regime that bequeathed Ghana a 1992 constitution. It is the same PNDC regime and its operators under the 1992 under NDC that led this country for 8 years.
It is never late to be right. It's never late to be right.
So this argument, please let me make.
We're talking about SSS.
Please,
so people improve upon democracy.
Please don't interrupt my train unless it is deliberate. Unless it is true.
Unless a bit of it is allowed.
No,
it's okay.
Becoming appointment committee.
No, please. So what I'm saying that this continuous attempt every time. And you did it. When you were starting your contribution, you created an impression again. You reiterated the notion of a PNDC regime that was so bad that people are fearful of a return to the dark days. You alluded to that. No. And that is also fueling that negative perception. Can I just finish? And I'm saying that even as we point out to excesses which can be pointed out in all military regimes, including the forebears of the New Patriotic Party that halted Ghana's forward march to development by ousting Nkrumah under the supposed excesses of a system and the supposed transgressions against, human rights then. That era has sustained till now, that the legacy of Nkrumah lives on. And I'm coming to the PNDC, NDC regime. That same NDC that came out of the PNDC is the same tradition that has bequeathed us a 1992 constitution that has survived 32 years on. We must have done something right.
Look.
Can I please? We must have done something right to ensure that we brought this country back on an even keel, and we have delivered, because under NDC, whether you like it or not, there was a peaceful transfer of power from one democratically elected government to another, which was the New Patriotic Party.
You are stealing. You are stealing. The community is begging you to stop stealing because it is not good.
What?
And you stop stealing. We should praise you for giving us a good.
No, don't do that. Something. Please don't do that. Don't do that. Something. It cannot be. Please allow me to have my point. Okay. It cannot be self-contradictory, because here we are trying to, knowing very well that what we have spoken about with regards to the regional tribunal sits and situates itself in a constitution of Ghana, a constitution which reforms had been proposed, which your government came to power for 8 good years. And as the professor here said, you had every time within your, within your space, to have expunged these provisions if you didn't like it, like you did with the districts and other tribunals. You didn't exercise that authority. And today, by mere mention of an activation of an existing constitutional provision to arrive at a consensus where the public is allowed the right to participate in justice delivery, which we hear is the internal logic of the 1992 Constitution, a sustained constitution for 32 good years. You want to create an impression that somebody is wanting to revert to the dark old days. So that is erroneous. And every right-thinking Ghanaian who is watching us this morning must not harbor any such fears. I'm saying that it's even too early in the days to be having a conversation about fears, because Ghana is on a forward march to democracy, to consecrating our democracy. We have done so well, 32 years on. Nobody wants to go back to any dark eras from NLC period to PNDs. Nobody wants to go back to those dark days. We want to activate our 1992 Constitution, and it is the same President John Dramani Mahama that has also assured in our manifesto that the stalled constitution review and reform process will be brought back. We would have conversations about our constitution and make decisions collaboratively with all key stakeholders, including market women who have opinions to share, including traders who have opinions to share, including the elites who may also have contributions to share, to ensure that we decide whether we want to change some things within our constitution. But until that happens, please, let us, exercise more caution in trying to elicit sentiments that are not there. They are not there. Now, I want to also say that what the NDC is going to do, as we have heard from our incoming Attorney General, is merely bringing the law to give flesh to what the Constitution has stated. I also want to say that laws being defunct, I don't know if that's the right term, laws in our books that are defunct, that have never been activated over time or functionalized, if I may borrow your word, are not new. I asked earlier about the law on causing financial loss to the state. It sits in our criminal code. It hadn't been used to jail anybody until Kufuor came in and used the law on causing financial, loss to the state to jail former, opponents. So I'm saying that activating existing laws cannot be criminal or be by any stretch of anybody's fanciful imagination. And I'm almost wrapping up. I'm almost wrapping up, please. So I want to end up by saying that the public interest is all about justice. And justice that is fair, that is honest, that is efficient in its administration. That is all we want. I am so sure and confident that the leadership of John Dramani Mahama is going to consolidate Ghana's democracy. We're going to give freedom back to the people of Ghana.
Vera, so it was intentional.
And the Attorney General,
it was intentional to change the place of ladies first to ladies last. Because I wanted you to enjoy what the lawyers around the table will say first. What do you say about this subject matter? There are those who suspect that suspicion, that the NDC may be thinking that our courts have been so populated by persons as judges, a great number of whom may be affiliated to one political party, and that the creation or the reintroduction of this system will give the opportunity to select new judges to come into the system to sort of balance it out. What do you say?
Okay. It was good listening to the lawyers. And Samson, maybe back to your question, what are we solving and what's the problem that the public tribunal is trying to solve?
Yes, and again, the other question, the convex, what are we afraid of?
So for me, my question is, what is wrong with the judicial system? We've had issues. So the judicial system is not very popular among citizens. And if you look at our Afrobarometer data round 10, the trust in institutions, when we ask about the courts, only 35% said that they trust the court. In fact, with the 35, only 13 said they trust the court a lot. 22 said somewhat. So if you add that, that's about 35% says that that's how they trust. And if you do not trust the court, about 65% say we do not trust the court. And then we asked another question, that who is most corrupt? Judges and magistrates were among the top 5 about who is corrupt in Ghana. And if you look at the trend of perception of corruption, you see an increasing decline from 2012 to 2024, about 22 points difference. So we keep declining in the public trust in our court and our judicial system.
So maybe if the members of the public participate in the system through the tribunals, then the confidence will go up.
So right, is that the solution? That's the question. Is that the solution?
All right.
Or we need to look at the whole reform, the judicial reform, so that we don't just pick pieces of it. We all agree that there are a lot of issues with our judicial system, the efficiency, the perception of corruption. In fact, Samson, the judicial system, seeking justice in Ghana has become very expensive. You have people traveling from place to court only to realize that the judge is not sitting, only for the case to be adjourned. There are a lot of real issues with our judicial system. And for me, for the new AG coming, we have to have a conversation about the whole reform and not just bit of this, because is this the solution for us? On what basis are we going for the public? Have we done any assessment? What is informing us? And so maybe introspection about the judicial system for us to have a conversation and not just the AG saying that is what's going on with the ruling government. Let's all agree that we have an issue with our judicial system. It's not very popular among Ghanaians, and the Afrobarometer shows the perception of corruption is not something we want.
They have been giving an overwhelming mandate, historic, and this is part of their manifesto. They are seeking to implement it. You say what? They shouldn't?
No, so some say I think it should be more broader reform than.
But that's what the people voted them to do, to come and do. Their manifesto promise.
And so I think that you see, the manifesto promises has brought us to what we're doing, and the parties say that this is what we promise and we must go by it by all means. Even when citizens and when experts and people say that let's have a look at this, I think it shouldn't just be this is like you won power, now you are in government. It's no longer
if they don't do their promises, what will you say at CDD?
Oh, we'll be happy to have a conversation with the government to look at what is the best way to really reset our judiciary, reform our judiciary. Indeed, it's not just about one aspect of it. There are a lot of issues with our judiciary. And so is this the only solution? Is that the only thing we are going to do? Or we want to look at efficiency. We want to look at how justice will become more accessible and not expensive for people. And so I think that it goes beyond just the setup of the public tribunal. We think we have a very fundamental issue with our judicial system, and reform is what we need, and not just looking at one aspect of it. Is that the solution to all our issues? And so I think that when we think about this whole issue, we have to be more pragmatic about it and look at a bigger holistic approach to this, and not just packing one aspect of it. As in, is that going to solve the issue? Again, it's something we can have, but we don't have to just push it on people. I think AG needs to take his time. Let's have a conversation about a bigger or a broader conversations on reform.
Vera, you're not answering my question. They went to the people with a manifesto, and they got an overwhelming historic mandate. And they are in to implement the mandate that the people voted them to implement. Already, John Mahama is being asked, you said you pass LGBTQ bill. You are refusing. You will not be allowed to do that.
Something, I think that we've had issues where government, political parties put out their manifesto, this is what we want to do. And how many of us scrutinize the manifestos and said, okay, this is part of it, we like this, we do not like this. I think that political parties, after winning power, need to look at the national, how does this fit into our national judicial reform agenda? And shouldn't just be one aspect of it, and that is what I'm talking about. We need to bring judiciary closer to the people, the corruption, perception, we need people to be part of it, to be popular among. But is that the solution? So my point is that it shouldn't just be because it's in a manifesto. We must go ahead with it by all means. Can we listen?
But you just said bring the judiciary closer to the people. And this is the system that allows the people to participate directly in the system. One judge or one lawyer and two non-lawyers or non-judges involvement.
Something, and I say that, and my question is that the solution to our problems we have in the judiciary? What do we do with all the other things happening in our judiciary? With the time efficiency, with how expensive it is, how we have not digitalized our court issues. So we have, I have a woman traveling all the way from Apam coming to Accra, and then only to find out the judge is not sitting. She has to find a way to go back and come. Almost every week, it continues like that. Right. And so for me, it is not just about, and this case is not, we have to really define it properly. What is it trying to solve? And that I didn't really get from the AG during the vetting, and that is worrying. So that is why I don't think we should quickly jump into it. There should be a conversation about a more broader reform. I think the government are going to look at economic reform. There's also an education dialogue on education. Judiciary is important for us to have a reform so that we take views from all stakeholders and all voices and everybody to contribute to it. I don't think we should just be quick to implement.
All right, that point is made. Vera, thank you very much. And we have two more issues to look at. So I want us to stop here, take a break, and return to the matter of Ora. And I'm getting some of you saying you want to say one thing. I'll give you just a minute, not more than that. Randolph Chumesi Ankra.
So just to add to what the point Shamima made earlier, see, the suspicion or the fear which people appear to have is a misplaced one, because the regional tribunals that are going to be effected or put into effect, or putting the constitutional provisions into effect, is going to be within the constitutional architecture as we have it. And as we have it now, Chapter 5 of our Constitution guarantees fundamental human rights. And every court, right from the district court to the Supreme Court, is mandated to uphold the fundamental human rights. So the fear that the mention of tribunal is invoking past wrong, so to speak, it's neither here nor there when you look at it within the context of our present constitutional setup. So clearly, this question that was brought to the fore by my own very good friend, Balfour, and the spin that was put on it is clearly misplaced, because there is nothing to be afraid and there's no fear. Nobody's going to, like my learned senior said, nobody's going to line up in the street.
But Vera is asking substantive questions, germane questions. The problems with our courts. The problems with our court, mainly the people's perceptions about the justice not being delivered in the manner it should be, or if you like she said, somebody traveling all the way from wherever to Accra only to be told that the court will not sit. I mean, how does this happen?
Coming to Vera's point, at least maybe I was expecting you to inform Vera that at least when it comes to the judiciary, some inroads have been made to digitalize it by if maybe the woman you talked about is not aware that she can actually pay to take her evidence or conference. Something you're aware that
but she has to pay. But she has to pay.
Yes, you would have to pay. So maybe the discussion should be on the payments. But at least talking about measures being put in place.
Why should it ever be justified that I get up in the morning and I'm coming to Accra for court from another region, and I get to Accra only to be told that the court is not sitting? That's it. Turn back and go.
I have had instances, especially with a commercial court, where you receive emails that the court will not be sitting. So it also depends on maybe the parties involved and whether they left.
You know that is not the standard. You drive from Accra and you go to other places. You fly from Accra to other places only to be told the court is not sitting. You know that.
Yes, Samson, I agree with you on that. I'm not holding brief for anybody. I think there is more room for improvement on that side, and I don't think that the Attorney General is going to shut his eyes to those aspects of the judiciary. However, the substantive point about why we need, Vera made a point that justice must be brought closer to the people. If we had a regional tribunal in a region where the woman with a specialized duty, I don't know if the case is a criminal one, she wouldn't have to travel 2, 3, 4, 5 kilometers, or we even had a circuit, a district tribunal. It would make justice delivery easily accessible to the people.
Thank you. Thank you. We wanted your point of rebut or the addition, not rehashing the same point.
So I just wanted to add to Shamima's, it was just to support Shamima's point that there's no cause for alarm because the systems will.
Thank you very much. Can we move on, or
yes,
can we move on?
Because I'm of the view that when people want to single out an arm of government for bashing, it's a bit laughable. Each of the arms of government is perfect. We are on a journey. We are improving ourselves. In the ancient days when judges were writing longhand, we've improved. So when we are getting better, we shouldn't single out one arm of government for bashing. I wanted to find out, maybe Prof will help me, whether during Professor Tamil's time and then the first term of
John Mahama,
any attempt was made to, influence the Chief Justice for establishment. Create district and also circuit. That's the issue. You see, so you
don't have a problem with the original?
Not at all. It's constitutional.
Okay.
And then the law also permits that.
So the CJ should recruit people to the regional tribunals?
If we have financial space and everything is good, why not?
Okay.
And then also, Shamima, let me be very honest with you in relation to we talking about doing Ghana a favor.
Nobody said
Please,
that. Those are your words.
Who is doing Ghana? As if we're doing Ghana a favor that when we move from military rule and the so-called individuals who usurped power, which is military rule, and brought us to constitutional rule, are doing a favor.
Nobody
are graduating in democracy and civility. Because even when you say that you did a coup and now you want to sign on to a book called a constitution, you are repudiating your past.
That's right.
Now I said
thank you very much. Thank you. But Prof, if you also wanted to make a minute's intervention, I'd like you to respond to this questioning. Some of my viewers are asking, what's the aversion to the tribunal? Is it not the same thing you lawyers say? I prefer to go to the Court of Appeal because there are 3 people, not 1 judge. Unlike the High Court and other places where there are 1 judge. They are susceptible to mistake and error. But if you go to the Court of Appeal, there are 3 of them. One will look the other way, one will point the other one to. Tribunals will do that exactly. Why?
Tribunals will not do that exactly.
Why not?
And I'll tell you
there are 3 people.
They have 1 chairman and maximum of 4 panel members.
4?
2, minimum 2, maximum 4 panel members. These are non-lawyers. Now you remember the processes in trial by jury, where the judge is the trier of the law.
Precisely.
And the jury is the trier of the facts.
They determine the facts.
The facts. And the judge, that's what we call the summing up. Where the judge, at the end of the day, says, these are the ingredients of the offense of murder. And you must establish malice aforethought. And malice aforethought means A, B, C, and D. And if you find it, return a verdict of guilty. Now, the jury, if they are misled or misdirected by mistake judge or deliberately, that's the end. So, the Court of Appeal, 3 judges of comparable competences are sitting.
What is the assessor system?
The assessor system brings people who have specialized skills.
Correct.
In fact, even...
Why don't you say it's okay for a judge to do it? Why do you want people who are non-lawyers, who are non-judges, to come and contribute and help a judge in a matter?
Remember where it is coming from. It is coming from the old system during the revolutionary days, where comrades wanted to be part of adjudication. So most of the people who became panel members on tribunals, I mean, I was around. I've been a lawyer for some time.
We're talking about the assessor system.
Yes.
Which is a thing that is not peculiar to you as Ghanaian.
Yes, but our system has what is called the appointment of masters in the high court system. So that's our assessor system. So we are using a different name, terminology, but it's not different from the assessor.
So my question is that there's a financial case, and you say this case must be done with an assessor system. So you go and bring experts from other areas, maybe actuarial people, maybe some financial person. They come and sit and help the judge to determine the matter. You have admitted that the judge alone may not have the capacity to do a good job.
Yes.
In the tribunal system, you have one judge, one lawyer, and you have others who are also not and could bring their expertise to help.
Exactly. So, but in some of the cases, the tribunal panel man was that CDR chairman in my village who has nothing to add to the proceedings. Some of us were around when the tribunals were working.
So you're still going to the non-democratic
our system,
states of the
our
tribunal.
System, for example, the whole idea of an independent witness, a court-appointed witness.
These are to be appointed by the CJ, is that also?
The panel members,
yes,
so
are to be appointed by the
CJ.
Yes,
in consultation with the regional coordinating council.
So you think the CJ will just go and pick anybody who doesn't?
No. So
who will not help?
So you see, the people who are talking about the history, some of them who are talking, they don't even
we need to move on.
That it was the CDR chairman. So the older guys think that the panel member will be the CDR chairman. But maybe now it will not be a CDR chairman.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, gentlemen and ladies, thank you very much. Now, let me share a few messages from some of our viewers, and then we will proceed to take a break and return to the questions that are being raised against Ora. Whether it's constitutional, it's not constitutional, why does that matter? Whether it's illegal, it's not illegal. They have power to summon you, they can arrest or they can arrest. And so, what is the issue really about them? Dr. Thierry Champong says, Shamima, listen. Impressive points by Shamima Muslim on Newsfile and my JoyNews TV on the new administration's proposed reactivation of the regional tribunals and even district ones as per the 1992 Constitution. I do understand some of the fears that some people have vis-a-vis our military past from 1966. But aren't we in a constitutional dispensation? What is the real fear? If someone wants to activate a constitutional provision that has largely remained silent or inoperable in a bid to improve justice delivery, will the operating procedure of these regional tribunals differ from that of the High Court in a way that negatively impacts justice delivery in the name of the people? This is not to say improvements to the already operable system, such as the High Court and other, cannot be done. I am no lawyer, but I do not see the two as mutually exclusive. Anam St. John says the IMF has a panel of 3 for arbitration and none of them has a law degree. The laba is too much. Activate the tribunals. Thank you. Ni Hinakwa says the discussion is very informing. Interesting schools of thought. Newsfile, thank you very much. The people who pretend they don't like law, so they say, hey, something is talking too much law. Forget about them. They like it. They enjoy it. A bit of law is good for your blood. Abdullah Kwanla Isa says the Ayine Cassius mining situation is nothing but a clear conflict of interest situation, and whether or not the Republic has a good case against Cassius mining, we will not take anything below a judgment in our favor. Okay, so that's about it. But there's someone who also says that this Ayine matter, why? Atachia has and Prof. Jan have given the solution. Conflict of interest means you do a disclosure, and then after you do a disclosure, what do? You step aside. So he's not the only person who will be manning the place. So what's the problem? Yakubu Ibn Chambers says on the matter of revisiting some pages of the Constitution to reactivate dysfunctional provisions such as the setting up of the district tribunals to fit into the modern wagon. If the need has arisen, why not? But to reactivate constitutional provisions that are deemed mundane and threat to the democratization of Ghana, why must we? The NDC has an entrenched manifesto to consolidate. So the back and forth about reactivating and reviving dead provisions in the Constitution will be time-wasting and unnecessary. The NDC must stick to the course. Yakubu Ibn Chambers sent in that one. Jake says that, well, I'm initially leaning towards the views of Jan and Atachia. A cardinal rule of constitutional interpretation is that the Constitution must be read as a whole. When this is done and not limiting oneself to only Article 142, one would only come to the conclusion that the tribunals ought to be established and left to the discretion of the Chief Justice. But I think the NDC must jettison this, particularly in the creation of district and circuit ones. Frank Anderson says, what we saw under a supposed democratic regime headed by Akufo-Addo in the last 8 years perpetrated equal measure of excesses as military regime. This much ado about nothing. That's for those of you complaining about excesses. Fortunate Few is a law teacher and practitioner, says that, can a citizen who is a non-lawyer participate in the administration of justice? But in a tribunal system, non-lawyers can do so. Thanks for your views. Then a procurement practitioner, a foremost one, says, here is the dictionary meaning of a tribunal. And he quotes the dictionary. A type of court with the authority to deal with a particular problem or disagreement, an international war crimes tribunal or military tribunal. They exist already. We use tribunals in labor disputes. That's true. Tribunals allow non-legal people with specialist expertise to adjudicate and settle or try matters of a specialist nature. For example, a procurement tribunal could be set up to try people who violate the act, and it would allow people like myself to try my colleagues. What the General Legal Counsel does with lawyers is actually a tribunal. That is also true. Tribunals are also free. Let's not lose sight. And they are faster processes compared to the main judicial ones. He has more views, but I'm sorry I'm unable to continue with them because we need to take a break. And Dr. Tony Edu says Akufo-Addo was Kofi Kumsin's lawyer in a criminal libel case prior to his appointment as AG in 2001. He filed a nolle prosequi on the case. Was there a conflict of interest? Good question. Thank you very much. I return to share more of your views. There are too many of them. We'll be right back.
Great time.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
If you're running the ring, now tank muna mujiji iskasa mukoto. Tank no na eliki ama henyi na afu. Oh no see. So wait, ne papa. Na papa no put eliki. Pacho ebenyensi we. Ghana for one number one plumber new. If you nekwe sa water tank the won't you go so Syntex tank, Mitra SINTEX Syntex tank. Eye pop and leaky. It's me with the beer. Syntex tank, color beer whoopee, size beer whoopee. Yeah, ma Syntex tank, the whole Ghana, you must 7 years warranty. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Fire pomudi ni agubi Ghana fueni age efri say ya your local spices na ya frafra dia ya sankofa natural spice me dey go me jollof mu ni me still ahodoma emanate dance
Stanley the barbecue dey go on
sankofa natural spice and one you 100% natural.
Adofo, mamunye huge mistake. Sankofa natural spices.
Now let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities. You don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
Have you been to Aqua Safari lately? Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles to Aqua Safari and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castnet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Experience horseback riding, tennis, and some golfing amongst a host of other activities. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the Volta River, the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, local and exotic birds, while you pet and feed them. You can have this large space for your conferences, corporate retreats, and so many activities as part of the package. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin. We had an amazing experience and I can't wait to return for more.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, on behalf of Ghanaians, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 49th Swag Awards in Accra. Date: Friday, January 24, 2025. Venue: Accra International Conference Center. Time: 6 p.m. Theme: Gold and Glory. A call for change in national orientation and investment in sports. The prestigious and longest running awards event in Ghana, the Swag Awards, promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievements. The event will bring together the country's top athletes, coaches, officials, and sports enthusiasts to recognize and reward excellence in sports. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends like never before with performance from Ghanaian high life sensation Peter Famie Buza, aka Famie. For tickets and sponsorship details, contact 0244 280 802. The 49th Swag Awards, another time to celebrate and honor the best to inspire the rest. The 49th Swag Awards is supported by the Multimedia Group.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint. As compared to other paint brands on the market, we take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Kaprenu eya enu ntire metufu se abibiere o twade a unsa nkoto no mprenu na mekanfo SCP ama SCP ewo tema shahel ehwo na factory kese no esi enie na apɛ pavement blocks ankasa na de edisi dem biara no okɔ shahel SCP ebema obi se wo pese wo siw dan na pese wo gu concrete enya fina akoto cement akopa bo akopa nwia ofre SCP a the concrete ya messing the with quality cement warm on ba be good kama amount so whatever afienya dodowa aflawo bon any impatem ho nyinara your office I was Printers Road yani papaya restaurant in the dinhwedimu
for SCP was 0501 672 608 and toll free number 0800 626 262.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
There's no feeling quite like wanting something. You see it when you close your eyes. You feel it against the hairs on your skin. You smell it mingled with the wind. You know it's yours, but you just can't seem to reach it. Until you can. Whatever the dream, we can make it happen. So get up, get started, and make we do up.
Here's Kwame and Yao. Saved, bet saver, win, even if your bet misses.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile, your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. When we say authoritative, think about it. We mean it. Professor Jan is here. When you're talking about any matter about land, if you skip him, you are doomed. And that's the fact. You can't do anything about it. So get it as authoritative as it comes. The debate on the public tribunals is dominating our pages, but let's go to some other issues, please. Thank you very much. So, the ORA, Operation Recover All Loots. The Attorney General nominee was asked about it, and he justified it. The minority held a press conference and repudiated it. Okay? President Mahama has been compelled about the activities of oral, the things that are coming out of it, to issue certain directives. He issued a directive, quote, immediate cessation of all activities relating to the sale, lease, or processing of transactions involving state and public lands, and submit a report of all transactions within 14 days. He wrote this to the Lands Commission boss. Samuel Kujeto Ablakwa, who chairs the oral committee, says this is what they are doing. They are simply gathering information. And they will provide evidence to the Attorney General, to the Special Prosecutor, and appropriate institutions to ensure a quick start in 2025. So they want to give them, sort of a leapfrogging when they start to prosecute those who have done wrong. Afeyo Marking, the minority leader, says, quote, it is a needless committee. It will disrupt governance. We are not going to allow you to use unconstitutional means to silence us. The public have been asking, if you have nothing, you have looted nothing, if you have done nothing wrong, well, what are you afraid of? Just submit to them. Well, the Office of the Special Prosecutor has in its half-yearly report endorsed oral without exactly saying so in its report. Okay, so what's the issue? Let me start with Vera. Vera, do you share these views that, ORA is this unconstitutional animal and should not be allowed?
First of all, every citizen, you have a responsibility. Every citizen has a responsibility. We have a duty to guard against waste. Even without a committee, you can engage in citizen action against corruption. And then we have the mandated institutions to fight corruption at different levels with different mandates, the OSP, YOCO, and then the Commission on Human Rights. We also have the financial crime officers as well. But for me, this is internal commitment, a more political commitment from President Mahama to tackle corruption from the broader corruption agenda. And for me, it is commendable. the question really is that how does ORA fit into the larger anti-corruption campaign? And Samson, ORA also gained a lot of popularity, not to say that we didn't know it didn't have any legal backing. And even at the time, President Mahama was president-elect. And people even thought that should have been the campaign headline and not even the 24-hour economy. But it is also reflective that people are interested to see some change and to see some action against corruption. We went into our election with a lot of high perception on corruption, and the president had made a commitment that we are going to fight corruption. And so, by this singular act of saying this, you saw how a lot of young people, most people are interested that, okay, at least for some time, you want to see some change in our system. We have seen the political head of the political office giving us some action, and this is what we want to see. Another thing is to say that it looks like there are a lot of loopholes. If we are operation recovering everything, it shouldn't just end with recover and just punishment. For me, I think that we should think about operation no loot at all. How do we ensure that we don't come back again for us to discuss what this government, this current government, might have looted or something?
Vera, should ORA exist? Is it a good thing?
For me, yes. I think that any action coming from an anti-corruption background and as an institution and leading a big project on anti-corruption, any action by a political leader, a political head to ensure that we are attacking corruption is welcome. And more importantly, the other question is that we have to really connect it to our institutions. We have seen also a bit of lack of trust in our anti-corruption institutions. And so that is why I think that we need to look at what is a framework, where does it end? And President Mahama says that ORA is supposed to just gather information to feed it to these institutions. And that is why it's important that we have this connection. And it's also important also for the committee and for President Mahama so that we are clear at what points they end. And also for the committee, for the information they have gathered, for the public to know what information they have gathered and send it as a form of petition.
ORA is just a receiving entity to receive information. Why not direct the citizens to take the information to the already established institutions?
So this is a new government who has just come in and think that there are lots of corruption in the system and decided to form a committee and say that this is internally, we want to get information from the public and to feed it into the larger. I think that, and for me, there's also communication that as soon as we have the AG assumes office, the committee is going to unfold. And maybe that is where we can bring in the whistleblowers at that people, hearing from the committee that people have voluntarily given them information. I think there's also the education for people to know that you can use the Whistleblowers Act and also make money out of it. If money is recovered, you get 10%. And so I don't think this should be an issue. Any action, really, if this is what they've told us is true, and it will be important for the public to know the information they have received, to be sent into these institutions as a form of petition so that we can all know. And even for individuals who have voluntarily given them information to know that, okay, we have seen some action on the information that were given to you. So it shouldn't just be something that will be done, hand over to President Mahama, and we are not sure what is in there, what information was given out.
Okay.
We need to be sure about, and more importantly also, it tells us that there are a lot of loopholes. If we establish Operation Recover All Loot, how did our government officials, how were they able to get all these assets, state assets, acquire these state assets that we need another committee to recover them? And so that is what we should look at also to make sure that we close all this, more importantly, so that preventive measures.
Yeah, Atacha, you heard Vera, and practically what she's saying, as a lawyer, I will take you through the legal process. Article 41. Clause Article 41F says that citizens have duties and obligations to perform. And what they are supposed to do, it says they are to protect and preserve public property expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property.
Yes.
Bottom line, that's what Vera was talking about. What's wrong with Aura? That the minority and the MPP in particular, it appears so averse to it. We're told that so far they have gathered in excess of 700 petitions and disclosures, which they will forward in due course.
It's not MPP that is averse to Aura, but all law-abiding citizens and all those who want to uphold the Constitution. I'm very glad you quoted it. So coming from one of the gentlemen I respect in Parliament, all the issues we are talking about should be situated in law. You see, you will protect the properties of the state through what? Self-help? How can you say that I'm protecting the properties of the state? So I'll go down and break down a whole wall without a call to order. Are you becoming a judge unto yourself?
Has Aura done that?
Yes, they've done it. They have. Look,
has not
there is conclusive evidence that they said they use national security, the ferried information national security. It was on air today that they broke down walls.
So they gave the information they had received to national security.
Yes.
And national security went to break down a wall.
Yes.
They didn't break down a wall.
Because that is an admission of the poverty of the work they are doing in trying to arrogate unto themselves the powers of state institutions.
That aside, what's wrong with what they are doing?
I'm saying that what they are doing is that they want to jail people in the court of public opinion. They want to mess up individuals and say that you've done this, and do that. So that when they eventually put together a dossier against somebody and it goes to court, and then the court should say that, look, the evidence that has been brought before me is not enough to jail a man. You find the propaganda going around that, look, these MPP courts, we brought evidence to them and they've set them free. So I am of the humble view that when you have any concrete evidence against anybody, or you are gathering evidence, it should be submarine. It's not something that should be publicized. And you want to incite the public.
They publicize only one, which is about the former NIB boss's land acquisition, which they gave information that he had, decided to voluntarily, not pursue the land anymore. He's not interested. He was surrendering it. And he has come to say he never said that to anybody because he has not acquired any land illegally.
As a matter of fact, what power have they gotten to even invite people by way of interrogating them? What is the use of Yoko? What is the significance of the CID headquarters?
They say they have not invited anybody.
Where did they get?
They do not intend to invite anybody.
Now, what is their use?
They are receiving information of wrongdoing, impropriety.
When you receive information of impropriety, what do you do with it? If you don't hear, with the greatest of respect, the accused person, what is the weight of it? So if you want people to investigate, they are trained people who go into these investigations.
They say their job is not to investigate.
Well, what are they wasting their time on then?
What is the purpose of the Whistleblowers Act? The Whistleblowers Act says anyone who has any information about any person involved in an impropriety, including acts of corruption, they can take that information or blow the whistle to a number of people, including their MP, including a chief, including elders in their community, including office of the president. When you do that, are you expecting your MP to do the investigation?
The whistleblower is so audacious and press happy that the cameras are on the whistleblower. What would be the sense of a whistleblower? A whistleblower is somebody who is in hiding and has concrete information to give to the appropriate place, so that they will use the information and we get benefit. What are we seeing? This is a glorified vigilantism you are witnessing. I see people are press happy that they are going through this corner, the cameras on them. This is a man who is standing here. What is this all about?
They say they received information and they decided to validate the information by visiting the so-called land. That's all they have done.
When you want to validate information, be quiet about it. Because the information might even run away when it's exposed in this manner. Who's going to give you information that is of consequence? and then you are parading the information in the manner that you are doing. You see, do you know what you are trying to do? You want people to be guilty now. You want to name people and the rest of it. And what is even worse, I'm afraid you do not secure results in terms of investigations if it's all publicized.
They've done only one of that.
Well, they are doing a lot. And I'm telling you that we better stop what we are doing because the institutions are around. The institutions are good enough to say that, look, Atta, this is information you've brought us. We do want to carry. Can you give us the leads? So privately, they'll prepare a dossier. Eventually, they see that, oh, there's a good case I want to put out. They might seek in the advice of the Attorney General, and people will be prosecuted.
Is oral unconstitutional? Is it illegal? Is it unlawful?
It is very unlawful. It's populist. And we shouldn't go that way.
If they are doing what a whistleblower will do, and the Constitution and the Witness and the Whistleblowers Act allows this.
Himself. The sense of a whistleblower is a low-key individual with strategic and if a rather sensitive information that will be ferried to the appropriate body for them to look at it and then pursue.
So what makes them unconstitutional and illegal is the publicity they attach to what they do.
And even running around to be recognized and going to this place.
That's what makes them unconstitutional and illegal?
Oh, very much so. They are trying to say that, look, we are running after people. This country, we don't run after people. We investigate people and we do it privately. In a manner that even the people will be invited. So they go with their lawyers. A dossier or docket is prepared, and the law, or what we call due process, is followed.
But they say what they are gathering will be tendered to the Attorney General,
Why don't you gather
OSP, quietly? And they will do the investigations.
What is the vanity of
determining if they have to prosecute?
You are trying to do? Why don't you do submarine gathering so people are relaxed? And people will be able to deal with it.
You are okay with them if they do the work without the publicity?
Whatever they are doing, let them do it in accordance with law. And I'm saying that in trying to gather information or whatever you are trying to do, what I have known in any civilized environment is very quiet. So if you didn't know that they are listening to your phone conversations or you don't know who is giving them this file or whatever there is.
You're okay with them if they did it that way without publicity?
I wouldn't mind at all. And nobody knows what they are doing. And all the investigations that the NDC will want to do, the institutions are there to assist them. If NDC is saying that now we've won power and all the constitutional investigative institutions should be abolished.
The evidence is that, Prof, the evidence is that all these institutions that have been existing have not shown us that in less than 1 month, they have gathered in excess of 700 petitions and disclosures about impropriety and corruption and looting. Aura gives us that.
Yes, receiving 700 complaints in 2 weeks is okay, but gathering enough evidence, because you see, a complaint is not evidence. So gathering enough evidence is where the work is. But you know, Samson, I don't think that oral would have any constitutional issues. Honestly, I think that if anybody mounted a constitutional challenge against oral, as it is, the constitutional challenge will succeed. I agree with my learned brother that the methods, particularly the publicity part, turns it into a populist kind of arrangement. But if I was defending Ora, I'll start from a certain viewpoint. First, your Article 41. Then I'll go to Article 58 of the Constitution.
Executive power.
Of the Republic.
Exercisable by the President.
By the President, and that the President can exercise this executive authority either by himself,
directly,
or through officers subordinate to him.
The ORA members are not officers of the state.
Then I will go to the Whistleblowers Act, 2006. I'll go to the Whistleblowers Act. And I'll look at Section 3 of the Whistleblowers Act. There is a litany of places where persons who have information about wrongdoing can go and kind of file the same complaint, report. One of the offices is the office of the president. So, if the president decides that instead of coming to my office, go to this office and inform them about wrongdoing, I don't think there is a problem.
He was president-elect when he set it up.
Yes.
Does it make a difference?
But you know, the president-elect was going through a transition and instructions had been issued from the president-elect's outfit that certain decisions could not be made without reference to him. So I am not going to accept an argument that says that the president-elect is inconsequential.
The president-elect did not occupy the office of the president.
Yes.
Which the law says you can blow the whistle to.
Oh, yes. But the point I am making is a president-elect has consequences.
That's true.
It should function in illegality.
No, Honorable Atachian. No, because the president-elect was not sworn in then, but for all material purposes, all of us knew that instructions were coming from his outfit, and the president in office then was collaborating in a large measure with the office of the president-elect.
Please.
ORA should exist.
So far as I am concerned, I see ORA as just an extension of a point where you can go and report to the president.
Okay.
So if they are just receiving information and passing it on, I don't have a problem with ORA. What I would have done is I would have added a facilitator. Instead of saying that it is an office for the recovery of the loot, I would not make it as blunt like that, because they are not going to be recovering the loot.
Yes. Right.
They would facilitate certain other agencies.
But who determines there is a loot? Is it the investigator or the court?
Ultimately,
the court. Perception that is a loot doesn't matter.
Exactly. So ultimately, it is the court. So it is the name.
But
which
in
is
a small measure, in a limited measure,
yes,
it could be determined by the investigator, and the person may submit to the investigator to terminate the matter without it going to court.
Yes, but
including plea bargain.
But you see, ORA would not have the power to plea bargain.
That's right.
So, Samson, what I think they should do is, ORA would not have the power to compel attendance of witnesses.
It says it has not done so.
And
it does not intend to do so.
So that is why there is a perception that they will end up inviting people. And I hope they would not invite anybody.
Right.
And I also don't expect that they should be walking around with the cameras, honestly. I don't think they should be walking around.
Tell us, you are in the best place to tell us this. I don't know how briefly you can do that. What is this thing about this rezoning of properties, prime land, and the elites, particularly the politically exposed, benefiting? And the public is aghast at the fact that this NIB boss, as has been revealed, is purchasing this land at 160,000 Ghana cedis, when that land could cost, as the group says, in excess of, is it $700,000 US? that's 10 million Ghana cedis. And he's buying it for less than 11,000, dollars.
Samson.
Mm-hmm.
In this country, Article 257 of the Constitution defines the public lands as those lands which had been taken for the purposes of the state before the coming into force of the Constitution, and those lands that will be subsequently taken for the purposes of the Constitution. Then Article 258 establishes a lands commission, which has the mandate primarily to do three things. So if you look at Article 258(2), it says that there shall be a lands commission which, together or in collaboration with other public agencies, shall manage on behalf of the government of Ghana, and that's the most important part. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Ghana, the Lands Commission will manage the public lands, and the lands vested in the president, and the lands vested in the commission. Now, Samson, if you look at the State Lands Act of 1962, Act 125, the law under which most of our lands were compulsorily acquired. And I brought you a copy. There is a Section 5 of the State Lands Act. Now, the State Lands Act has been repealed by Section 282 of the Land Act. But I am bringing you the State Lands Act to let you know that we have, under the State Lands Act of 1992, done all these leases of state lands in Accra and elsewhere. The Section 5 says the president may grant a lease or license in respect of any land acquired under this act.
The president may grant.
Yes.
So those of you who don't understand why in the land document that is being publicized, it is the president that is giving the land. Now you understand, it is the law.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So all along, it is the president who grants leases, including granting mining leases. But he himself doesn't sign the lease.
Okay.
So in respect of mining leases, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources signs on behalf of the president. Yes. In the case of land leases, the chairman of the Lands Commission or the regional chairman of the Lands Commission signs off on behalf of the president of the Republic. So there is no doubt about the authority of the Lands Commission to grant leases of state lands or lands vested in the president. There's no doubt about it. Now, if the document I saw in respect of the NRB man's land, if the documents are as they are, if the documents are as they are,
right,
then I will go on the basis of the presumption of regularity of official acts.
Okay.
That official acts duly performed are deemed to be regularly performed.
Until they are
until otherwise declared.
Impugned, yeah.
So, normally in a government lease, there is a provision for premium. There's a provision for development levy. There's a provision for ground rent. And there's a provision for lease preparation. If, for example, there is a government building on the land, there would be evaluation for the replacement value
precisely
of the property, the building on the land.
Yeah.
Now, if they take into account all of these considerations, if you look at the case of entry versus NTSC, a contract for the sale of land is also subject to the conditions of offer and acceptance and consideration and all.
We need you to sum it up for us as far as the rezoning policy and the pricing is concerned.
So I'm going to the pricing now.
Okay.
So if I, Kwame, I receive a letter, maybe I submitted an application on prescribed form to the Lands Commission for an allocation of government land. and the Lands Commission brings me a letter that we are offering you 0.24 acres of land at Gifford Road in cantonments. And these are the things you should pay. Premium, development, document preparation, so and so and so. And I pay. Why should I be faulted because the value the Lands Commission quoted for me is below the market price? Why should I be faulted?
Is it below the market price? No problem.
No,
You will not be
Obviously
faulted.
not. Obviously not.
It should be below the market because you see, in this country, we don't have a very stabilized and well-functioning land market to the extent that you can tell me that in East Legon, a square meter would cost so much.
What the public is aghast at is that how come that these lands, when they are rezoned and they are being sold to the elites do have money, deep pockets, you are buying a land which should ordinarily cost about 10 million Ghana cedis, and you are buying it for 160,000 Ghana cedis.
So, you see, they have every good...
So there's no criminality, as you say.
Yes.
Nothing wrong has happened.
So you asked me...
Beware.
My submission is on the basis of my expertise in the sector. And this is my submission. Legally, you wouldn't find anything wrong with the transaction.
That's right.
He's bought it.
Because of the processes. Look, if you look at the state lands regulations, even the format for submitting an application for a government lease is prescribed by law.
Okay.
All right. So, yes, you may now have to graduate the conversation to a moral level. And the people who are complaining, that's where they are talking from.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for that education. And thanks for joining us. I hope you have been educated about this, but the public is saying morally this is unacceptable. That lands belonging to the state that are taken from the owners for particular purposes for the benefit of all of us, later the state decides that, oh, we don't really want to use it for that anymore, or what we wanted to use it for is no more, in vogue. So we will rezone the purpose of using it and pay compensation to people and then start selling it. And the state is selling it far, far, far less than what is sold in the market.
Let me make one point. Now that I have this platform, I beg you. Look, as a country, where we have reached, we should prepare ourselves to change our ways. What we are complaining about now was the complaint after Nkrumah was removed. The company that is called State Housing Company Limited originally was called Ghana Housing Corporation. Its head office was relocated to the presidency, Flagstaff House. They controlled buildings in strategic locations in Accra and elsewhere. You know Kanda? There are some buildings there owned by the Ghana Housing Corporation. Ghanaians, members of the Veranda Boys group, had bought land buildings on mortgage from State Housing. I have seen copies of letters from Flagstaff House then to the mortgagees saying to them, the presidency has paid for your mortgage. So from now on, don't pay anymore. It's free.
You own it. Thank you. He says we should change our ways. This must stop. Okudzeto Ablakwa is sponsoring a bill. It may not be sponsored by him anymore, but by the state to stop state actors from being able to purchase state assets. Shamima.
If there's anyone who can lead this country to change our ways at present, I believe that person is Excellency John Dramani Mahama. In the period leading up to the elections, during the campaign periods, I think that we've all heard him make a lot of commitments to changing our ways. He has spoken, as we have seen and heard. He personally has an issue with government officials buying state property for pittance. He has spoken about ex gratia. He's spoken about a lot of things, a new era of good governance that should truly resolve the matters we have been lamenting over, but for which issues we never have the real commitment to act. When the NDC launched its manifesto on 24th August 2024, it had oral as one of the most popular offerings. Our constitution says sovereignty lies in the people, of Ghana. Everywhere we went, in the nooks and crannies of this country, after they tell us to protect their votes, the next thing they tell us is to ensure that we implement oral. The people who have given us this historic mandate, the voices of the people that we are now seeking to reflect every step of the way, always indicate that we must truly execute a governance that will fight against corruption and return the proceeds of corruption back to the state coffers. This was the resounding call from the people of Ghana. Why? Because crass corruption was evident everywhere. Corruption had, it was holding this nation in a chokehold. Reports of indiscretions, reports of corruption, allegations of, ministers found with millions of dollars in their homes. Office of Special Prosecutor lamenting against the fight against him for wanting to fight against corruption. Martin Amidu resigned the Office of Special Prosecutor on the back of what he described as undue pressures and influence from the people who set that office up to fight corruption. Let us not forget where we came from that led to this resounding, defeat of the New Patriotic Party. Let's remember what the Afro Barometer report said, that President Akufo-Addo had shown increasing heavy-handedness, that he had acted to erode trust in all accountability institutions, and that he had even stifled media freedoms. This was the verdict on the governance and the government of the former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So now, NDC wins an election. We have made a promise. The president is receiving so many requests and information to meet, for information to be given to him. People are sending him text messages. People are sending him all manner of information. We have just said that the president has executive powers and administrative authority to set up various vehicles to undertake specific tasks for him. Are we saying that the president has no discretionary power to set up a vehicle that he believes will gather information for him to have a bird's eye view on the matters that were significant in the outcome of the December 2024 elections? My question, you see, the popular people voted NDC. You cannot call it populist. You cannot call the demand of the people who are pained, who are hungry, whose savings and incomes had been eroded through a debt exchange program that they didn't call for. You cannot call their pain and expectation of justice populist. To do that is not to learn the lesson that the Ghanaian people had spoken loud and clear to the New Patriotic Party. The insensitivity, the lack of, empathy to the pain of Ghanaians. My question is, who has Oral arrested? Which offense has Oral charged any suspect of? Has Oral prosecuted any individual as we speak today? The answer is no. Why are we beginning to jump onto narratives? Because the people have come to explain what their mandate is, the limitations of their mandate. They have told you that they are a preparatory team gathering information, creating a platform. The institutions that Afrobarometer told us trust is an all-time low. Do we start a new governance, trusting the people at the helm of these institutions, which trust is at an all-time low? Please, we are not.
Then what is the point?
So please, we will do the work that is required.
Sorry?
Can I just
can you do me a small favor? Rain of Chum. Hello, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here, Samson.
Okay. I want you to say this in 30 seconds. I beg you, we have run out of time. We can't do anything about this situation. As far as you are concerned, there's nothing illegal about Aura, correct?
No, Samson, actually, I think it's a sin against the Constitution for anybody to suggest that Aura is unconstitutional or illegal. And I say so because Aura must be looked at in terms of it as a concept, an ideal by the president, a policy direction to recover all stolen state properties. I don't see how a policy of a president to recover or to put in measures to recover, that idea alone can be described as illegal or unconstitutional.
All right.
The president has been tasked with the mandate of managing the resources and affairs of the states. As Shamima rightly said, on the 18th of December 2024, the president only said he is putting in place a team led by Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa to prepare the ground for the rollout of Aura.
Thank you.
So as we even speak, Aura itself has not been rolled out yet.
Thank you very much. The anti-LGBT bill, is it dead?
Of course. Samson, Honorable Atachina, my very venerable senior, is there, and he knows that one parliament cannot bind the other. And once the acts were not complete, it dissolves with it. So that it dissolves. But
they finished and sent it to the president. They finished and sent it to the presidency. So
no, you recall, Samson, that the matter went. There was a court case.
That's correct. That's correct. My time is up.
Yes.
Is the bill dead?
It's not dead yet. He can look at it. Because now it's one of the...
it doesn't die with the parliament that dissolved?
No, it's left the parliament.
Prof, is the bill dead?
It's yet to be...
Prof, is the bill dead?
President.
If the confirmation is there that the bill was passed, then the bill is not dead. But there is no law which also compels the president to sign off on that bill, to assent it.
Okay.
So we are in a kind of lacuna.
The argument is that, and I'm sorry, we need a minute, please allow us. The argument is that the process is not complete because if the president looks at it, he may decide that he has to refer it back for some changes.
Yes.
Is he referring it to the 8th Parliament or the 9th Parliament, Prof?
So that is why I'm saying we appear to have a lacuna.
Okay.
And in any event, if I was President Mahama,
right,
a bill that was passed when I wasn't the president, I should come and just assent whether I believe in it or I don't believe in it.
All right. So
the issue is not dead.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Well in the day for this propaganda that the NPP is trying to push back.
Okay.
If they were committed to the matter, they would have passed this.
Thank you. My guests have been Professor Kwame Jan, Samuel Atachia, Vera Abna Ado, and Shamima Muslim, as well as Rand of Chumesi Ankra. Please forgive us. There are tons of messages that have come from you. We'll find a way to see how we bring this somehow into next week, so we find some good time to share your views as well. I'm Samson Ladia Yanini. This has been your most authoritative news analysis platform, Newsfile. And we run out of time even where we have extension of 1 more hour. My outfit, as always, is by Konati Clothing.
Bank of Africa. As strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplast goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntex tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
First Sky Group, a wholly owned Ghanaian company made up of First Sky Construction, First Sky Bitumen Processing, First Sky Commodities, Volta Serene Hotel, Western Serene Atlantic Hotel, Serene Insurance, First Sky Energies, and Federal Rural Bank warmly invites you to its 22nd Thanksgiving service on the theme Proclaiming God's Unfailing Love, Romans 8:37. The Thanksgiving service in two parts will be hosted by the founder and executive chairman, Mr. Eric Sedi Kutoche. There'll be an all-night service on Friday, 17th January 2025 from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. at the Trinity Temple Assemblies of God Church, TTAG Community 10, Tema. Ministering in word, Reverend Mark Sessi, National Missions Director, Assemblies of God, Sierra Leone. Reverend Sujit Alex, SAM's North Area Leader, Assemblies of God, UK. Thanksgiving service follows on Sunday, 19th January 2025 at the main auditorium of the Accra International Conference Center. The time is 10 a.m. Guest speaker, Reverend Stephen Yensum Wingham, General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana. Chairman for the occasion, Most Reverend Professor Johnson Kwabena Asamoah Jedu, the presiding bishop, the Methodist Church Ghana. Ministering in music will be MOG Music.
When I survey the wondrous cross and the price you paid on that.
Also in attendance will be His Eminence Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Reverend Professor Paul Frimpong Manso, Immediate Past General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana, Apostle General Sam Kwanchi Ankara, Royal House Chapel International, Reverend Steve Mensah, Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry, Most Reverend Dr. Paul Boafo, Apostle Professor Kwejo Opoku Onina, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, Reverend Dr. Sylvanus Amegashiti, Elom Group Corporate Chaplain, First Sky Group, and many other senior clergy. For more details, please call 020-854-3441 or 0248-940-021. First Sky Group 22nd Thanksgiving Service, proclaiming God's unfailing love.
If you're running the ring, now, tank Muna Mujis Casa Mukoto, tank Luna Elikama hanging out. Oh no, see. So wait, ne papa. Now, papa no put a leaky. Pacho Ebenyan's away. Ghana for one number one plumber new. A friend request, I want to tank the ones you have. So, Syntex tank, Mitra SINTEX, Syntex tank. Hey, top and leaky. It's me with the beer. Syntex tank, color beer whoopee, size beer whoopee, yama war. Syntex tank, the whole Ghana, you must 7 years warranty. Syntex tank, hey, strong, hey, top.
Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She's pleased. But now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains the new fleet-finding darts are more accurate than the old ones. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't automated your fleet management yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
On a
very first edition of 40 Weeks and More, our guest, Whitney Boache-Mensah, shares her story of how she had 7 miscarriages and 2 stillbirths ahead of her 3 miraculous sunshines.
The first one was a stillbirth. The second one was also a stillbirth. And then the miscarriages started happening.
What could have been the cause? How did she keep picking herself up after each failure? Was it spiritual? Can you begin to imagine all the places she had to go in search of answers?
There were 5 pastors on each side. He was standing at the end. Then they said, strip, then you strip. Now, by the time we left there and we got home, I was bleeding black.
But it all ended up in praise. Join us on Joy Prime this Saturday at 5 p.m. for our debut edition of 40 Weeks and More with Edem Naite. You can also catch it on YouTube on the Family Forum Africa channel. 40 Weeks and More is brought to you by NS Chemist Limited, Shape Healthcare Specialist Medical Center, Labadi Beach Hotel, and supported by Our Luri, Dobeta Merchandise, Lunch Avenue, and Deco Zone. For sponsorship, please contact 059-288-9986 or 0262-874-707. 40 Weeks and More, Nurturing Lives.
Now, on this episode of The Sages, we delve into the rich, multifaceted life of a writer of an excellent nature, Professor Nuruddin Farr. Prof, you're welcome to Sages. I hope you are doing well.
I'm doing well, thank you.
I mean, it's a privilege to have you join us this afternoon. Let's start by exploring those early influences and literary background. Can you describe how your upbringing, which was with a father who was an interpreter and a mother who was an oral poet, how did they influence your decision to become a poet, sir?
Well, I was very lucky to have a wonderful mother who looked after me quite well, and not only me, but also a number of children. My mother was an oral poet. Unfortunately, I did not become a poet. I became a novelist. And I think one of the things that have stayed with me up to now is how serious she was about composing poetry, oral poetry. Because one of the things she did was she always insisted on having silence around her. And she would walk, pace back and forth as she composed the poems. And as a child, I looked at her, watched her, studied her movements, and thought maybe one day, I would be able to do something similar to what she is doing. There was discipline to what she did. She had given birth to 11 children, and looking after a big house, my father's house and family, and making sure that everybody was in a good spirit. That food was on the table at the time when we came back from school. These are things that have stayed with me all these years, because it required discipline. And I learned discipline from her. Thank you.
Now, that sounds interesting. I mean, the child of an oral poet and becomes a novelist. Would you say this is right through the bloodstream? You inherited your competence in writing from your mother predominantly?
Well, I think to become an oral poet is obviously very different from becoming a novelist, someone who writes one novel after another. But basically, she gave me the help I needed as a young person.
Okay.
To think what I would do with my time. My mother, even though she was a poet, was not literate in the sense in which we understand the word. My mother did not know how to read and write. But she was literate in the African sense of the term and contributed to orature in her own way, because basically she was what you would call a community poet. She didn't have the time required to compose poetry often, because she had to look after 11 children and a big house with a large family.
For you, how was... Yes, I thought I actually interrupted you there, but I just wanted to find out how was growing up in that large family, in that big house, like for you? What are the memories that you still reminisce today with nostalgic feelings?
Well, not only was the family large, but also my father, who, when he received his pay severance from the British colonial government and then moved to a small town on the river of Shabelle River, a small town called Kalafo, presently in the Somali region of Ethiopia. My father had a general store, and there were many nomads who came on a weekly basis to make purchases from his shop. One of the conditions was that there will be lots and lots of nomads with their camels and cattle and goats who would tie these beasts that were for sale in our compound. And therefore there was a great deal of movement in the compound in which I grew up, in addition to or on top of the young boys and girls of the family. There was a great hustle and bustle in that household, which I benefited from as a writer eventually when I started writing. So I was always interested in what these nomads who came to our town were doing, because they brought their camels to sell. They brought, and then when they wanted to purchase sugar and flour and various other necessities, they went to my father's general store and bought things from him, which is why he allowed them to come and stay in our compound for the 2-3 days they were in the town. It was very interesting to listen to them tell each other stories. It was also very interesting for me to ask them questions. I was what you would call at that time a town boy or a city boy, and didn't know anything about nomads and how they lived. Never looked after a camel in my entire life, although I'm a Somali.
Oh, interesting.
So these were interesting things that would eventually become handy.
Now, let me bring in these teenage experiences that you started hinting of. Now, the Ogaden Rebellion, you escaped it. How did all of that shape your thoughts, your understanding, and your appreciation of the conflict between specifically Somalia and Ethiopia?
Well, obviously, I was influenced by what was happening to the people amongst whom I was growing up. I was brought up to think of myself as a colonial. I was brought up to think that Ethiopia, or rather the government of Haile Selassie, dominated our lives, tyrannically, dictatorially. And then when the war between Somalia and Ethiopia occurred, first in 1963, we left the Somali-speaking part of Ethiopia and moved to Mogadishu, Somalia, in order for me to pursue and complete my education. There was no possibility of life's comforts in Ethiopia for a Somali child, Somali young boy, growing up in that area at that time, because Haile Selassie's regime was very brutal. And I recall my older brother, being imprisoned. And so I would sometimes be asked to take food to my brother in prison.
Wow.
Simply because he had visited Mogadishu in order to receive education, which is not available for a Somali in the Ethiopia of the day. So these are some of the sad histories that I remember and about which I have written. There is a novel of mine called Maps, which is about the conflict between Somalia and Ethiopia in 1977. A conflict that claimed nearly 2 million lives, Ethiopians and Somalis. Because because Somalis felt that that they suffered under the regime of Haile Selassie at that time.
Okay. Well, I'll be exploring the conflict in Somaliland, and I would be interested in talking about whether you think there is a proxy war happening on Somaliland currently. But let me switch up this conversation to the point where I bring in the time you spent in India, studying in India. I mean, what led you to choose India of all places to study?
Well, soon after leaving Ethiopia, and going to Somalia, it took me 1.5 years to finish my high school, after which I was offered a scholarship to 2 different countries. I was offered a scholarship to go to the US and to study journalism and literature at the University of Madison, at the University of Wisconsin, Madison.
Okay.
And there was also the possibility of me going to India to study philosophy, Indian philosophy, and literature. And I chose to go to India because I felt I was not ready at the age of 19, 20 to go to America, fearful that I would be so influenced by America and its ways that I would return home and think with a big head and, begin to despise everyone. I was interested in Indian philosophy. I was interested in Hinduism and Buddhism at the moment. And when I decided to go to India rather than to America, nearly everybody thought I would never become a writer if I went to India.
Okay.
And therefore tried to do the best I could to make sure I became a writer and to make sure I understood the world better, first through Indian contact with the non-European, non-American world, and to expose myself to India, where the situation is not so very different from Africa. Because the India of the early 1970s was not really as developed as India is today.
Okay.
So I was inspired. The stories that I heard and listened to when I went to India inspired me a great deal. I doubt very much if I would have written the first couple of novels that I've written if I had gone to America instead of India.
That's interesting perspective there. Now, because you talk about inspiration, I was going to ask you, how did the Indian experience actually affect yourself as a writer? But tell us more about this inspiration you got from India to be able to deliver the first set of books.
Well, India is a very, very large, diverse country. And in some of the areas I lived in the north of India, in the Punjab. The questions I asked my classmates, the questions I asked the parents of my classmates, the people I met. These were questions that were very close to the questions I might have asked if I had continued to go to university in Somalia. India was also, there's a large Muslim community in India as well, unlike America at that time. So I could go to some of these places and learn from them and listen to the stories that people were telling each other. And some of the writers, contemporary Indian writers who were writing at the time, were putting similar questions to themselves about colonialism, about the history of their country, in the same way as I was asking myself questions that I needed answers for.
Okay.
So these were the things that inspired my life, and the reason, I was a post-colonial child. You see, Somalia became independent when I was about 14, 15. And therefore, the questions that Indian writers were asking themselves at that time were really not different from the questions Africans were asking themselves.
Now, in 1970, you published From a Crooked Rib, and I've read reviews about that. Some of them even suggest that it's one of the cornerstones of modern East African literature today. I mean, that's some of the things that many have said about that. Is this Indian inspiration that led to that? Because the story is really about Ebla, a young woman who flees from her nomadic life in the Ogaden after her grandfather offers her in marriage to an old man in exchange for some camels. Are you saying that without the Indian experience, you would have gotten the inspiration to write this all-important novel that perhaps is one of the biggest products that you produced?
Well, it's too difficult for me to imagine what my life would have been like if I had lived anywhere else other than India at that time. Obviously, the story is based on a young Somali woman.
Mm-hmm.
But the inspiration came from my contacts in India when I was writing the novel. There's no doubt about that. If I had lived in Somalia when I was writing that novel would have been different, maybe more sociological than the text that I published later.
Okay, that sounds...
It's very difficult to point out. It's very difficult to point out the seeds of inspiration in such a specific way that I should be able to say more things about it now. This is 52 years ago.
Yes, a lot of it. And it's very profound. You keep hearing a lot more people giving it extraordinary comments and remarks, even though this was published as far back as the 1970s. Now, permit me to proceed on this same line. You had said before this very important quote. When you said truth is often stranger than fiction, what exactly did you mean by that?
Well, I don't know if I'm the one who said that. I think. Well, let's go back to From a Crooked Drip, for example. When the book came out, that novel was never reviewed in the first 10 years of its existence.
Really?
It was never reviewed in its 10 years of existence. And it made impressions on readers, mostly in Africa, to the extent where the word about it traveled by word of mouth. People continued telling one another, this is a good novel to read. There were a number of incidents that I can remember. That, for example, there was a secondary school for girls in Tanzania. And the school library had one copy of From a Crooked Drip. A young Tanzanian girl borrowed the book from the library. And because at that time, if a student borrowed a book and lost it, the student would be asked to pay 2 shillings to replace the book, and the library would buy another copy. And so it happened that one girl discovered that her friend kept the book rather than returning it, and then paid the 2 shilling that was a fine. Another girl did the same, and another girl did the same, until the students must have borrowed and stolen or kept about 4 copies of Crooked Drip. The principal of the girls' school wrote to me, care of my publisher, and I sent them 15 copies, and the 15 copies ended up in the libraries of some of the female teachers at that particular school. So it was a kind of novel that girls growing up liked to borrow and then keep. There are many other stories about Crooked Drip, including one time when the book was translated into Slovenian, and a Slovenian woman wrote to me a letter addressing me as Mrs. Farah.
Oh, I see.
I was a woman. So the book had its own stories, many stories to tell.
That's interesting. Some have said you have the penchant to place truth at the center of fiction. Is it true?
Well, that depends on what the readers find as truth in the texts that I publish. I cannot claim this to be the case. I can only try the best I can to write the best I can. It's the reader who determines whether there is truth in what I write.
Even
because it finds a different truth.
That's interesting. But even if the truth is hidden in plain sight, and of course, I'm basically referencing one of the titles of your books and novels, Hidden in Plain Sight. Really, what has been the motivation for that?
The motivation for what?
Hiding in plain sight.
Well, it so happened that in 2014, I wrote a draft of a novel of mine called Hiding in Plain Sight, about a young Somali man who works for the United Nations. He was originally Somali, but now is coming from Canada because he fled during the civil war in Somalia and ended up in Canada, became a national, applied for a job with the UN, and he was sent to Somalia to help the United Nations offices move from Nairobi, where they are often located, because Nairobi is more peaceful than civil war Mogadishu. This young Somali, whose name is R, with 2 children, was asked to go and work in Somalia. This man was killed by Al-Shabaab in Mogadishu. It just so happened I finished that novel, draft of that novel, and did not even submit it to my editors, publishers, when my sister, who was working in Afghanistan, but working for UNICEF, was killed by the terrorists, Taliban in Afghanistan. And I had great doubts whether or not I had foretold my sister's death by writing the novel Hiding in Plain Sight.
Wow.
So, I was quite sad and did not know whether to publish the novel or not for a while. Anyhow, life imitated art. My sister was killed by Taliban. The character in the novel was killed by another terrorist group in Somalia, Al-Shabaab. That's where, quite sad.
That's very sad. Now, was it your intention, has it always been your intention to keep Somaliland prominent in global literature through books? And how do you feel about achieving this?
Well, writing is a job that I do like anyone else. Some people go to their offices in the morning and then come back at 5. Writing is a job that I do from 9 in the morning until 5, nearly every day if I'm healthy. And therefore, what happens as a consequence of what I write when people read it is something of which I have no control. I would say that my attempt is to continue feeling safe and working hard as best as I can every day. Otherwise, I might go mad there are 24 hours a day, and one has to fill these 24 hours. And I find that one of the ways of filling these 24 hours is to fill them with inspired writing about the lives of Somalis mainly, even though more recently, I have finished the draft of a novel set in Cape Town. The first time I have set a book in Cape Town in which I have now lived for 25 years.
Interesting. Is it the beginning of a transition of focus?
I doubt it very much if it's the beginning of a transition, but all my novels involve Somalis of one kind or another. And lately I have been writing about Somalis who live in different parts of the globe. And this new novel, which I've just finished a draft of, is the third part of a trilogy which began with a novel called Hiding in Plain Sight, followed by another novel called North of Dawn, which is set in Oslo, Norway. And the third sequel of the novel is called Karmic Debt, and is set in Cape Town. So it is about Somalis in the diaspora and their lives and how well or how badly they're doing.
Wow. How then do you think some of your writings, for example, A Naked Needle, got people upset and perhaps led to your exile?
Well, A Naked Needle was a satirical novel, is a satirical novel. And it was about, I set it in the first early years of the civil war in Somalia, of the dictatorship in Somalia when Siad Barre came to power.
Okay.
And it is about the dictatorship, the corrupt dictatorship of Siad Barre, who did not like the novel and who threatened me with imprisonment if I returned to Somalia. But I was naive at the time because I thought that the novel was about a young Somali who studied in England and who promised his girlfriend that he would go ahead of her back to Mogadishu, and he will allow her to come back to join him after setting up a home in Somalia. But I think the novel was read by Siad Barre and his cronies as being very critical about his regime. And he promised me 30 years of imprisonment if I returned to Somalia, which is what it led to my exile. And I haven't been back. I did not go back to Somalia for 22 years.
Wow.
I left Somalia in 1974 and did not return to Somalia until 1996, in the midst of the civil war.
Talk of war, do you think Somalia is a battleground for proxy wars?
Yes, I think because of the location that, Somalia, the country, strategic location, many countries are interested in Somalia, and they cannot keep their hands off Somalia, whether it is Americans, Chinese, the British, and principally the Arabs, who continue interfering in the internal affairs of the country. Some of the Arab countries have also contributed to the continued support and existence of the Shabab terrorists. So I think, in a way, it's a sad country, tragic in all its manifestations, because it's a poor country with natural resources as yet unexploited. But peace is very elusive because of the continued interference from outside by external forces, some very powerful forces and some evil forces that are there.
Now, the understanding some have put to this is that the proliferation of weapons after the Cold War and subsequent attempts in similar path were part of the reasons why the conflict really has not really abated in Somalia.
No, that's not the case.
From what you
the
say,
reason why Somalia has not regained peace is because of this external interference from so many countries. There are about 12 countries that have a hand in the continued strife in Somalia. 12.
12.
Ethiopia is one of them. The Arab countries are one of them.
Okay.
The US, China, and so on and so forth. If these people keep out of Somalia and the affairs of Somalia, the country would probably return to peace eventually.
But exactly what are they doing to drive the ongoing conflict?
Well, they want to control the country, and the only way to control the country is to make sure that peace is never born, that peace has no chance of developing.
But how can Somalis cultivate a desire for peaceful coexistence?
Well, Somalis are listening to the advice of some of these external forces. A number of politicians play lip service when speaking, but what they do is that they work in the service of their paymasters, whether they are, foreign paymasters. The United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and some of these countries are also involved in making sure that Somalia never regains peace.
How about the international community? Have we done enough to actually help Somalia?
Not yet enough. Not enough. Not yet.
What more can we do?
Well, there's very little you can do because until the Somalis wake up to their own responsibility, no one can help the Somalis have to get their act together and reunite. That's the only thing one can hope, and the only thing that would save it from continued self-destruction.
And is there hope for a Somali future?
There is hope. There is hope because, you know, a country can't remain in a doldrum forever, ever, and ever.
Now, I mean, do you still consider yourself as somebody who's in exile? And what do you miss about Somalia?
Well, I miss Somalia because I miss the food, I miss the people, I miss the possibility of, you know, walking in the streets of Mogadishu and finding comfort in living there. But that possibility has been elusive. I can't go back because I'm now used to living outside. I'm now used to peace. Yeah.
Now, let me broaden the conversation to a bit of what's happening on the continent. As a distinguished senior African writer, what's your perspective on Pan-Africanism today?
Of what?
Pan-Africanism, the movement today.
That is a sentiment that's still alive, the Pan-African sentiment. And you can tell it when someone like me travels anywhere in Africa. The moment you tell people you are from Somalia, ordinary people welcome you, governments avoid you.
Interesting.
That is one way of looking at Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is in the people, not in the corrupt governments. Whether you come to South Africa, the people in South Africa are generally, you know, very warm towards Africans. But the government could be bureaucratic about who comes in and who goes away. The fact that a European does not need a visa to come in here, that other Africans need visas. The fact that, for example, a country like Tanzania would insist that a Ghanaian, if he wants to come to Tanzania, would require several months before he or she can be issued with a visa. The fact that it's very difficult to travel in Africa. The fact that flights between African countries are more expensive than, you know, anywhere else in the world. All these things are in the way of Pan-Africanism becoming a reality.
Is there hope for the future? When you speak to young people, do you get the impression that continental African unity, Pan-Africanism of the people is real and is going to be promoted and projected in the coming years?
Well, one can only hope. And I hope every day that young Africans will one day help the continent to reunite. And I thank you very much for all this. I think we are done, are we?
I mean, finally, I wanted to ask you about African literature, where it's heading, as a way of final words from you, sir.
Well, African literature is abundantly strong now. There are a number of powerful, strong, young female writers that are coming out of Africa. I can think of a number of young men and women, Africans, who are doing a great job, a number of whom have benefited from having lived both in Africa and Europe, and who are producing great works of literature.
I am most grateful to you, sir, for your time this day, and we wish you all the very best. And I'm hoping that one of these days you will come to the Republic of Ghana. We'll be glad to receive you.
Thank you. Well, I was in Ghana recently for the funeral of Amahata Haidu.
Oh, yes.
Who is a friend of mine.
Okay.
We already miss her.
Certainly, we do.
In her place have come lots of other young writers, some of whom are female, some men. And I wish them and you and everyone else all the best. And I thank you, sir.
I thank you also too. And folks, that was distinguished writer and scholar, Professor Nuruddin Farah there. Many thanks to you for watching.
Welcome to Home Tips with Mira. You know, Home Tips with Mira is all about learning home tips, DIYs, and home remedies. Today on the show, we are going to learn about a home remedy about corn. But before we do that, I just want to ask you, how well do you like your corn? Do you like it boiled with coconut, or you like it roasted with coconut? Well, for me, I prefer the roasted one because it has this amazing and unique smell. And when you take it as a snack and you wash it down with water, I bet you can remain full for the rest of the day. Please stay with me. I'll be right back. I'm just going to remove the silk and then boil it and take it as a tea. And there are amazing benefits that you can derive from this silk. You know, the corn plant itself, it's so useful. The husk, the dried one in Ghana, we just dry the husk and we use it to wrap our kinky. Even the fresh one like this, some people also use it to wrap their kinky. And this husk is also used for other medicinal purposes. And you know, our grain, we have a lot of corn products on the market. You can get your Ebroni Cartier, which means corn and granules. They just, it's sold on the market. They wrap the dried corn with granules and they boil it together. It's so nutritious and so filling when you take it as a snack. And then, like I showed you previously, we have the roasted corn and the boiled corn. So this is our corn silk. It is fresh. This strands, as you see it, is responsible for making a grain on each kernel on the cob. Do you know what it does? The corn plant, God has made it in such a way that when the corn plant matures, there are some flowers that it bears. And when the wind blows, there are certain things in the flowers that falls off, and then the strands, because they are the edge of this corn, they receive those seeds, and this one is used like a channel and the seeds passes through this and then it fertilizes the corn. It's amazing, right? Yeah. All right, so now let's talk about the silk. So what I'm going to do is that this is my silk. It's so fresh and it smells so good. This is just a handful of corn silk that I'm going to boil in my kettle. But for this, I'm going to use 3 glasses of water. And after boiling it, I'm going to tell you of the many uses and the many benefits that we derive from corn silk tea. Please join me. So let it be at maximum fire, and then when it boils, just leave it on fire for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, then you bring it down and let it cool down, and then our corn silk tea will be ready. So one may ask, how can I get corn silk since I'm not a corn farmer? Well, it is not difficult at all. When corn is in season, what you can do is that those beautiful ladies by the roadside in Accra or wherever you find yourself roasting or selling corn, the bought one, you can approach them and tell them that they should give you some of the silk. Well, this is what I collected from a lady who roasts some by my roadside. So you can equally use the dried one, and you can equally as well use the earlier on, the one that I used, the fresh one too. So when you get the dried one like this, it's, comes along with little of the husk, and this one's especially has been exposed to the weather, so you might want to sort it out so that you remove the fresh ones. Keep it in your Ziploc bag and keep it in the fridge. It can last as long as 3 months, but make sure that when you keep it in the fridge, you don't forget and be using it regularly. So, because this one, I took it from those by the roadside, I would advise that before you boil this to drink as a tea, you wash it under running water before you put it on fire to boil to drink your tea. Corn silk has been consumed for a long time as a therapeutic remedy for various illnesses, and it has natural antioxidants, which is found in most fruits, vegetables, and other cereals, which helps our body. And according to research, when you take corn silk tea, it relaxes the lining of the bladder and urinary tubules. It acts as a diuretic, which means when you take the tea, it helps you to pass urine often. So if there are toxins in your body and all that, be sure that as you take corn silk tea, it will surely help you.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News. From the markets to the dangerous corners, they hustle, they struggle, they endure.
We wash one chain is 10 CD or 5 CD.
Anytime they smoke, they come back, they will not beat us anyhow. Because I say we are not human beings.
But what forces these innocent souls into such despair?
It's not my likeness to be in this situation.
These streets are a battleground where survival means living dangerously. Young men and women living on the edge. Trapped in danger, desperation, and despair. Streets of Despair, a Joy News latest feature series, showing every Monday.
From our studios here in Kokomi, Accra, this is JoyNews Room with me, Carlos Keloni. Coming up this hour, Professor Kwame Jansalam's Parliament Appointment Committee overlacks vetting, warning it is dangerous for governance.
These destiny controllers, the collective competencies and capabilities of these 60 people will determine where we will go.
Now, details as the Center for Democratic Development, CDD Ghana, calls for a select committee-based vetting to improve the process.
I think it's important for us to have a second look at the way our vetting is conducted. We have to be more efficient.
I will also take you to live to Nkwanta to access the situation on the ground in the wake of the renewed communal clashes in that part of the country. Also, Nigeria officially became the 9th partner country of the BRICS, marking a significant step in the alliance's expansion. There's many more stories coming up shortly. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125 around the world on myjoyonline.com. Now, Professor at the University of Ghana School of Law, Kwame Jan, has taken a swipe at Parliament Appointment Committee, accusing it of treating ministerial vetting as a mere formality. His comment followed the vetting of nominees for finance, energy and attorney general portfolios. Speaking on Newsfile, Professor Jan described the committee's approach as lax, warning it poses a serious threat to the nation's governance.
The whole process, what is the purpose? And what is the outcome that we are expecting? So we take the people through this process. What are we expecting? I would have thought that we are looking for the technical competence and capability of the nominee.
Precisely.
We are looking at the nominee's credibility, integrity, and consistency.
Correct.
We are looking at the overall suitability of the nominee for the role that he has been nominated to come and perform. I hold this view. I may be wrong, but that's my view. And this is in some way supporting what my learned brother said. You want to appoint 60 people and give 60 people virtually control over the management of the affairs of state. And we are 35 million of us. These 60 people are going to determine our destiny.
Precisely.
And I tell you, and that of children yet unborn in this country. So these destiny controllers, the collective competencies and capabilities of these 60 people will determine where we will go. And I'm saying the collective competencies and capabilities. So if the 60 people, those of us who are sitting back, our assessment is that their collective competencies and capabilities cannot run a country, we are dead. The markets, your constituents. So you put somebody for finance. The questions that are coming out are not able to bring out the best in this person. So the markets are not seeing the capacity, the competences. So what will the speculators think? That is this person capable of managing the CD?
What a shock.
Now, Center for Democratic Development, CDD Ghana, Programs Manager Vera Abena Ado says Parliament must amend its standing orders to to allow nominees to be vetted by the various select committees.
For the US system, maybe we have to also look at the hybrid version of us. Is it efficient? We have been doing this for some time now. So I think it's important for us to have a second look at the way our vetting is conducted. We have to be more efficient. For me, even with the questions, I think that allowing one question, maybe we can look at time allocated to one nominee and how much time a member is expected to spend with the nominee, for instance. So not just the question, because you realize that some people will not even ask any question, especially from the ruling, from the majority, yes. And then others will ask more questions, and then we keep spending so much time with one nominee. I don't think it has been very efficient. So maybe the sectorial vetting will be helpful, the committees, so that we can have experts who are knowledgeable in the area. Parliament has different kind of people in Parliament with different expertise. Based on that, they are actually put on the committees, either one select or standing committee. And so maybe we can look at that approach as well. A parallel vetting also, so that we don't have the same committee sitting for hours. We have new nominations coming up. How are we able to get this done? So if we can have even a parallel vetting going on concurrently, where we have people with different expertise having to interview. Otherwise, if you look at even the type of questions, again, that's another concern of mine, is that the type of question, it was more like something to trap the nominee kind of. When we do that, when there's so much of that, in fact, it's good for public accountability and political accountability of candidates and political officers. But when we do too much of that, we don't get to hear solutions from the nominees. We don't get to hear how the House.
Well, a good number of those who were doing the questioning, lawyers, and they saw themselves doing the job that they do in court, cross-examination. What's bad about it? Trap them. If they commit themselves, if they lie. That's a way to detect people who are lying, people who are not trustworthy and won't tell the truth.
Something, and again, Parliament has also become a bit more legalistic. It's as if you are in court, you are before a judge. It's really not helping.
Now, former member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South constituency, Atacha, preferred a solution to the seeming tension between the chairman of the committee, Bernard Ahiafo, and ranking member, Alexander Afenyomakin.
Honorable Doa Jao was there, even there, that was a young, member of Parliament, and you could really go the full hog. And you clash with people who they believe they are very powerful. They permitted that the discourse should go on. And if the man is strong in himself, you don't interject as a chairman. The one that is being questioned has a good sense of why he's seated. So I am very much concerned that the chairman of the committee, in most respects, was very high-handed, as if he's been programmed to resist questions coming from the opposition. And that is not how you do the business. The business is that you, as a chairman, you moderate. You give respect to also the ranking, who is a leader of the opposition and what he is trying to do. I never saw, what Honorable Afenyomakin was trying to achieve or do was a kind of, it's so mala fides. The mala fides is so clear that, he wants to embarrass the nominees. The questions were not scandalous. You see, a chairman will checkmate a question when you can see a raw, scandalous, questioning. You're trying to embarrass the nominee. Now, when somebody is asking a question, you might think it's pedestrian. Leave him. The man who has the brain power and has the blessing of President Mahama to go and occupy a very significant office, like the office of the Attorney General. Don't you think he has sufficient common sense to sort of deflate what Honorable Afenyomakin, is trying to put across?
Let's now take you to the OT region, because calm has been restored with the deployment of some police officers in that part of the country, including some 100 military personnel in the Nkwanta South Municipality of the region following the resurgence of communal clashes that has unsettled the area over decades. And the recent clashes which erupted due to long-standing disputes prompted urgent action to ensure the safety and security of residents. So far, 5 people have been confirmed dead, with 5 also sustaining injuries in Nkwanta St. Joseph Catholic Hospital, including children. We understand the police and the military forces have been actively patrolling the streets, resulting in reduced tension and increased cooperation from residents. Let's speak to Adom FM's correspondent in Nkwanta, Benjamin Owusu, who is on the ground for us. Thank you so much for joining us. What is the current situation in the Nkwanta township as we speak?
Currently there's a calm in Nkwanta as residents are out there doing their normal activities. As we can see, there's a lot of deployment of military and police patrols in the town to ensure that residents' security are in a safe hand. Currently, the police and the joint security team are on a joint operations whereby there's a current development. We are waiting on authorities to come up with a proper information. But as I speak with you, the time is relatively calm. People are out there doing their normal activities, and we are expecting that the presence of the military here will continue to ensure that residents are in a safe hand.
Can you tell us if there's been any arrest so far?
So far, information we are picking that the military with the police joint operations are currently embarking on a serious operation, which we cannot confirm yet, but we are getting some information that there's a headway out. They are making sure that some weapons and some ammunition that are being kept with some individuals, they retrieve them to ensure that the area becomes a safety place for residents and the workers. As we speak, people continue to pack off their luggages, leaving the area, especially workers, which is also becoming a problem, a challenge for residents in Nkwanta South. So we are hoping that with their operation that is currently ongoing, we'll get some good news that will restore hope for the people to return to their normal activities.
All right. We understand also people are unable to get access to food. Can you confirm that?
It is indeed true. Access to food and water is also becoming a major challenge in the municipality, since most of the people here have packed off from the streets. Most of the shops too have been closed down. If you are looking for anything to buy this morning, and since yesterday, it's becoming so difficult. Business activities is also dwindling. It's on its knee. That I think that with the immediate deployment, we are hoping that from tomorrow there should be a sign of relief for residents to enable them to get access to food and other these commodities that can keep their households.
All right. So the meeting held to assess the situation and implement necessary measures highlighted the need for community cooperation and understanding. Do we know what the outcome was?
Currently, there haven't been any engagement with any of the factions in the area. But what that we are hoping for is that the community will continue to collaborate with the security agencies in the area. Because looking at the situation, without their cooperation, then releasing such information for the security operatives, they cannot do without any to ensure that the place becomes a safe place for the residents. So they continue to engage residents, ask them to volunteer information that they think it will help to resolve the impasses that is ongoing in Nkwanta. So we are hoping the residents will continue coping with the security and then other agencies to ensure that peace in Nkwanta South.
Do we know the state of the other 5 who have also been injured in this clash?
Most of them are resorting to local treatment. You know, after sustaining the gun bullet and other injuries, most of them acknowledge that there's some bullet that has to remain in their body. So, so currently, some of them are resorting to traditional treatment to enable them to remove the bullet from the system, from their body, so that they can continue with any other medical treatment. So most of the people that have been injured, most of them too have been discharged with their minor injuries. But the 5 that have been admitted as currently still on admission, whilst they are resorting to a traditional treatment to ensure that the bullets that they've received are being removed from their system to enable them to deal with other medical treatment.
Thank you so much, Benjamin, for speaking to us on this issue. Meanwhile, Nkwanta South MP Geoffrey Kinney has urged residents to remain calm after an emergency Municipal Security Committee MUSEC meeting was convened to address recent disturbances in the area.
Since 3-4 days ago, the people of Nkwanta South have never rested. Following a clash between some tribal groups in Nkwanta South. There have been a series of gunshots, there have been attacks, houses have been burnt, people have been killed, and in fact, it has not been an easy task for the people of Nkwanta South. It has been happening, but then what is happening between 3-4 days ago is different. And we need that government comes to our aid, otherwise we don't know what will happen. As it stands now, I can say majority of our people are migrating to other places. You find them being carried away by motorcades, vehicles, motorbikes, and whatever. They are all leaving town simply because there is no peace. So we are begging on the government to come and assist us. We just closing from the second meeting. We've taken series of decisions that we cannot disclose on air. I don't think it's good for public consumption. But then I want to believe that certain measures have been put in place at least to mitigate this in Nkwanta South. The floor of Parliament about a year ago, the then Interior Minister, Abu Deri, did promise that he was going to institute a committee to come and investigate into the issue. As it stands now, nothing has been heard, nothing has been done. Then as it stands now, a new government has come, praying that we will take up this issue seriously for us to employ the peace we used to employ. It's about buying and selling of goods and services. As it stands now, people who will buy and sell are all living town. So it means that businesses have been clamped down until the situation is brought to halt. I don't think that people can be attracted to come back to their various places of abode. As it stands now, we are working hand in hand with the security agencies to ensure that peace prevails, to ensure that our people get attracted, return to Nkwanta for us to continue with our normal businesses. These are not in session, banks are not working, all government institutions are closed down because their lives are also important and very important. So we pray with all stakeholders to come on board, talk to our people, make sure that we ensure that there is peace and stability in Nkwanta South, particularly in Nkwanta Township.
Let's now take you to the Ashanti region because dozens of residents in Nima Moke, Islam in the Asokore-Mampong municipality of that region have been displaced following a fire incident that ravaged their homes. The fire, which began around 4:30 p.m., destroyed over 50 wooden structures and properties of the residents. The blaze spread quickly due to the presence of highly combustible materials in the area. Emmanuel Bright-Kweko has more in the following report.
Nima Moke has served as an abode for several migrants from northern Ghana seeking better opportunities down south. According to eyewitnesses, the majority of the affected residents were away, going about their daily routine at the market centers in Kumasi when the fire gutted their homes. Eyewitness accounts suggest the fire started in one of the structures and swept through the clustered community following delays in contacting firefighters. They were consequently unable to save their belongings. I had returned from school when the fire started. I couldn't salvage anything. They told us to douse the fire. We're humans and citizens. The authorities should think of us. When the firefighters came, we had already doused the fire. Families, including children, are now left homeless, unsure of where to seek shelter. This is bizarre. We couldn't take anything. Everything is burnt. Some of us may have to return to where we came from. There was a sick woman who was nearly trapped in the fire. The inferno is yet another tragedy for the slum, which encountered a similar fire incident in 2020 that also displaced many residents and destroyed valuable possessions. For Joy News, my name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku.
In region now, because the Ghana National Fire Service has given indication that they've been able to successfully extinguish the raging fire that engulfed some highlands near the Akosombo Hydro Dam Friday evening. Videos of the fire outbreak circulated widely on social media last night, showing a blazing fire near the dam, which many believed posed a potential threat to Ghana's largest powerhouse, the Akosombo Dam. However, the Ghana National Fire Service has assured the public that the fire has been successfully managed. Now, joining me on Zoom now this afternoon to provide some details is ADO 1 Alex Kinate of the Ghana National Fire Service. Can you confirm if indeed the fire has been successfully extinguished? Kindly unmute so we can hear what you're saying, sir.
Okay, can you hear me now, please?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Okay,
so I can confirm that at 1 a.m. we had successfully extinguished the fire and in the process not recording any casualty or damage to lives and properties. And even with that, we are still not leaving the situation like that. Our regional commander himself, ACFO Efum, is at the scene. We've brought 2 fire tenders from 2 different fire stations, namely Kong and Akosombo, are all on standby, protecting the residential area and then the dam from any reignition. So as it stands now, there's no fire, but we are still on standby monitoring the situation.
How did you get access to the highlands? Because yesterday you told us it was difficult for you to get close to the place.
Well, despite our challenges, logistics-wise, here in Ghana, we as the Ghana National Fire Service are determined to face any challenge we encounter. So we had to be proactive in being able to contain the fire from spreading. So with the help of the VRE fire station also, we're able to find ways to contain the fire and then avoid it spreading to the other ways. But then again, it still calls into question the need for more logistical investment into the Ghana National Fire Service, firefighting drones, recovery vehicles, even pickups that would help us in carrying out our safety education through every area to be able to get people anywhere to be able to know about fire safety.
Do we know the cause of this fire?
For now, no. It's a bushfire, and with bushfires, the causes ranges from hunting, maybe setting fire to hunt, or even setting the forest ablaze to be able to clear the land, to even the disposal of cigarettes butts. In case one of the farmers is a smoker and decides to probably dampen the cigarette butts, it could fall on anything starting a fire, looking at the current situation of weather that we are facing. So we are looking at all these possibilities as a cause of the fire over there.
Now, looking at the Akosombo Dam, which is a critical national installation, what specific measures are you taking in collaboration with the VRA to ensure that such fires do not happen even near the dam going forward?
Okay, so what we've done as a service, as proactive as we are, is to train a lot of fire volunteers in the hilly areas or in the forest areas, because based on our assessments, we realized that if there might be any risk of fire affecting Akosombo Dam, it might be as a result of bushfires, as we had seen yesterday. And so, as proactive as we are, we've actually trained a lot of fire volunteers within that community to be able to help us deal with fires in forest areas like that. Also, we'll be committing officers to collaborate with the Volta River Authority Fire to work hard to carry out regular patrol within the area to ensure that nothing that can start a fire happens, and also the intensification of our education within the community. Then again, it stems back to the need for more logistical, infrastructural investment into the service, so that with more pickups, we'll be able to reach every hinterland to draw people's attention to the risk of fires.
So yesterday's incident, for instance, raised the concern of air power in fighting fires in the country like we've seen in the U.S. What would you want to say in that regard in terms of logistics?
So yes, it's very much needed, because in places like that where accessibility is curtailed as a result of where the location is, a helicopter or firefighting drones will not be far-fetched to ask to be able to help us to be able to fight fires. Over the years, as a service, we've been working hard with the little resources that we have. I'm sure maybe because of that, stakeholders feel we are very comfortable with the situation, but we are not. Things are changing. Things are changing all around us, and it's important that as a service, we also get equipment or appliances or logistics that will help us match the advancements in technology that we are seeing. So we hope that we'll be getting more turntable ladders, we'll be getting some firefighting drones, and then some helicopters, so that it will help even with our surveillance of areas like that.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to us on this issue. But moving forward, the coalition of Volta Youth Against the Sales of Government Lands has appealed to President John Dramani Mahama not to heed to calls to disband the ORA committee. According to them, ORA will be effective in effectively retrieving state assets, especially lands bought at chicken change by former government appointees and NPP executives across the country. My colleague Fred Kwame Sari has more in the following report.
The coalition of Volta Youth Against the Sales of Government Lands alleged that some government lands in the Kaburi enclave of Ho have been sold to people connected to the Akufo-Addo-led government. These individuals, which included government appointees and executives of the opposition New Patriotic Party, have begun developing most of the lands. The convener of the group, Dr. Stanley Glatte, lamented the rate at which state lands were sold by the Lands Commission.
They've sold the land to the extent that individuals are even sharing boundary with the residency, the official residency of the regional minister is now sharing boundaries with private developers. They've sold the land as if they are sharing Kelewele, and there is nothing left to talk about. Today, if the government wants to put up a structure, I tell you, there will be no land for us to put up any of these structures.
He appealed to the government to extend the activities of Operation Recover All Loot to the Volta region to ensure all state assets sold under dubious means are retrieved.
We are also calling on the oral team to make it part of their responsibilities to ensure that the Lands Commission officials who are the brain behind some of these things in connivance with their political element should also not be left off the hook. We are here. We are determined to support the oral team. We are only creating the awareness that they come down to, or when they come, all necessary support they need, we will give them to ensure that the lands that belong to the state, the lands that belongs to all of us, the land that belongs to home municipality and the government at large is protected, if not for today's use, for future use.
He also asked for an extensive investigation into the development of state land at Godekwe, a suburb of Ho.
The school knows nothing about this project occurring on their land. but it is an arrangement between the principal of the school and that private developer who is politically exposed to build this 10-unit, sell, get the money, and of course, they will share their booty. We need to investigate this very project, see the documents behind the project, know the faces behind this very act, and also the nursing training school principal must be brought to book because she has done a lot of injustice to not only the institution she is serving as a headmistress, but also to the Volta region and to Home Municipal.
Fred Kwame Asari, Joy News. Who?
Now, let's speak to a member of the Oral Committee, Martin Pebu. Grateful for your time, sir. People are asking for the operations of the committee to be extended to other parts of the country. For purposes of public education, how does Oral intend to make it work operational throughout the country? Kindly unmute so we can hear you.
Well, yeah. So, yes, hello?
I can hear you now.
Yes. So, what I can say is that there is something that's receiving attention. And so, in due course, you will hear or see something about that. Yes, it's something that's receiving attention. So in due course, you will see and hear more about it. Yes.
So educate us, per your mandate. Are you working outside the Greater Accra region, or is it a nationwide operation? We want to understand that.
Oh, from its nature, it's a nationwide operation. The president said, we can receive petitions, information, tips, etc. from Ghanaians. So Ghanaians are resident all over Ghana and even beyond Ghana. So, and also not just Ghanaians, other people who are interested, well-wishers, who are not Ghanaians but want to help the fight against corruption, we receive. So that is the area of mandate.
All right.
Ghana and beyond.
Tell us if you've been able to receive any petitions from other parts of the country so far.
Oh, yes, a lot. We've received a lot from other parts of the country. People are complaining all over, many parts of the country. Tamale, Kumasi, etc. There is the Volta region, Sugakope area, etc. Lots of complaints all over.
And these complaints are heavily, in which sectors? Is it about lands? If you can share with us.
Everything from lands to allegations of public malfeasance, that's financial malfeasance, abuse of office, dissipation of state property, etc. Everything.
Now, what do you say to the groups who are calling for you extending, more or less setting up some kind of offices in the regional capital so they'll be able to reach you easily?
Yes, so that's why I said it's receiving attention, but so in due course, we will, Ghanaians to hear from us. Now, let's also keep in mind that the phase one of oral is to receive information. And so when the Attorney General takes office fully, we'll have to wind down on this phase one. Then there will be phase two of the ORA, which will involve more active collaboration with the law enforcement agencies to help prosecute these cases, etc. So ORA will be there for quite some time to come, but it's in phases. Phase one, which we are currently doing, which I likened to John the Baptist. So after phase one, then we would go to phase two. You remember in the Bible, John the Baptist saying, yes, he's not a savior, but he's here to pave the way for Jesus to come. So phase one is paving the way for phase two, which will be the real action all over.
Thank you so much for speaking to us here on Joy Newsroom. We're so grateful. You're still watching Joy Newsroom with me, Carlos Kaloni. We'll take a short break. We'll return with more. Please stay.
From the markets to the dangerous corners, they hustle, they struggle, they endure.
We wash one chain is 10 cedi or 5 cedi.
Anytime they smoke, they come back, they will not beat us anyhow. Because like I say, we are not human beings.
But what forces these innocent souls into such despair?
It's not my likeness to be in this situation.
These streets are a battleground where survival means living dangerously. Young men and women living on the edge. Trapped in danger, desperation, and despair. Streets of Despair, a Joy News latest feature series, showing every Monday.
From the rich melodies of jazz to the infectious grooves of Afrobeats, soulful beats of highlife, live music bands are setting Ghana's cosmopolitan cities ablaze.
Band culture is the way to go.
With exciting rhythms of the city, what makes a great band stand out? Is it the talent, the chemistry, or the culture?
What we do is pure organic.
Our niche, it's growing.
Get an exclusive backstage pass to meet the artists. Join Becky on the all-new E-Vibes musical band series. The experience is electric. E-Vibes musical band series, coming soon on this channel.
Originally planned to be a safe haven for the poor, disabled and aged, but that's a facade now as the facility seems synonymous with despair and death. Ghana's only central destitute infirmary lacks quality infrastructure coupled with insufficient funding, forcing inmates to live in the shadows of a failing system. Some of these inmates have been raped under dire circumstances, dilapidating and disability unfriendly environment.
You will get some people in the night around 1, 2 o'clock in the midnight coming to have sexual intercourse with them. Since our place is not fenced,
Where hope fails, Ghana's decaying home for the destitutes brings to light the saddening contrast of hope and reality, where the poor, disabled, and the aged are gasping for life and sustenance in their wrecking facility.
1 week be 2 months, but me ba hanu me ko bi da say omunika omuni bibia was.
Clinton Yabua uncovers the devastating human rights and health crisis within Ghana's social welfare and health system. Where hope fails, Ghana's decaying home for the destitute, coming soon.
Welcome back. Now, scores of traders at the Tano Boase toll booth in the Techiman North district of the Bono East region are appealing to the John Dramani Mahama administration to fast-track the reintroduction of the road toll system to help revive their economic activities. The traders whose jobs were heavily affected due to the closure of the tolls there say the road tolls, when opened, will help them survive economically. Anna Sabit has more in the following report.
Toll booths across the country were closed under the erstwhile Nana Addo administration by the Roads Ministry to pave way for the reintroduction of the e-levy. In recent times, there have been several calls by traders across these various toll booths for authorities to reintroduce the toll system. These traders who have over the years been saying that the closure of the tolls is hindering or affecting their business or their economic activities. Well, there have been hints, even with the erstwhile administration, that the toll system will be reintroduced. This afternoon, we are back here at the town of Boase toll booth, where these traders here are calling on the new administration headed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to swiftly reopen this road tolls to pave way for their economic activities to thrive.
Former President Nana collapsed our businesses. Now plantain and cassava go dry because there are no buyers. This is our only job that takes care of our families. So we are appealing to His Excellency John Mahama to open the road tolls so that our businesses will thrive again. Our major challenge is that we don't have buyers now due to the closure of the tolls, so we are appealing for it to be opened. We will be happy if they open the toll booths for us. We usually run at loss now because the vehicles don't stop anymore to buy from us. So we are appealing to the President to come to our aid. Since morning, I made a sale of only 20 Ghana cedis because there are no buyers. So we beg the President to come to our aid. Contrary to claims that the toll system compounds to the economic woes of drivers, some of these drivers we came across say the amount charged is for the betterment of the roads and its maintenance. Osman Mohammed is one of them. No driver is affected by the small amounts we pay at the toll booths. Even at the stations, we pay 2 Ghana cedis for tickets, and so when we pay, these monies are used for our own benefits in the schools.
This route has been a major route. Vehicles, particularly those from neighboring French countries, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, usually used to convey, food items and other, stuff to their country. Unfortunately, the closure of the road tolls means these, foreign vehicles that fly this road pay nothing in terms of taxes to the state, even though they are using our roads. These traders believe that when these toll booths are opened, Ghana as a state will make money from this, francophone vehicles that plow roads daily, and that can also be used for the maintenance of these roads when they go back.
Free outside French cars, no mobile.
The francophone vehicles do not pay road tolls when they get here, and I believe if they pay, the amount can be used for the maintenance of the roads. We pay a lot when we visit their countries, but they do the opposite when they are here. So we beg the government to work on that. Drivers from the neighboring countries do not pay anything for using our roads, and so it's the toll system that takes care of the maintenance of the road. So for me, government should, as a matter of urgency, reintroduce the toll system.
So these are calls by traders here at the Tanobuasi toll booth, urging the John Dramani Mahama administration to swiftly reopen the toll booth, hoping that the introduction of the tolls will trading activities here at the Tanobuasi toll booth. Reporting for JoyNews.
Well, there's fresh appointments of CEOs made by the president, and there's an update on that. I want to put that on the screen now for you to look at. You have a number of CEOs there. Wisdom Yaira Koku Deku. He is the National Identification Authority CEO. Godwin Eduji Tameklo, National Petroleum Authority. Honorable Edward Bawa, Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. Professor Nana Amakluche is the Environmental Protection Agency head. And the new head for the Petroleum Commission is Victoria Emefa Hardcastle. And Afechi Awuno is the bulk oil storage and transportation company. And Sami Jemfi is for the Precious Minerals Marketing Company. and also Justina Nelson, Minerals Income Investment Fund. And there you have Mohamed Abdul Salam, National Lottery Authority. And Dr. Kweku Asiedu Nketia is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Income Investment Fund. So these are the new CEOs confirmed by the President. Now away from that, following the unfortunate incident in which journalist Kofi Adoma sustained an eye injury, his wife, Nana Abena Etraba, who is also the Queen Mother of Gomoa Amanfo, has refuted claims that the injury was caused by gunpowder. She clarified that the injury resulted from a gunshot fired directly into his face during a traditional event in Doma, in the Bono region. Nana Etraba also confirmed that Kofi Adoma is in stable condition after the incident.
Ne programma ole bado no. Wase what the afọ no do there ono nyene nkasa na ombra program ni bi. No kasa ma onye ne kasa en me nko details bebre because details ni de obeba at the right time. No onye ne kasa ma mesumpo menye ne kasa. Oye nana suma mahin. He was the mediator ma nana domahin programmer okodo. Okoi Thursday na oye juma ma Angel group of companies inti no na ohia won so no nti no chede odo obo hamane onye wakasa ma wode nyama sisi eni ofi TV crew so ka ho dem abri ni mu na magraheb so oba Ghana fu nyina la wenyim de oba Ghana ifi ha na owo nti no wa around meku so wa afa ne de ni nua kakraba nti onye no so kasai ama wo nyina otini up ma wokoi obakon na BBI okay nti Thursday anajo afi mu de not na ayede no then tempala instantly no me ignore them me focus wo barter ticket na make to ticket instantly na oye Jordan Monday ye de ko yankopon ye adom ye ko koduli so a doctor fo oye hu adwuma doctor fo oye mo de wo ye mo de wo kan mo de wo ye de bibi o de wo de ni wura oye ni nyinala na Kristo na domara yeda bedu ma konkron Ghana na eko media no da
We wish him speedy recovery. Now, residents of Nungua Adogono in the Greater Accra region are appealing to the police to intensify security in their neighborhood following a troubling surge in armed robberies. Many say they have lost count of the incident, but the constant threat of being attacked or losing their valuables has left them living in fear. JoyNews Collins Frimpong visited the community and now report.
Residents of Nungua Adogono, a community in the Krowo Municipal Assembly, are living in constant fear as a wave of robberies sweeps through their neighborhood. Many have traumatic stories of attacks. Some were ambushed by unidentified assailants on motorbikes, while others have had their valuables snatched in broad daylight. A local businessman, popularly known as Chief, and other residents recounted their experiences to JoyNews, describing the persistent fear that now hangs over the community.
Robberies are becoming rampant in this community. I personally experienced one where the robbers, armed with guns and knives, took all my valuables, including money.
There was some time ago, you hear that these theft and all those things happen at night, but now during the daytime it even happens. Because recently a friend of mine went through, like, she was going to work, she had an afternoon shift, So she was going to work. She entered the taxi and she was seated at the front. And someone pointed a gun in the taxi on her head and told her to bring all the items that she has on her. So the money, the phone and everything. And she was forced to do that. And I've been hearing so many recent incidents like that happening in this area, which is very bad. And I'm kind of scared from.
Sometimes I stay at the down there. Because of that stealing, it always put panic in me.
Residents lamented the alarming frequency of these attacks, often occurring in isolated areas of the community. Many say they have lost count of the incidents.
I've seen it not once, not twice. That's recently, during the Xmas time. A lady, they were moving towards their house. That's at this very junction. A motor rider, they were passing. Two were on the motor. They were passing. Unawarely, they snatched her phone.
That one I can't tell, but a cost. What I say, I don't know a cost until you make us started say and I started that say.
The community is urgently calling on the police to intensify security measures and help restore peace and safety to their lives.
I employ the police and other agencies, security agencies, to patrol at least once in a while during the daytime and at night, just to make sure that there's extra security around here and then the theft and all that reduces, because it's getting worse in this area, which is very bad for us.
I will urge the police service to increase their presence in this community as the situation has become very challenging for us.
Collins Frimpon's report for Joy News.
Attention to business, where the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industries is raising concerns about the investment climate of the country following the violent attack on Electrochem Ghana Limited at Dam facility. According to the chamber, this is an unacceptable act of violence threatening the safety of employees and the stability of Ghana's business environment. President of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Stephen Mizan Abbas, urged the government and law enforcement agencies to take immediate and decisive actions to apprehend those responsible for the attack and bring them to justice. He spoke to Joy Business during the familiarization tour of the facility after the incident.
On January 9, 2025, armed individuals allegedly attacked the Electrochem Ghana Limited's Adam facility, causing significant damage, theft of products, and injuries to staff. Although the cause of damages is yet to be fully established, preliminary estimates place it in the hundreds of thousands. To this end, leadership of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry paid a visit to the facility following the incident to get first-hand information about the situation. Speaking to Joy Business after the inspection, President of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Stephen Mizan Abbas, condemned the attack and called for measures to protect businesses across the country, ensuring that Ghana's private sector could continue to thrive in a safe and secure environment.
And we are requesting that the government we have already asked that they make the business community very friendly, give a friendly business environment for people to invest. So we are only calling on the government to ensure that businesses are well protected, investment is well protected, so that the dream of the country, and especially the president who has been sworn in, can be achieved. This is not so much to ask of us, of ourselves. So when I came, I've really asked the management, what has the government done in terms of providing security? And like the general manager said, whatever is happening, they are bearing the cost. We want to ask the government to come in with all the needed security that the company needs, because we know that the indigents are not satisfied. They want to come back again, and it can't keep happening. It cannot really keep happening. So it is really important. It's really important that not just Electrochem, that the business environment is well protected as we want to make our nation great.
CEO of Magdan Group, Kweku Amprofi, expressed worry the development will send a negative signal to potential investors wanting to do business in Ghana.
This has actually gone viral. It's all over the globe. I have friends all over the globe calling, asking, texting, wondering what's happening. I think it gives Ghana a black eye If you're an investor and you're seeking to invest in Ghana, it creates the question, is this a lawful place? Can I actually put my investment there and have peaceful returns? Sadly, we're also engaging some foreign investors to come in as partners. We keep getting a lot of requests from several investors who want to partner with us, because it's not just the salt that we are producing. We are definitely producing salt, but what we really want to do, our long-term plan, is to go into value add. So we're looking at building a refinery, which we've started building. We're looking at caustic soda. We're looking at building a university here in Adan. We're looking at building an industrial park right here in Adan that would hold about 200 companies that use salt as a raw material for certain derivatives.
Now, in international news, Nigeria has officially become the 9th partner country of the BRICS, marking a significant step in the alliance's expansion. Brazil, currently holding the rotating presidency of the bloc, announced the development on Friday, describing Nigeria as a country fit due to its shared interest with other BRICS members. This milestone adds Africa's largest economy to the influential group of emerging markets, which now includes Belarus, Bolivia, Cuba, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Thailand, Uganda, and Uzbekistan as partners. Together, BRICS represent more than half the world's population and over 45% of global GDP, underscoring its increasing influence on the global stage. Brazil highlighted Nigeria's active role in fostering cooperation within the global south and advocating for reforms in global governance, aligning with BRICS' strategic priorities. As one of the world's leading oil producers, Nigeria brings substantial economic significance to the group, while partnership status enables Nigeria to participate in BRICS meetings and initiatives. It does not extend full membership privileges, such as voting rights. This development strengthens Nigeria's global standing and reflects BRICS' says growing ambitions to unify and empower emerging economies globally. Congratulations to them. And that's all we have time for here. You can log on to myjoyonline.com for more stories. My name is Carlos Caloni. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great afternoon.
La Dolce Vita in Prague. A young Czech woman shows us around her hometown. Looking for a winter getaway? We check out a little-known gem in southern Italy. And what does the food of the future look like? We go inside of a lab to find out. These stories and more coming up on Euromax. Around 350,000 animals live in shelters in Germany. It's a big problem because some shelters are bursting at the seams. But this isn't unique to Germany. It's also happening in Switzerland. Photographer Sarah Affolter addresses the issue in her award-winning coffee table book.
This is Stella. Her master went to jail, so now she lives on an animal rescue farm in Switzerland. So does Paige, a hog bought from a farmer. Now it can grow old here. And Tuk Tuk, the last remaining rooster from a large flock, is no longer alone. Swiss photographer Sarah Affolter is out to put a face on animals with stories like these.
These stories are almost endless. Some are really hard to hear.
Her coffee table book Wegwerfware, or Disposable Goods, won a Federation of European Photographers Photo Book Prize for 2024. It's a collection of portraits of animals that were left in shelters for a variety of reasons. Their owners couldn't take care of them anymore, or simply didn't know what they were in for when they bought them.
I've heard so many stories, some of which were very tragic or sad. For example, I was at a parrot rescue center. Parrots can live up to 80 years. Some arrive here very young, but they can no longer find a home. So they spend almost their entire lives in this cage along with 240 other parrots.
But Zara had more pleasant experiences at a sanctuary for animals in Keisten, about 53 kilometers west of Zurich. Here, about 190 animals can spend their remaining years with dignity.
It's just a drop in the bucket. We could double the number of animals here within a month, easily. We've had so many inquiries, and it doesn't even depend on the season. Many people ask if it's especially bad in the summer, but for us, it's about the same year-round.
A black canvas, a key light, and of course her camera is all Sarah needs. Some animals are curious and come to the photo sessions on their own. Others need a helping hand.
I don't want animals that are scared and have to be forced. They have to do this of their own accord, and they have to trust me.
With nothing but a dark background, Zara focuses attention on the animals themselves, on the individual character found in each animal.
Many animals reveal a character that hardly shows the abuse. I admire that about these animals a lot. They can just leave it behind them and carry on with life.
For 2 years, the photographer made the rounds to Switzerland's animal shelters for the book. That showed her the true enormity of the problem of unwanted animals.
So many animals end up in rescue centers and shelters because people are simply unaware of how much work and responsibility they've taken on, sometimes for 20 years or more.
She gives the resulting images only minimal touch-ups, and although she's collected a catalog of stories, the book includes very little explanatory text.
Many of the stories hit really hard. But if you were to put these texts in, you'd take away from viewers' imaginations. But with just names and images, you can think for yourself what kind of stories might lie behind them.
Her book is a project born of love. Zara does not see animals as consumer commodities.
To me, animals are family members. They're living creatures just like we are, and they have feelings like we do too. And I believe we ought to treat them accordingly.
Better treatment of all animals. This is what Zara Affolter aims to promote with her photo book.
Prague is a popular travel destination, but what is daily life like in the capital of the Czech Republic? How does one live among all the tourists? We asked a young student to show us around her hometown.
Whenever I'm crossing this bridge, I always have to look at the view and be in absolute awe. And I can't believe that this is the place where I get to live and actively see this amazing view every day.
Prague, my hometown, is the capital of the Czech Republic. Most tourists come here for the historic buildings, red rooftops, cobblestone streets, and the strong beer culture. But today I'll be showing you my Prague.
Ahoy, my name is Rosaria. I am 21 years old and I'm a student in Prague. I was born, raised, and I currently live here.
I live in a typical panel-like building, which are concrete apartment buildings outside of the city center. They were built during the communist era and are found across Central and Eastern Europe. Hello, welcome to my apartment. Let me show you. So I live in a 2-bedroom apartment with my boyfriend, but I only moved in a couple of months ago, so it's pretty new. I have my homemade mint from my grandma's garden. For breakfast, I'm having this pie that my mom made for me. The average age for Czechs to leave home is about 26 years, which is typical across the EU, according to Eurostat. These days, one-person apartment in the city center can cost around 700 to 1,000 euros per month. Between 2022 and 2023, rent prices increased by 20% and continue to go up. So I was invited for a panel discussion and a lecture because of my work, so come with me. It's the Velvet Revolution week this week, so I'm already wearing my ribbon. The Velvet Revolution took place in 1989, where the Czechs protested against the communist regime, which eventually fell, and now we live in a democracy. We have one of the best public transport systems in Europe, with buses, trams, metros and trains connecting the city and its outskirts. It is available 24/7 and it's incredibly cheap for students.
I do have my driver's license. I got it when I was 18 years old, and I think that's the norm for Czech people. You get your first official Czech beer and then you also get your driver's license. I don't necessarily use it. I just think it's a good skill to have, I guess, but I don't really need a car in Prague.
I'm a political science student, but besides that I'm also a full-time influencer, or greenfluencer, if you wish.
1/3 odpadu z domácnosti. Jak vypadá den z pohledu takového mikroplastu? Začíná to vlastně dost brzo ráno.
I post about sustainability and climate and science, and I'm trying to get people involved in the talks about overcoming climate change and other sustainable issues. So this is an event about circularity and circular businesses. It was how businesses are supposed to implement certain circular, sustainable rules and laws and regulations. But now it's time for lunch.
It's really good, but for about 10 euros, that's quite expensive.
Over 90% of Czech university students also work, mostly to cover living costs or to gain experience. Prague is considered a top university city. In 2023, almost 40% of all students in the country studied here.
I love the variability, that even though I study political science, I can still take subjects from any other faculty. So now I'm taking a law subject, I can take biology, anything I want, basically.
Programs in Czech at public universities are completely free, so I don't pay any tuition fees.
And I'm done for today, so I'm gonna head out and have some drinks with my friends. Mass tourism in Prague can get annoying from time to time, but as a local I know where to go and how to avoid the big crowds.
Czechia is known for its strong beer drinking culture, and it's true. That's how most young people socialize. And I don't blame them, because Czech beer is the best.
Thank you for following along. I hope you enjoyed my beautiful city, and have a good day. Ahoy!
Time now for a trip to Italy, to a place where there are fewer tourist crowds. We're heading to the little-known gem of Tropea, a seaside paradise for those in the know.
Tropea is located on the west coast of Calabria on the Tyrrhenian Sea. The small town has around 6,000 inhabitants. It can be reached by car, train and plane. The nearest international airport, Lamezia Terme, is 60 kilometers away. Leanna Scherf takes us to the church of Santa Maria dell'Isola, Tropea's landmark. It's enthroned on a sandstone rock. The climb up the steep steps is worth it, since you have a fabulous view of Tropea and the sea from up here. When visibility is good, you can even see the active volcano on the island of Stromboli. The church is free to enter.
The inhabitants of Tropea are so linked to that church. There are always weddings and celebrations, Mass, of course, Holy Mass. But it became the symbol of Tropea and from Calabria now.
Of course, you'll meet tourists here as well as locals. Fortunately, Tropea doesn't have mass tourism and huge hotels.
I think it's a really nice place. It's not too crowded. It is a place with beautiful views.
Nice cliffs.
A beautiful city that has a lot to offer. You can stroll around and see a bit of history here. Marvelous.
Tropea has a typical Mediterranean climate, but it can get very hot in the summer months of July and August.
Tropea is all the year long a nice place to stay. In spring, we have the beauty of flowers and colors all over, a lot of green, and it's a beautiful time to travel down to Tropea and to Calabria. I prefer autumn because after a very long hot summer, the sea is warm, so temperature is always the same. It's very comfortable in the air.
The old town centre of Tropea, with its narrow alleyways and beautiful squares, is full of historical charm. In the 18th century, the town's nobility, who made their fortunes mainly through the production of silk, built magnificent palaces here. The masks and grimaces above the doors were intended to protect against evil eyes. One of the things in Tropea that you should definitely not miss is the view from the Belvedere viewpoint over to the church of Maria dell'Isola. You can see almost 60 meters into the depth.
This is the crowdiest place of Tropea. It's the main corso, which is the main walk. And Tropea has the beautiful thing that this corso finishes on a balcony. It's called Belvedere. Now it's quite crowded, of course, but if you come here early in the morning, you will be almost alone. And it's nice to walk even in the evening, of course. You can enjoy a beautiful sunset.
We continue to the harbour of Tropea. Here you can simply enjoy the maritime ambience or take a boat tour. Back in Tropea, we have dinner at Ristorante La Mora. Leanna starts with a mixed appetizer platter.
This is a fantastic Calabrian appetizer. And you start with cold cuts. You have salami, you have a piece of andouilla, which is a spreadable salami from Calabria. You got red onions, and we have pumpkin, we have ricotta cheese, and sheep cheese, which is called pecorino.
The main course is homemade filet pasta with swordfish, cherry tomatoes, and smoked aubergines, a typical dish from the region. And for dessert, ricotta cream with caramelized figs and pistachio brittle. Tropea is magical at night. Delicious food, a dreamlike landscape, charming towns, and not packed with tourists. Calabria is an exciting alternative for a holiday away from the crowds.
What does the future of our food look like? Many startups around the world are working on producing fish, meat, and meat substitutes in the lab. This effort is driven by food scarcity and a growing world population. We visited 2 startups in Germany where the dishes of tomorrow are making their way to our plates.
Is this the future of our food? Fish, meat, and lab-cultured animal products. Yummy.
Yeah.
Blue Seafood, a startup in Hamburg, northern Germany, has revolutionary plans to put the first lab-grown fish fillets on the market. They still have a way to go, but they have rolled out some fish sticks and fish balls, a new concept for nutrition.
Wir sind ja als Menschen
As human beings, we have basically evolved to hunt animals and catch fish, which means to eat fish and meat. And now we're making a radical break from that, saying we don't need that anymore. It's really a whole new dimension that's opening up to us.
Eine ganz neue Dimension, die uns jetzt offen steht.
So, how does a lab make fish balls? Blue Seafood cultivates isolated fish cells in a nutrient solution. From these, the technicians can grow actual fish meat with all the nutritional value it contains. At first, though, it looks more like a dead fish.
Even if the fish is dead, it still contains living cells. Once we've opened up the tissue a bit by chopping it up, we go a step further. We add an enzyme solution that will extract the individual cells from the tissue.
These cells will then be multiplied. Everyone is looking for the perfect nutritive mix to scale up to mass production. And the cells are hungry.
It's like having a pet. You have to take care of it continuously. If you leave on vacation for a week, you have to make sure someone will feed your pet. In the same way, someone has to feed these cells.
It's still a long way from a genuine fish fillet. That requires a variety of cell types, for instance fat cells, and a framework to grow on. The fish balls, which also contain plant-based components, are a beginning. So far, cultivated fish meat has not been approved for sale worldwide, but Blue Seafood has recently applied for approval in Singapore. We're moving from the lab stage to industrial scale production, and we still have a few challenges to deal with. But we've seen that it works. So it's not a question of whether it'll happen someday, but when. What already happened long ago is meat substitute products, made of soy, for instance. Or based on seitan, like this cutlet. Corn Foods, founded in the UK, has been selling meat substitute products based on the fungal microorganism Fusarium. And the German Next company is currently working on a chickenless egg. The Hamburg startup Infinite Roots is developing a meat substitute based on edible mushrooms, or to be more exact, on their mycelia. The mycelium is the part of the mushroom that normally grows underground. We don't grow it underground, but in what's known as a submersion culture. This culture is the nutrient medium. What's important is that the mushrooms grow on residue from beer and coffee production. The advantages over conventional beef are far less land use and a better energy use. And it's much quicker. Only a few days after starting, it's ready for harvesting. Finally, I let the mycelia grow in very, very big fermenters. The biggest fermenter we've used so far had a 100 cubic meter capacity. That's as tall as a multi-story building. The raw product has an umami-like flavor and supplies important proteins, vitamins, and minerals, meaning the final product contains few additives. The company is now waiting for approval to sell in the European Union. What will it mean for us if most of our meat and fish come from bioreactors? People used to think we were the center of the universe, until someone said, no, it's not like that, and completely changed how we perceive the universe. If you think about the Copernican revolution, that'll give you an idea of what meat and fish from bioreactors will mean to people.
Was das Thema Fleisch und Fisch aus dem Bioreaktor für Menschen bedeutet.
The first small steps towards this revolution have been taken. Lab-grown food may be one answer to increasing environmental stress and a growing world population. So, would you try it?
And finally, we take you on a true adventure. Euromax reporter Gunnar Kettles dared to enter the deepest hotel in the world, located in the UK.
I'm in Carmarthen, Wales in the UK. My destination is in Snowdonia National Park.
Welcome to Go Below. I'm Nick. On this really hot sunny day in North Wales, you are going to get to experience a big difference in a really extreme underground adventure.
First, I'm given climbing equipment.
So how dangerous is it actually going in that mine?
On your own, without all the kit and someone to look after you, very dangerous.
Luckily, I have Nick with me. He's been offering tours of the mine for over 6 years. This used to be the largest underground slate quarry in the world until the mine finally closed in the 1990s. Now I really need the climbing equipment and ropes.
If you hear that nice snap, that's a good indication that it's closed. So to get past the knot, I'm going to take one carabiner at a time across to the next section. So I'm always attached.
Now it's getting serious. We make a steep descent.
Okay.
Wish me luck.
Wow, it's so wet!
And that was just the beginning. If you're claustrophobic or afraid of heights, this isn't for you.
Okay, so we've come down an incline. We've got a bit of a more exciting way of getting down to the next level. So we're going to do an abseil. Yeah, are you up for that?
Sure.
Did I really just say that?
I'm really scared now. So should I still like touch the wall? Yeah.
After a little while, you won't be able to reach anyway.
Okay. Okay, almost on the ground. Okay. Yeah. So this was actually fun. It wasn't as bad as I imagined, but just going down somewhere without being able to see anything, that's still sort of scary.
Deep sleep is just around this corner, so there's an iron door to open and then head on in. So, yeah, let's go.
We're almost there. Wow. Look at this.
Here it is, 419 meters below ground. Deep Sleep, the self-professed deepest hotel in the world. It can accommodate up to 10 guests. The founder and manager of this unique hotel is waiting for me.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Miles.
Hi, I'm Gunnar. Nice to meet you.
Welcome to Deep Sleep.
To build the hotel, Miles and his team had to carry all the materials here through the tunnels. It opened in April 2023.
It's been a lot of fun building it. I like mines, I like technology, I like crazy projects. It answers all of those things for me. And I like showing people this mine and telling them about it. Show you inside one of these cabins?
Yes.
Each cabin can accommodate 2 visitors. There's heating, electricity and even Wi-Fi. A tour with overnight stay starts at £170. That's €202 per person.
So you're not going to be sleeping in this one. We have a special room for you. Come on in.
Oh, wow. So this is like the suite?
Yeah.
The so-called grotto room is built directly into the slate rock and even has running water. Thanks to good insulation and electric heating, it's dry and warm. But one piece of furniture posed a major challenge.
It's an enormous amount of work to get a double bed down here. The mattress mostly. This involved lots of guys in their underwear wading through deep water, holding the mattress up to keep it dry and clean. It was a big operation, so there is only one double bed, and this is it.
What about meals?
We can't have a commercial kitchen down here, so we have expedition food.
My guide is also the chef. Catering for guests is elaborate and requires lots of planning. Everything on the table has been brought here in backpacks by the hotel team. I'm really looking forward to my bed.
Good night.
And it's good night and good luck from us for this week. Be sure to follow us on social media for more from the world of culture and entertainment in Europe. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time, it's Auf Wiedersehen.
Press freedom matters because with the press, the voiceless find a voice. With the press, the oppressed are able to raise their issues to obtain justice. With the press, as activists, as members of parliament who carry out oversight, the press amplifies the work we do to ensure that there is accountability and there is transparency. Ultimately, it enhances our governance, and the people get value for money, the people are able to reap the democratic dividend. And to me, this is why press freedom matters. And press freedom must never be compromised. It must never be undermined. And all of us must do everything in our power to defend press freedom, even if it will cost us our lives, because that is the last bastion. It is the vanguard of our democracy. Press freedom will always matter.
Well, it's another beautiful day, and of course, today my guest is the man Kiddy. And always, I try to spell the name Kiddy with a K-I, a big D and a small d. But some people spell a K-I, a small d. That's not it. Am I right?
You're right. Capital D, big
capital
D.
D. No, capital K, I, and then big D, and then an I.
Yep.
Anyway, welcome.
Thank you, Doreen.
You have been in a brochure and all that.
Yeah, we're working, playing a few shows here and there, spreading the gospel.
Yeah.
We're back home, new single out, time for, music, back to music, so yeah.
It's funny how you all are able to work around that time and still manage to put your music together and release it.
Yeah.
This is a big tune.
It is.
How was it working with Black Hope?
All I can say is, it's spiritual vibes, the music is all about energy. And see, if you're making music with somebody and the energy is right, both of you are on the same wavelength, Charlie, what you create is what we're hearing, positive energy, good energy. And I'm glad that we're able to get into the studio because a lot of Ghanaians, hail him because he's so talented, so yeah.
So you wrote your side, he also wrote his side?
No, he wrote his side. My side, most of them was written by Kojo Blacks, another amazing artist who is upcoming.
Interview with Sikose, you explaining. It was pretty some way.
Yeah.
But I want you to clarify because I'm trying to build up to something.
Okay.
When that break happened, was it that you were sick? Was it that it was some sort of pressure that came on you considering winning the Artist of the Year and some of the things that were coming at the time? Because I saw there were a lot of good things coming. So was it that pressure or was it that you had issues with links? Which of it was it?
Oh, Doreen. Anyway, first of all, to say that it has nothing to do with pressure. Like anything that happened, me personally, pressure is not something that it's existent, but it's not something I feed into because pressure is not a good thing, so I don't feed into pressure. But there were issues, not with links, but there were a lot of issues happening in the background, and I obviously cannot come and talk about all of that now. There are issues that required me to just take a step back, take a break, and fix them, deal with them. A few health issues, but it wasn't what people said it was. It has nothing to do with stroke. I didn't get stroke. I don't know why and how that thing started, but I'd never had stroke. If I had stroke, I wouldn't be here healthy, jumping and stuff. But people decided to go with their own meanings of what my health issues could have been. But I'm glad to be alive. I'm glad to be here. I'm healthy. I'm strong. I feel amazing. I feel great. And yeah, we're back.
Now, around the time when all those information was out there, I know you're somebody who would usually want to clear things out of the way. But at the time, when you were home, you were seeing those stories, you were reading and all that. How did it feel before Richie even came out to come and debunk all
it's just like how any human will feel when people are spreading false things about you. It's like you want to come out and shut it down. But it was like, I shouldn't even bother. He will go and clear it out. Obviously after that, people didn't believe it, but I didn't want that misfortune to derail what I was also doing for myself at that time. So I continued going through what I had to go through to get behind it. And it was like sometimes you have a plan for your life, not be BSc, not be BSc. You have to come and do not as I was like, nope. I know my family, my friends, the people that are in my close circle know that this is false. And usually sometimes that's all that matters. The fans have also been told that this is false. So that's all that matters. If people decide to not believe it,
their own matter. Then came VT, I mean, at the time it was VGM. Then we heard there was a surprise. Kitty was the surprise act. I remember that day there were a lot of conversations. I was sitting at the back, like somewhere in front, but people were just talking. People felt you didn't look well. People felt that you were not ready. Like they didn't even connect. They couldn't feel the vibe and all that. I don't know if you heard all of that.
No, I heard all of that. And you see, this was what tells us the mind is very powerful. Because if Doreen may catch you, be say, hey Doreen, we need pa. Even though that might not be true, if I plant in people's heads, if you enter a room, because I planted in their head, will be just hey Doreen, we need pa bonio. Meanwhile, it could be false. So I think because that was planted in people's heads, even when I was on stage, or my jam would say, oh yari, something is not right, something is not right. Instead of like just enjoying the show. So I think the mind is very powerful in that regard. But I heard all those conversations, and I laughed about it because I was like, I mean, it will only take time, and me constantly doing what I have to do for people to actually believe that, oh, he's actually well. So I didn't take that to heart too much.
Okay. Now, would you say that break you took sort of affected things that you had planned for?
It did. I mean, it did because we had like a whole plan from the tour to the new music that was going to come, to the albums and stuff. But usually when you take a break, that's some of the consequences you have to deal with. That when you know that when something is going and you break, there's always going to be that breaking flow. So it did affect a lot of things. But again, like I said, it's very important to be healthy and do what you have to do for a long time. Because I tell myself, say, Doreen, I'm not here to just do 1 or 2 hits. I'm here to be here for a long time. And see what I have to do to be here for a long time. Even if it takes 6 months of break of no work for me to be here for a long time, I'm willing to take that sacrifice. So
How long would you say it took you to get back on your feet? Now, I asked this question because I've watched a series on Netflix. Simone Biles is one of the greatest Olympic. At the moment. At a point, I remember in Tokyo, she got up one day, she was doing her thing and couldn't do. She took that break, and when she got the bash. And eventually, when she came back powerful, but it took some time back. Now, around the time that you took that break, being at home and, trying to get back on your feet, what were you doing? And how long did you think it took you to come back? I'm asking this because sometimes when these things are happening, we don't take them serious because we think it's one of those things. So I want to find, because this is Kiddy, this is not just anybody. So if you don't mind, if you can share with us.
The Simone Biles example that you gave, like, sometimes when she was doing it for her. And only she and her family and close friends understood what she needed to do. Sometimes the fans and the public, they don't understand these things. They want new music now. That's what I say. They don't get all the So sometimes it's very difficult to stay focused in such a time because fans are saying, Charlie, now come and do the thing. We want you for this. But it's very important to be focused in your goal and your vision. That's what I say. Yes, it took some time. Thank you. It took some time, but in that time, just learning a lot of things, going through what you have to go through to grow as a person, as an artist, to gather all the information you need, set all the things you need to set right, like all those things were very important. Yes, they were dropping but even that time I was still dropping music because I was a Liquor with Stoneboy, that one collaboration of the year. There was Danger, there was I Lied. But people want to see you, doing more.
Jumping on stage.
But a process, sometimes you have to go through that process, to come back strong. And every artist that we know in the world, you don't always have a high moment. Your high moments will come. Sometimes you go your low moments, you come back again. It's always about how you come back up, and see. I'm grateful for the time taking. I'm grateful for the lessons learned. I'm grateful for the, new information I've gathered, and I'm grateful to be back.
We are happy you're back, and of course, this will be a question. So we want to say that Kiddy is okay.
Oh, I'm 100%. I'm very, very okay. I'm very okay. Like, I won't say, my extra fresh crack on crack. I'm okay.
This is interesting. And of course, after last year, we are in the new year. You've won. How many awards did you win at this year's
I won one, Liquor with collaboration. In that time, I still wasn't in Ghana, so I couldn't attend. I was in Norway for a show. But yeah, so even like I want people to understand that even the time that you feel like we've been away, there's still been work being done. And it's not like we've been dormant and there's nothing happening. We've been traveling, recording the album, working, playing shows, all just still building to like this moment, because we're entering into album season, and you know that Kitty dear about albums are the albums in the winning album of the year, and this one it will be no different, So
yeah, sounds really good, and I'm so happy because we all love you. We want to see you always, do what you do best.
I love me too, I want to see me do more, you get me? So
we're moving back to your personal life and other things. No, we won't go deep into that, but
thank you. Thank you.
Which stage or what would you describe as your most embarrassing moment on stage?
Hey,
and what happened?
Most embarrassing moment on stage?
Yeah.
Recently, I've not really had, unless I think way back to my early days. But
an interesting one. That you look back and you're like, hey, so this happened to me, Kiddy.
Charlie, I remember it was 2016 or 2017. This is very long ago. This is like almost 8-9 years ago. But I at that time I only had like one song or two songs. I went to perform at a school. I don't want to mention the school's name. But I went to perform at a school, and that time, Charlie, it had been called in a favor by a radio person. He said, oh, my daughter is in this school. Charlie, go and show up, perform for her. I was like, oh, Charlie, I'll do that. So I went, not knowing, the headmistress, the school authorities were not aware that as an artist coming to perform. So I mean, I was on stage performing, the girls were excited, happy, chilling. And I saw this woman climbing the stage, right? And in my mind, she's coming to join me to jam. I'm like, hey, Charlie, hey, this is good. She comes on stage and was like, young man, give me the microphone. And then I hand the microphone over to her, and she says, this is over. Young man, please get off my stage. And at that point, I wanted the ground to open and swallow me up. Because it was.
She said it was over.
She says, Yapon. In the middle of the song, Yapon.
With all the students and everybody.
I was right on the stage standing there with, I didn't know whether to go left or right. So I just started going back small, disappeared into the background. And the students came, they was like, Kiddy, we are sorry, we apologize. I'm like, we both have already embarrassed me, what we could do? So I just left quietly and never spoke of that day. Yeah, this is like 2016, I think. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was,
When you go home.
Listen, I was just down on my bed, looking at my ceiling. I was like, did this just happen? Like, they really sucked me off stage. But like I said, you live, you learn. That will never happen now because but at that time was really embarrassing.
Oh my goodness! And well, have you been to the school since?
I've been again now, recently, and yes, it was different.
It was different. This one, the superstar.
You understand? Levels don't change.
I noticed when you traveled out of the country recently, you went with your son.
Yeah. It's summer, so sometimes he likes to go back to London, to just be away from Ghana for a while. Yeah.
Okay, right.
He's still there though.
He's still there. Yeah, enjoying himself with his mom. Yeah.
Summer is long, Yeah.
Wow.
So he'll come back when school is about to reopen. So,
wow. Yeah. I like the bond you have with him because it's not easy. I'm sure we've all read stories of how celebrities abandon their children sometimes.
I never want that to be the story for me,
Yeah.
No, never.
But I know you are also very busy. You move from one place to the other. How are you able to train him as a father?
It's very tough, like you said. There's a lot of movement. Today I'm here, today I'm there. But I make sure that at every point in time that I'm well closed, we spend as much time as we can, especially on the weekends, because weekdays he has to go to school. So every weekend when I'm in Ghana, we always spend the weekend together.
Okay. As a young man, probably at the time you had him, you were a bit young.
Yeah.
These days, when a lady calls a young man and says, I'm pregnant, it's either run away or it's not me. If there's any advice, considering what you're getting from this young boy as a person, your relationship, the connection, the love, and how it's even, building you and gingering you to do so much, what would be that advice you give to a young man who is probably dating a young lady and anything can happen?
Oh, the first advice is that wear condoms. That's the first advice. If you know you are not ready, if you know you are not at a stage of your life where you can bring another human, that's the first advice. Use protection. Whatever the protection is for you, use it. But if it does happen, you know, it's tough, but children are blessings. You know, children bring so much blessings into our life. Like, I'm a testament to that. He's brought so much amazing, good things into my life. So if it does happen, Charlie, as I say, Fanyama took plans here and make sure that you enjoy this blessing that God has, you know, brought into your life. So, yeah.
Do you plan on having another kid?
Oh, definitely. When the time is right. I always told myself I wanted to have 3 kids, so I think 2 more to go. Yeah.
2 more to go.
Yeah.
Oh, so that means marriage, or you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I want to get married, start a family. Not now, but when the time is right. Yeah.
Kiddy, what would be your type of girl?
Doreen,
I had to ask for the ladies.
This question is tough because after you travel the world so much and you meet tons of women, like right now I've met so many women around the world, different kinds of women, different attitudes, different characters, different, you know, shapes and sizes. Yeah, when you do that now, those type of women thing becomes, it's not a thing you think about, because for every spec you have, there's somebody with a better spec. If your spec is a girl with the big boobs, you find a girl with a bigger boob. Your spec is big buttocks, you find bigger buttocks, you get me? So I think it has to do with heart to heart. Yes, I like a pretty woman. I want to marry a beautiful lady, but it has to be beauty inside out. I have to wake up in the morning and appreciate looking at you physically, and also be able to tolerate you, deal with you, respect each other, and have that same, we have to be, you know, aligned in. Exactly. Yeah.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Now,
spec dear. Whatever your spec is, there is somebody that has a better spec than that. As a Wakoto Benz 2017, there is 2020 Benz, the same thing you're looking for. So you have to always look deeper. So yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Your song Touch It. You actually shot a remix with an Indian lady.
Yes.
What's her name again?
Tusi Kumar.
All right.
Yeah.
And looks like that video, the numbers were very high. In fact, at some point I was like,
is this real?
And then I didn't really even see the difference much, but there was so much love. Even when you got there, the welcome, how you were treated and all that. If you're going to differentiate how they welcome and treat people in their country, or how they handle people of your caliber, musicians and all that, and compare that to Ghana, what's the difference? What did you see there? What was different there?
Oh, I think for that, I think it's not even a good or bad thing. It's just how, when somebody is not from your home, there's always a different, you know, reception to them. Because if I'm in Ghana, the people in Ghana, they see Kiddy all the time. They see Kiddy in VGM, they see Kiddy. So obviously, if you Kiddy, it's not be the same as like maybe a Chris Brown is coming to Ghana. You don't see Chris Brown often, you know. So when you see Chris Brown, there's always going to be a different, you know, treatment to that. It's just how life is. So obviously, I'm not from India, so when I go there for the first time, the treatment is going to be different from artists that actually live in India. It's just how the universe is. It's not a bad or a good thing.
Okay, but of course, that particular video. When you assess things, no. Oh,
Ekoye, mama.
I'm sure you have plans of probably doing another music with.
Definitely. We're you see, when you tap into a market and they accept you, you're always looking for how to, you know, grow from there and stuff. So we're putting things in place to get more collaborations in that market and different markets as well. So.
Well, I'm excited about it because if I remember 2022, before your concert at the O2, I remember how I asked how far you wanted your music to go, and you actually were looking at those places. So I'm happy that it's working and things are going well. Recently, you met up with Don Jazzy too.
I did. That was the day of a party in the park in the UK. He was just chilling in front of my hotel. I think he had come to a party, so I walked up to him. So he said, "Oh, Kitty, you are here." I'm like, "You are here." We just had a few chit chat here and there, and then we went.
And something will also come up from there.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Most definitely. This is our kiddie, so I know that it can happen.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, congratulations on that. And
thank you so much.
I think that we have our kiddie back. Our kiddie is back, but this time is refined. Right? This is not the kiddie we used to know. And I just want our people to know it's different.
It is.
But we'll still get
the same. You still get your dose of who kiddie is, but obviously, like I said, humans live, we grow, we learn and stuff. I'm not even the same person I was last month, you know, so whatever you're receiving is going to be, like I said, an upgraded version of, you know, what you know Kiddy to be, so, yeah.
Well, I've been getting a question lately, this is just by the way. Can you believe Kiddy? people are asking me, is it true Kwame has left Links Entertainment?
Oh, as for that, I do not know. I do not know. If you want, me, I don't know. If you want the answer to that, maybe you have to find Links or Kwame or Richie. You know, sometimes we're in the same label, but we have different teams on what we do. Sometimes I don't know everything that happens in another artist's team. You get me? So I do not know. I've also heard people sing, but we've been hearing this for like 5 years now.
Even they've even heard say.
Exactly. So I don't know if this time is true. I have no idea, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That sounds okay. So now that this song with Blacko is out, which we are enjoying, I haven't learned the challenge. I don't know how to do the challenge.
To be honest, when I do all the videos, I don't dance because I haven't learned it properly. But I've told Dance God, from here I'm going to Dance God. I have to learn it, and then I can do it with him so that we have a video. So next time you see me, I'll definitely have the moves.
But when you have to teach me because I'm not good.
Oh, don't worry. Me, I have 2 left feet, so that's why Dance God has to teach me. So once he teaches me, unihow, it's simple, unihow.
Well, we are looking forward to it. So now that this out, what's next? Because usually, is it an EP that will follow up? Because you are here when you do a collaboration with somebody, then it's like
there's an album coming, and we're right now. Last time I had an interview, we're like 70% done. Now we're like 90%. So we're almost. They're coming this year, obviously. So this single is coming off that album. There's probably be another one before the album, but yeah, fingers crossed. Yaba na yaba, that's what I say.
And finally, would you let your son do music if he wants to?
I think in the new era we're in, the new world we live in, there's no limit in what people can do. So if somebody expresses a genuine interest in something they want to do, no matter what it is, whether it's musical, then our job as parents is to empower them, create an enabling environment. And so if that is what he truly wants to do, why not? Yeah, I'll empower him.
Okay, we all look forward to it.
Yeah.
Kid, is there anything you'd like to tell our fans, people, of course?
Just like to say a thank you to everybody who has stuck in, those who are sticking and staying with us. We appreciate you. The new music is out, the challenge is out there. Jump to. You guys are already jamming to it. You guys are already, the TikTok is going crazy already. But keep doing it. Do it with your families, your grandmas, your moms, your dads. I appreciate you. The album is coming. Fingers crossed. Yeah, love.
Before we go, please, this is Labadi Beach. I just want you to know Labadi Beach says that cheers to us, and I would like to say a very big thank you to the Labadi Beach Hotel for giving us the space, and of course their fresh juice is also amazing. Thank you to them once again, and also I expect more of this. Social media, dear Kiddy, dear, he's everywhere, and I like one thing about him, he responds to messages. So when you send a message, make sure it's in the right state. If it's not in the right state,
don't come and say hi, hey, and leave it there.
You don't like that, eh?
Well, I think you come and say, you see, you people guys understand sometimes as artists, there's so many people that are trying to message us. And we cannot chat with every single person, you get me? So when you message, sometimes go direct to what you want. Oh, can hire. I could see there. Hi, now state your purpose. What you say? Yeah.
So please do well to, send the right messages. Don't just say hi or hello, but tell him maybe I want to do a collaboration with you. Yeah. I want to dance with you. I want to come and visit you. Yeah. I'm looking for it to be a wife. Then you can do all that. Then you can always.
Yes, go straight. If you want to be a wife, go straight to the point. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Share your CV and your credentials.
The matter chop hot. Kiddy, thank you so much. You're simply amazing. I wish you all the best. And
thank you, Doreen.
Well, we're hoping to see the album soon.
Very soon.
More things ahead.
Amen.
Thank you once again.
Love.
Hi there. You can follow your superstation Love 99.5 FM on all social media platforms. We're on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and not forgetting YouTube. Feel free to connect with us by subscribing to our YouTube channel, Love 99.5 FM. You can also click on the notification bell so that you're notified always of our content. Feel free to also log on to myjoyonline.com where we have content specifically designed just for you, as well as our podcast. So stick and stay with us at Love 99.5 FM, where we bring you nothing but love and joy.
Welcome to Home Tips with Mira. You know, Home Tips with Mira is all about learning home tips, DIYs, and home remedies. Today on the show, we are going to learn about a home remedy about corn. But before we do that, I just want to ask you, how well do you like your corn? Do you like it boiled with coconut, or you like it roasted with coconut? Well, for me, I prefer the roasted one because it has this amazing and unique smell. And when you take it as a snack and you wash it down with water, I bet you can remain full for the rest of the day. Please stay with me. I'll be right back. I'm just going to remove the silk and then boil it and take it as a tea. And there are amazing benefits that you can derive from this silk. You know, the corn plant itself, it's so useful. The husk, the dried one in Ghana, we just dry the husk and we use it to wrap our kinky. Even the fresh one like this, some people also use it to wrap their kinky. And this husk is also used for other medicinal purposes. And you know, our grain, we have a lot of corn products on the market. You can get your Ebroni Cartier, which means corn and granules. They just, it's sold on the market. They wrap the dried corn with granules and they boil it together. It's so nutritious and so filling when you take it as a snack. And then, like I showed you previously, we have the roasted corn and the boiled corn. So this is our corn silk. It is fresh. This strands, as you see it, is responsible for making a grain on each kernel on the cob. Do you know what it does? The corn plant, God has made it in such a way that when the corn plant matures, there are some flowers that it bears. And when the wind blows, there are certain things in the flowers that falls off, and then the strands, because they are at the edge of this corn, they receive those seeds, and this one is used like a channel and the seeds passes through this and then it fertilizes the corn. It's amazing, right? Yeah, all right. So now let's talk about the silk. So what I'm going to do is that this is my silk. It's so fresh and it smells so good. This is just a handful of corn silk that I'm going to boil in my kettle. But for this, I'm going to use 3 glasses of water. And after boiling it, I'm going to tell you of the many uses and the many benefits that we derive from corn silk tea. Please join me. So let it be at maximum fire, and then when it boils, just leave it on fire for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, then you bring it down and let it cool down. And then our corn silk tea will be ready. So one may ask, how can I get corn silk since I'm not a corn farmer? Well, it is not difficult at all. When corn is in season, what you can do is that those beautiful ladies by the roadside in Accra or wherever you find yourself roasting or selling corn, the boiled one, you can approach them and tell them that they should give you some of the silk. Well, this is what I collected from a lady who roasts some by my roadside. So you can equally use the dried one, and you can equally as well use the earlier on, the one that I used, the fresh one too. So when you get the dried one like this, it's, you know, comes along with little of the husk, and this one especially has been exposed to the weather, so you might want to sort it out so that you remove the fresh ones. Keep it in your Ziploc bag and keep it in the fridge. It can last as long as 3 months, but make sure that when you keep it in the fridge, you don't forget and be using it regularly. So, because this one, I took it from those by the roadside, I would advise that before you boil this to drink as a tea, you wash it under running water before you put it on fire to boil to drink your tea. Corn silk is being consumed for a long time as a therapeutic remedy for various illnesses, and it has natural antioxidants, which is found in most fruits, vegetables, and other cereals, which helps our body And according to research, when you take corn silk tea, it relaxes the lining of the bladder and urinary tubules. It acts as a diuretic, which means when you take the tea, it helps you to pass urine often. So if there are toxins in your body and all that, be sure that as you take corn silk tea, it will surely help you to get rid of all those toxins in your body. Now my tea is ready, so I'm just going to pour it into my tea kettle, which makes it more presentable to serve friends and family. It looks so nice. It tastes plain and simple. But if you like your tea to be sweet, you can add honey or sugar to it. But please, do not add milk. You can take it hot, you can take it warm, or you can take it very cold. You can keep the remaining in your refrigerator and take it. If it's in the fridge, you have up to 3 days to consume everything. But if it is just at room temperature, please make sure that from morning till evening, you would have finished taking it. All right, please remember that this home remedy should not be taken as a medical advice from me. Feel free, boil your tea and enjoy your corn silk tea for your maximum health benefit. Thank you so much. It's been Home Tips with Mira. Thank you for joining me. Please don't forget to watch me on this same channel. And also don't forget to like, subscribe and share. See ya!
Good evening, welcome to our front. Tonight we turn our attention to the third batch of ministerial nominations by President John Dramani Mahama. In his latest appointment, 9 more individuals have been nominated for key ministerial portfolios, signaling his administration's vision for critical sectors like education, agriculture, trade, and youth development. Among the notable nominations are Haruna Idrisu as Minister of Education, Gov't Kwame Agboja for roads and highways, Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari for trade and agribusiness and also industry, and the national youth organizer of the NDC in the very person of George Opare-Addo for youth development and employment. That's empowerment. Now, the president has also announced 3 new regional ministers for Western, North, Central, and Western regions. These appointments will be subject to vetting by the Appointments Committee of Parliament, chaired by the First Deputy Speaker, Bernard Ahiafo, who has recently, after his first job, come under scrutiny for his handling of Monday's session. While some commend his stewardship, others, particularly from the NPP backbench, have accused him of partisanship. Joining us later on the show to review the appointments and their implications are political scientist Professor Richard Amakoba and distinguished agricultural economist Professor Irene Ejuri. But now, first, we are honored to have with us the immediate past First Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, Joe Osei-Usu, to weigh in on the parliamentary vetting process and its challenges and the controversies surrounding it. Good evening and welcome to you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Now, according to NPP backbencher Member of Parliament for Tano North, the expected members of the Appointments Committee and friends of the committee to be given sufficient time to thoroughly question the nominees. Was this a reasonable or an unreasonable expectation?
Well, first, good evening to your listeners. It's very difficult for me sitting outside to determine what is reasonable or unreasonable, but certainly the Appointments Committee work is governed by rules made by the committee itself. Usually, before in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Parliament, or in all of these, I was a member of the Appointments Committee. We usually have a pre-sitting meeting, and we'll discuss how many minutes were allowed to each member of the committee. And once that is agreed, then a member, how many questions one member can ask. Once those are agreed, and I think that, and those rules are respected by each other. And however, unfortunately, a member feels the time short, medium, or large, that is the rule. And once it's accepted, you have to work with it. I'm not in a position to tell whether this appointment committee met and agreed on these rules. If they did, then however small or short the time is, unfortunately, that's what members are agreed upon. If that was not agreed, and or even if it was agreed and the chairman is not respecting it, then they may have a case to raise those matters at the next meeting.
We kept on hearing the chairman of the committee insist that these are the rules we came to an agreement on, so let's stick to these rules. But I reckon that some of the people who complained subsequently are not original members of the appointments committee. By the new structure or standing that has been put into this, I think this has been experimented for the first time. The friends who came in are subject area experts. They are the ones who are particularly worried about not being given the opportunity to probe further so that we can get the requisite answers that resemble a form of proper scrutiny.
Well, usually we get that kind of reaction from members who are sitting in the appointments committee for the first time.
Okay.
We are, for those who have the experience on it, you know that you're entitled to 3 questions, and if you are lucky, you may be allowed a follow-up. But the practice is that for any subsequent question that you may have, you forward it to your leader. That's why the leader has limitless time to ask all the questions, all the follow-up questions. So probably if anybody has a complaint, probably the leader will give them further orientation for them to understand that that is the rule of the game. Sometimes you actually deliberately raise the issues and leave the leader of, that is the ranking member, to close it up. That's how we used to do it. You leave the empty spaces, the ranking member will be making notes, and then you follow up so that you can get to a conclusion on any matter that was raised by a member, which, because he has limited time, 3 questions, and if he is lucky, he may be allowed 1 or 2 follow-ups. The rest is left to the leader to conclude.
How about the claim that members were not provided with the CVs of the nominees on time, and when it was finally available, they usually, that's the claim, apportioned time for members of the committee to specifically probe the CVs were not necessarily granted this time around. Is that strange or also normal practice?
I recall that, I think it was in the 6th Parliament. We used to have people who were just doing CVs. They spent some time on CVs before we get on to the main thing. But in the 7th and 8th Parliament, we changed it. You have 3 opportunities. If you want to stick to the CVs, go ahead. If you want to do other things, go ahead. But it is the management of the committee that will determine how you want it to be done. There are no hard and fast rules about how it should be done. So I'm not in a position to say this or that rule has been breached. No. All I can say is that they have to strategize. We usually used to have one person who would do all his questions on the CVs, and then others would take the other areas that come out. So I'm sure that their management should be able to determine how they want it done.
And is this the entire committee's determination, or is the caucus within the committee that determines that, say, MPA will be the one probing the CV?
I think in that case it is the caucus which will decide how it should be done. Because largely, you know, when the majority from whom the ministers are coming hardly ask any difficult questions.
True.
It is usually the minority that does the probing. So the minority may want to strategize and nominate one or two to just scrutinize the CVs and pick out inconsistencies and bring them out. And then other members will also focus on other things, raise questions about how the president has behaved in the past, or if there are any scandals in the skeleton of the person, you bring them out. And I think that should be the work of the minority.
Now, the chairman of the committee was particularly isolated for review. The MPs insist that he was overly protective of the nominees. Is that a fair critique?
To be fair, I haven't even watched any of the proceedings before. So I can't say whether that is fair or not, but I've seen in a particular case that somebody forwarded to me. I thought that my friend, chairman, was needlessly raising his voice and showing a tendency to show machoism. My style is different. We are all colleagues. Our duty is to ensure that the person qualifies in accordance with the Constitution and that he can do the work as he has been nominated to do. So I was a bit surprised to see how hard-faced the Deputy Speaker or the Chairman of the committee was addressing one of the members of the committee. That is not my style. I wouldn't have done it that way.
Particular mention has also been made about your time as chairperson of that committee. Some insist that you were a stickler for the rules, and flexibility really was not part of the things you considered as your strength at the time. So the other view is that Bernard Ahiafo should learn from you and deliver a similar rigid application of the rules in coining questions, in delivering the questions, in what space you have for even preambles prior to the questions. Are these really, really sufficient and relevant rules?
Well, there's no rule about how a question should be asked. But it's always my style not to permit so much commentary before the question. Probably from my experience as a lawyer, I make sure that the question is straight to the point. And practically that's my style. I don't like going through the bush before you come to the main road. So I'm sure that may be the challenge that he has to deal with. But I believe strongly in the rules. I believe strongly in law and order. So if you're going off board, I'll bring you back. Please ask your question. That's me. I insist that you ask your question. You cut down on the comments before the question. If he is doing that, I think it is within his right to do that. But if you allow people to run 5 minutes of commentary and ask a 1-minute question, in the end, they answer the question before they ask them. Those are the kinds of things I try to avoid.
This conversation about a certain convention within Parliament, that you treat leaders of Parliament differently. The majority was particularly worried about the length of time, more than 4 hours spent on the finance minister designate. The complaint was that you had always had a soft spot, or you basically spent a shorter period of time when it came to leaders. I understand it's a convention. Has this always been the case?
Well, usually it is when it comes to a person nominated as Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Often is the majority leader ready. So, or we know him as majority leader or deputy minority leader, and then he's subsequently nominated as Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Those ones, I think that this is our leader. We have moved it. So we even have a problem with the executive trying to take control by also appointing that person as a minister. So we usually, in fact, before I joined Parliament, what I observed, the person just came, mentioned his name, and that's all. They dismissed it. So that convention of giving respect to our leaders is truly respected. Yeah. But when you are nominated as a finance minister, if you're a leader and you are nominated as a finance minister, I think that's a different ballgame. You're moving from Parliament to a different area.
Okay.
Recall when Honorable Babing, the current Speaker, was nominated as a Minister for Health. We spent quite some time on him because it was not for work in Parliament. We know him as minority leader, majority leader. If you are nominated as Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, you don't need a person from outside to tell us about him. But when he was nominated for Minister for Health, he didn't get that courtesy we usually give to ministers for Parliamentary Affairs.
Now, there's also this abridgment of time when it comes to the time given to the public to send memorandum of understanding. The argument here is that they agreed to do so, so it should have afforded the members of the committee and its friends enough time to do the probing, since no memorandum of understanding, no memorandum was sent out there by the public or anybody in the Republic.
I am not even sure whether they advertised and allowed public sufficient time.
No,
I wanted to be sure about that today. So I spoke to the majority leader, the minority leader, and he told me about some arrangement they had done. But I did not see any advert. But frankly, when you're starting a term like this, I would have thought that minimum 1 week advert or 2 weeks to allow people who have issues to bring them out to the committee to enable them to do that. I did not see any publication whatsoever. So I was surprised at when, how long after the Parliament was sworn in that they started vetting the ministers.
So they
what
received
time was
it
allowed
on the 9th,
if had any.
They received it on the 9th, and on Monday they started the vetting.
They received it on the 9th of when, January?
No, yes, 9th of January, and on Monday they started the vetting.
Monday, what date was Monday?
We're talking about, what, that's 12, yes.
12?
Yeah.
So what was the period that was advertised, was used to advertise and to invite the public to bring memorandum?
Okay, Monday was actually 13th, yes, 13th. So 9th receipt of the nomination, and 13th they started the vetting.
So I think it is the wrong step. I think that the reason we call that a public hearing is that we want to afford the opportunity for the public to participate in it. Not because it is in public, but it is because we afford the public the opportunity to participate in it if they so wish. So to receive nominations, and in fact, I asked the minority leader, the committees themselves have not been constituted. So according to him, they passed a resolution that each caucus should nominate somebody else. That is not what the standing orders anticipated. So I thought that it was a needless and a hasty, rather an indecent haste to go through with this one.
Was it probably related to the very fact that the president had promised the Republic, ahead of even being elected, that in 14 clear days, he will make sure his cabinet is in place?
What has that got to do with the standing orders of Parliament? That is the president's promise. Parliament makes its own standing orders. Parliament makes its own regulation. Is Parliament trying to please the president. If that is so, I'll be disappointed. But the truth of the matter is, the rules we have made should be respected by us.
Okay. Now, though, there's also a general review of the quality of questioning. It was a similar review, some say, that led to the indication to bring on board subject matter experts from the committees who really are in charge of some of these matters. The complaint is that generally the quality of the questioning was not very good. Is there ever a way we can fix that problem?
Well, first thing is that people must have sufficient time to research the area.
Okay.
And in this particular instance, I think that the time after the election, the swearing-in, and 4 days, 5 days after that, the starting vetting, it is novel. It has never happened before that, like this before. So I think that he said haste, if I should so say, in which they proceeded with this one, may have affected the preparation of the members of the appointments committee in preparing to ask the question. Let's allow them some time and see whether the situation will improve.
Well, before we go, one more thing that's also come up, the role of the minority leader and also ranking member on the committee. Is there an expectation that he has unfettered interjection powers, or he still certainly would have to come through the chairperson of the committee?
And the ranking member is highly respected by the chair because it's like a colleague. But the chair is the person who is regulating. The chair must allow you to interject. I mean, that has always been, except that in my case, as much as possible, if the ranking member wanted to say something, we often will discuss and I'll advise, hold on, let the person finish up not. So the interjections were actually regulated by me, but in a way such that it will not interfere with proceedings.
I am grateful to you for your time this evening. Former, in fact, immediate past First Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, Joseph Osei-Ozuru.
Thank you very much.
And you heard there, this came up because yesterday, the NPP, a section of the minority, in the case of the NPP, mostly first-timers, had organized a press conference and indicated the problems they had with the vetting process, with the chairperson, and raised several issues about the conduct of the chairperson. But this is to do with the vetting. As you may well be aware, earlier today, the President of the Republic of Ghana released a list. He released a list that included specific people to specific ministries. And as you see on your screen, Gov't Kwame Agboja is heading to the Ministry for Roads and Highways and Education, a very controversial sector, currently bedeviled with feeding challenges. Is going to be handled by former minority leader Haruna Iddrisu, who's previously handled the Ministry of Employment before, and some time back, communication. Now, another man who was spokesperson of the NDC on the Committee of Agric, Eric Opoku, is heading to the Ministry for Food and Agriculture. And I'm sure you know that agribusiness has been added to trade. That particular section is going to be handled by a different person. And we are talking here about Elizabeth Ofosu Ajayi. She is going to the trade, agribusiness, and industry place. I should be able to get on board a review of that particular sector. We have, on one hand, the individual you are seeing on your screen, Eric Opoku, handling food and agriculture. On the other hand, we also have trade, agribusiness, and industry, and that's going to be handled by Elizabeth Ofosu Ajayi. This is in and of itself separate from the minister designate, specifically going to fisheries and aquaculture. That is the kind of clarification I should be getting Professor Irene Susanna Eju on to help us appreciate. Yeah, so we surely will be coming back to that after this break. You welcome back to Upfront. My name is Raymond Alqua. Tonight, we've been just gone by was a conversation with the immediate past First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Joe Osei-Owusu, on the complaints that have been raised by minority MPs, especially backbenchers, first-timers, about the Monday vetting process. As you may well be aware, a fresh list has already been released. Since Monday, there's been 10 regional ministers, an additional 3 or 4, so added today, but 9 substantive ministers have equally been given the nomination. Haruna Idrisu be part of that pack heading to education. That we'll be exploring later on in this conversation. But now I want you to take note of the gentleman who usually spoke for the NDC on Agric. That is Eric Opoku, who is heading to the Food and Agriculture Ministry. There is also a separate ministry dealing with trade and agribusiness and industry, which is also being headed by Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajare, and I'm sure many of you will know that she has been a minister for tourism, culture, and creative arts before. In that ministry, Jifa Ablagomashi was the deputy minister at the time, who's been elevated or is being elevated to substantive minister now. One of the other positions I should bring to your attention this evening is that position which will be occupied by Emilia Arthur from the Western region, the Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture. I have an expert on the line now to help me understand and appreciate what these things mean. Professor Irene Ejui is for a very long time an agric economist. She previously headed the agric school at the University of Ghana. Prof, you're welcome to our front.
Thank you, Raymond, and thank you for bringing me here this evening.
Brilliant.
Good evening to viewers and listeners.
Prof, I just want to first understand the separation of this ministry, all related to agric and its linkages. First, food and agriculture is separate. 2, fisheries and aquaculture is also a standing ministry. Then agribusiness, it's not with either food and agriculture or fisheries and aquaculture, but rather with trade. Is that a very good rearrangement of that particular sector?
All right. So agribusiness is trying to get a linkage of all the business activities that relate to agriculture. That is how I have put it. And therefore, trade and the things that are done in terms of preparing for distribution, whether it's in agriculture or otherwise, can actually be in that ministry. So I don't have any problem, because when we had food and agriculture, there was a desk that was also supposed to give good attention to the business activities and try to get the people who undertake the activities to be oriented to do business. Now, why is it taken to trade and industry? Probably, I don't know what thinking went into it, but probably they want to give a good budget that will allow the capacity improvement of actors in the agricultural value chain who need to orient properly to bring in money. Because you know that for agriculture, the culture we have had in Africa and in Ghana has been to use frontier materials. Sometimes you may not even have specific knowledge or special knowledge, but you can till the soil, raise livestock, capture fish, eat at home, or take it to the market. If you like, then you can do business with it. So I believe that because we have not grown much, and it appears that scope is also widening, they needed to put a highlight and give it a specific attention. It could have been done at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Why they take it to another ministry is something that probably a lot of thinking has gone into. So I can't blame anybody. All I'm saying is that where it is now, I expect that the business of agriculture from procurement, production, because farm business is part of agribusiness.
Okay.
Now, if you have farmers that you need to orient to be more business-like, then agriculture and trade, agribusiness and industry ought to hold hands as they used to be, but this time more strongly, so that we don't forget about these, what they call peasants or small-scale farmers or smallholders, as we call them, because that is what we have been doing over the years, trying to push them to the business frontier. It has not worked well, and probably that is why we think that it should go to industry, so that the lens that will be put on it will now be looking for where do we get the money, but not where do we get the food, because that food can just go to households and not be part of the market. That is my understanding.
Now, of course, it was right there in this studio when the NDC put out this manifesto, just like when the NPP also put out their manifesto. We reviewed the various sections of agriculture in there. Do you get a certain sharp focus on agribusiness, isolating that for attention under trade in this particular determination of a ministry that has been renamed?
No, because trade has always also concentrated on agri-trade. Remember cocoa trade, the non-traditional sector, a lot of pineapples, mangoes, papaya, fish, things going as exports. They were all treated as trade. Remember, things that we import, we bring them in to do agriculture, are captured as part of services, so trade. Do you get me?
I get your point.
The processing part of agriculture. So once I am adding value to cassava or pineapple or cocoa or even fish, turning them into whatever value-added forms, they move from agriculture in terms of data to trade and industry. So for me, I am saying that once you rename, I believe there will be a desk and a specific budget to execute the actions we've been calling for adequately, because agriculture has never been given an adequate budget, and that is why its big scope has never been covered. Remember, agriculture's goal, no hunger, but it's also planting for food and jobs, planting or rearing for food and jobs. Do you get me? We are raising livestock not only for food, and we couldn't do it much because not much of budget was given to the prioritized areas. So I am expecting that now that you put it in trade, it means you put a separate budget to do all the capacity building, to put in the infrastructure, to bring the professionals, to make sure that things are done well and the value addition part of agriculture is well handled, to bring grace back to our agriculture.
Of course, for some time now, the previous government did it. We have always had this idea of separating fisheries and aquaculture from food and agriculture. Is this still a very sensible alternative that we should be keeping on?
Agriculture scope is big. So it's not separated. It's just that you give it a different department. So that there is a departmental head. If you want to call it a ministry, that is fine. But I'm saying that as long as you give it a different department, a different head, team of people should come in capable to execute plans that you have put in place. Unfortunately, my problem is that whether you change name or not, we will have the plans. I have been on round tables for trade, for aquaculture, for the fisheries and agriculture, for agriculture. We have put nice plans. We have put prioritization. We have put budgets, investing for food and jobs. Go and open that document. I was part of the discussion. At the end, the budgets will be discussed. The budget part of it will be approved, but little will be released late for any execution. That is my problem.
Now,
My problem is not with the names at all.
Okay.
My problem is that those units you are creating, you are bringing professionals, and we have a lot. You see the people they have mentioned, you see their capabilities showing on paper, and then what we have read on them, we have related with some of them. Some people know them, so there is knowledge, there's experience, we have a lot of expectations, and they will learn, because these are not too old people, and therefore they will learn. But, as usual, will the budget be released, even when little, on time, for us to execute the plans we put in place? That is the problem.
Professor, you did isolate that the experience. You talked about the people they are put on paper.
Yes.
For example,
what is on paper is beautiful.
Eric Opoku is ranking on the Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs Committee. He has a Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Law from KUST and LLM in the Extension International Business Law from the University of Essex in the UK. Now, yes. But he's been speaking for the NDC on Agric.
And I learned elsewhere that he has his own farm.
Certainly, yes.
Been a farmer
he's a farmer
for a long time.
In fact, he advertises that consistently. So,
well, it means that, like me, I understand not only the learning from others, but I also manage a mango farm, and so I know it's in my skin. I understand. But will that allow me to execute the plan on time, even when the budget is not released? That is my problem. Because this is an experienced man in terms of organizing people. You know how to execute, organize the right people. And in that ministry, the chief director, there are directors, these are the technocrats. They know the agriculture, they know the aquaculture, they know the agribusiness. They are the people they will put together so that this head will now chair and then speak with them, get their minds, she herself, he himself, doing the right thing in terms of organizing the right people, collaborating, holding hands. Bring other ministries like health, even tourism, who are all part of the food and agriculture, agribusiness value chain. For me, everybody will be there. That is how we work in this country. Unfortunately, the budget will be planned, the budget will be discussed, the budget will be approved. Some only will be released late. It has been like this. I've been in this for 30 years. I'm retiring this year, and I'm tired. I'm telling you.
Prof, I mean,
so I'm not enthused about who is put there.
Okay.
I am just praying that the ministers who need to release funding on time, the monies will be found, so that if it's issues with irrigation, you know that is number one, because we have depended on rains, and when God decides to mix the climatic factors in a certain way, you cannot stop him. So he has told us, do irrigation, create ponds for your fish, so that if my sea is not yielding, if my lake is not yielding, if my river is not yielding, you can feed fingerlings. Then people called private sector would like a creation of an environment that incentivizes them. I have to borrow at 30%, 40% to invest. It is not good enough. Is somebody going to look at agriculture and agribusiness and aquaculture and marine financing to create the environment for me to continue to work in the sector? We don't say government should come and work in the sector in terms of putting investment capital in production. Create a good environment. Let me borrow at 10%, at 5%, and then let me learn and do my own thing. When I need inputs, whether it's organic or conventional, are people investing called input dealers? Do we have enough in every district so that you don't have to travel long distances to get your inputs? If you want electricity on your farm so that you can do greenhouse gardening, greenhouse farming, do value addition, can you have consistent electricity? Going to my farm, just from Agomeda to Lom, the road is so bad, it's not interesting. Is the road going to be done well? Rural roads, are they going to be paved such that if I go inside the Western region to get my land for oil power, I will be happy flying to Takoradi, moving with my whatever pickup, and not telling me that I should get down and walk for 3 miles or walk for 30 miles before I get to my farm. That is what we have. We want the ministries that have been put together to be able to get the plans executed. First step is there already. If you come and change its name, fine. I am saying that investing for food and jobs is there already. Technocrats put it together. It was not the minister. We were all there as academics. There were professionals. There were experienced farmers. We have put together the documents. What has not happened is adequate budget that is released on time. Sometimes it comes on time. There may be leakages here and there. We will talk about that. But I believe that if you brought in the money on time, then monitoring, evaluation, accountability, research and learning will go on. And somebody should be sacked when we hear and we prove that the person is doing the wrong thing. Sharp, sharp. That's what I'm expecting my excellency to do. Sharp, sharp. The people who are not sticking to the rules and pulling us back. Because his is a project, 4-year project. We cannot afford at all delayed budget releases. That is what I want to say. I don't care too much about these qualifications.
It's an interesting perspective you put in there.
Yes, because I've been a dean before. I've been a dean before. It shouldn't take a professor to be a dean. That's what I said. Give me the money because I know what I want to do. Whether you are a PhD holder or not, if you are good, you can organize people at the school level and execute projects. If you don't get that environment that gives you budget to work at your plan on time, forget it. Whether you are full professor, associate professor, or mister, it doesn't matter. You have nothing to show. And that's what I bring to this discussion. Whoever is coming, I'm happy there are 2 females and a male, but it doesn't matter to me. Women, I back it. I myself, I like equity, equality of opportunity, and I have seen it. I'm happy. Will you give them the budget on time to execute? So when they fail, then we know we have given them enough resources. Then we know we have given them enough human capacity, enough money, enough infrastructure called facilities. You get me? If you don't do that, then you are incapacitating a very good, qualified, experienced person. And we have seen it. You get me? We have seen it. I'm so emotional about this because this work I have done for 30 years, speaking to these issues year on year. We have not seen much progress in our agriculture and agribusiness space. It has grown. If you look at the tables, if you look at the graphs, it has grown, but it is too slow. I have gone to every continent looking at their agriculture. Moving, go to South Korea, go to India, go to Southern Africa, even Kenya. Rwanda is putting things together and executing. They are saying we want to do clustering. You can't do pineapple here. If you want to invest in pineapple, come to this area. Land tenure system is well stepped. Look at our land tenure system, where somebody is doing cocoa and all of a sudden he decides that he will use that land for galamsey. Where is the leadership between mines and agriculture? Because it's the same land. And that is what the agricultural minister is going to suffer. A lot of the agricultural lands that should remain for cocoa, for rubber, for cashew, for oil palm, they are going under. I'm expecting that he will work to get things right. Is he able? Let the qualifications be there. Will he be backed by the big people called President himself, making sure that you can't do this with cocoa land? If that is not done, it's our agriculture going forward, whether we call it agriculture and agribusiness or you call it agriculture and food, it doesn't matter to me.
Now,
to all the countries, they call agriculture, some people just call crops and livestock. Some people call agriculture, and in Nigeria, it's actually agriculture is part of local government.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I don't mind. I'm saying that we need production, we need trade, we need processing. You get me? Get the things that ought to be there. I don't have to borrow money at 30% to do my mango farming. And when I need the inputs, I should be able to borrow money or use my own savings because I have sold and made money. That is what is incentivizing. But we have a situation where there are all kinds of distortions around the agriculture itself. And so moving the business to another area, I am not enthused. I'm not against it. All I'm saying is that please get a good head and give him the support to execute activities on time.
Should they continue with the Planting for Foods and Jobs 2.0?
Yes, call it another name because of politics. Call it another name. But if you look at the components, it's the perfect thing. Where you want to link aggregators, you see, trade, they are the focus. So Agriculture Ministry already knew that trade should drive, and that is theory. The market drives. The market is driving the production. It's a supply response.
Well, I seem to have had a difficulty with the connection to Professor Irene Susanna Eju, a professor of agric economics at the University of Ghana, School of Agric, analyzing the nominations to the sector of agric, food and agriculture, which is related to fisheries and aquaculture, and also the new kid on the block, featured in the middle of trade and industry, is agribusiness. And she's just summed it up. Without appropriate budgeting, regardless of how you term it and the focus you want to give it, it will not achieve the needed results because we've been doing this for quite some time. I should be able to bring you some more thoughts of the other ministers into this conversation. Professor Richard Amwakuba is a political scientist. It is a hope that he joins us briefly on this all-important conversation about the fresh set of ministers President John Dramani Mahama has already nominated to the various ministries. I am particularly interested, as a former lecturer, to hear what his thoughts are on Haruna Iddrisu to the Education Ministry, comparing him, for example, to the Honorable Dr. the MP for Bosomche, who just left that particular position, Osei Yao Educhum. Same vision, better vision. Is he going to be able to drive education? Will he fix the problems around the free SHS and its implementation? That is also called to the conversation. So certainly, I should be able to get Professor Richard Amwakuba to speak to on this particular matter. But I need to conclude this conversation with Professor Irene Susanna Eju. Prof, you were consistently drawing into focus this conversation about take advantage of what is existing and move it forward, not just the talk around it. There are some of us who are saying it is the end result if we have non-imported food being cheaper, be it on the market or where we buy food. That is how we judge the success of our agri sector. Would it be far-fetched?
Well, and that's a good idea, actually. If you want to bring down the food prices in this country, that's what you do.
Forgive me, I suspect I have Professor Richard Makuba on, and I cannot hear Professor Irene Susanna Ejui. So, Prof, you're welcome. Professor Richard Makuba, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Forgive me, because I'm running out of time. I want to just drill down to the point. Is Haruna Iddrisu fit and proper for education?
Well, I think so, because the Minister of Education is not the one who comes up with a budget or anything like that. He can help the budget in terms of how you allocate resources. But his main job is leadership. Leadership, proactive leadership, especially with teacher unions and so forth. Since Haruna has been Employment and Labor Minister before, that will come in very handy. And his character fits that role, to engage them ahead of time before any issues come up. In this environment, you don't want any talk about strike this and strike that, you see. So you have to be proactive, engage the teachers and so forth, let them know what is going on. And the advantage is his hands are not tied behind him. He can talk to them about the real situation on the ground, unlike the former Gov't, that you are not allowed to say certain things. You see, so if there's no money, you can say there's no money, let them know ahead of time, so that if there's going to be a little bit of hardship or tightening belt, they will understand. So it's not going to be as bad. He's well suited for the job. In terms of leadership, he is well suited. He may not know the nitty-gritty of the education department, but it won't take any time to bring himself up to speed.
Before his appointment, we had a man who was really a man of the sector. That is Dr. Osaya Edichum, because he lives, breathes, and everything education. He's done a lot of work in the sector too. Would you think that Haruna Iddrisu can fit into his shoes?
Well, it's not just that, because the shoes, the former minister's shoes, pretty much did not fit because they didn't have the resources to do the work, you see. If you don't have the resources, no matter how smart you are or how hard you work, it won't make any difference. The children go to school, all of a sudden they say the food is finished, go home. What is he going to do? He has to pay for it himself. So that is a big problem. But if you have a minister and a government that allows free flow of information, it gets certain headmasters to monitor what is going on, let you know when the food level is at this point or that point. So if you have to close early, you know, make preparations. That is what we are looking for, consistency and continuity, you see, not all of a sudden go home. No. Sometimes they say go home, the children, that same day, you have to leave campus. Some two came from a long distance. How are they going to cope? That's the problem. And so that one, I'm very sure he can do very well.
Now, there's also the question about the general appointment so far. I want your general assessment of what John Dramani Mahama has done so far. He put out 3. Then came the regional ministers, 10 of them. Now we have 9 substantive ministers, most likely cabinet level ministers. And finally, we've seen a list of other regional ministers coming on board. The quality, the ability to deliver ratio of the people that has been appointed so far. What's your general assessment of them?
Well, so far so good. That's what I'll say. So far so good, because I haven't done anything yet. So we cannot assess them based on performance. So let's wait a little bit on that side. But I can tell you that regional minister is pretty much the same. You have to get to know certain people in your region, the leaders in the region, and have people who monitor certain things for you. The so-called early warning signals, who can tell you this is going on, this is going on, this is not going well, so forth. So you can take proactive steps and calm things down before it comes to a head. That is what is really needed, especially now that we don't have money. It's not everything you can solve with money because you don't have it, you see. And so if you are proactive, it helps you. Talk to them, engage them, let them know what is going on. Don't hide things from them at the previous government did. As if we have money. Let the parents pay some of the school fees. They no. No, we can pay free. It's free SHS. But free, but it's not free. Everybody can tell you. Any parent who had a child in boarding school can tell you it was not free. If the government didn't know, I'm telling you now, it wasn't free. People are afraid to speak up like that. The headmasters, for example, will not say anything. But they know it was tough and it was not free. So these 15 days were very important to the children because that's when you go and give them money, give them food. No joke, this is boarding school. We never did that. So once in a while, the parents will bring the food back. In this 10 days, you don't go and give your child some food, he's in trouble.
I'm grateful to you, Professor Richard Amwakoba. He's a political scientist helping us review the appointments so far. And that's where we tie the nice ribbons on today's edition of Upfront. Many thanks to you out there for watching. Many thanks to you, Professor Irene Eji, and also to you, Joe Oselsu, former First Deputy Speaker of Ghana's Parliament.
First edition of 40 Weeks and More, our guest, Whitney Boakye-Mensah, shares her story of how she had 7 miscarriages and 2 stillbirths ahead of her 3 miraculous sunshines.
The first one was a stillbirth. The second one was also a stillbirth. And then the miscarriages started happening.
What could have been the cause? How did she keep picking herself up after each failure? Was it spiritual? Can you begin to imagine all the places she had to go in search of answers?
There were 5 pastors on each side. He was standing at the end. Then they said, strip. Then you strip. Now, by the time we left there and we got home, I was bleeding black.
But it all ended up in praise. Join us on Joy Prime this Saturday at 5 p.m. for our debut edition of 40 Weeks and More with Edem Naite. You can also catch it on YouTube on the Family Forum Africa channel. 40 Weeks and More is brought to you by NS Chemist Limited, Shape Healthcare Specialist Medical Center, Labadi Beach Hotel, and supported by Our Luri, Dobeta Merchandise, Lunch Avenue, and Deco Zone. For sponsorship, please contact 059-288-9986 or 0262-874-707. 40 Weeks and More, Nurturing Lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint. As compared to other paint brands on the market, we take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, 1 bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
My name is Kwame Kakeri. I'm a professor in communication studies. I have been a teacher for many, many years, and I have therefore come in contact with so many people, young people, adults, parents, academics, and so many people in different walks of life. In my encounter with people, I have realized that we often do not pay much attention to individuals who have certain psychological problems that lead to some kinds of mental health problems. But our mental health is as important as the health of any part of our body, if not the most important. Therefore, we must pay attention to how we all behave, how we each other relate, in order that we can help each other in different ways. Because when people have mental problems and they themselves may not be able to know how to seek help. That is why family is important. That is why good friendship is important. That is why community is important. We must support each other, find ways of encouraging each other to live lives that give us solidarity among ourselves. It's important that when we detect any sign of mental or psychological problems in each other, we find solutions. And the solutions are always with the specialists. I would like to say that we should disabuse our minds that people with mental health are only those who we call mad people walking on the street naked and so on. No, there are many levels of mental health problems. So it's important that we all contribute to finding support to such institutions and this care that is so vital for everybody, every family, and the whole community.
Hello Ghana, I'm Esther Githo-Ewart of VOA's News and Current Affairs program, Africa 54. In 30 minutes, we'll bring you the latest news and newsmakers, plus business and technology, health, lifestyle, and art from across Africa. So join us on VOA's Africa 54 every Wednesday through Friday at 2:30 p.m. right here on Joy News.
Welcome to E-Vibes, where music meets passion. Today, we are at the iconic Soho Bar in the Marina Mall, where an incredible band is set to take the stage. Get ready to experience the energy, the talent, and the story behind the greatest band.
Good evening, everybody. You're listening to the greatest band live on E-Vibes with Becky. And before we get the show on the road, I am going to introduce you to the band. My name is Sarah, lead singer of the band and also the band manager. On the keys, we have Samson. There you have it. Yeah. And then we have Wisdom, Papa Wisdom on the guitar. Perfect, perfect. Then we have Eliel on the drums. Woo! Give us something. Give us. Thank you. That's more like it. Then we have Prince, our very own Prince of the band, playing the bass. And we've got a very handsome K on the saxophone. Awesome. I'll also introduce to you the vocals of the band. We have Sappho, Mel, singer, lead singer. We have Neil, the band leader of the greatest band. We have beautiful Ya, and we have the lovely, gorgeous Linda with us. So we're going to do 2 songs for you. We are going to do Holiday, and we are going to do Staying Alive. I think the guys have chosen. We are starting with Stay Alive. Don't forget, you're watching E-Vibes with Becky.
To understand the New York Times so fast.
we delve deeper into the world of the greatest band, we discover the passions, the struggles, and the triumph that have shaped them into the talented artists they are today.
This is the musical bands edition here on your favorite channel. The location is Soho Bar, and I am with the greatest band. Sarah is the band lead, and she will be having a conversation with me right about now to talk about why they are the greatest band. Hello to you, Sarah.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome to the show.
You look so demure.
You too. She used the word. Is it my sneakers? Because I'm not too sure.
It's the whole ensemble. It goes together very well. So you're doing well.
Thank you so much. I cannot wait for you to change. But I'm grateful that we could do this, talk about bands in Ghana. And the greatest band, let me give you just like a background of greatest band. So last time I saw greatest band perform was right here at Soho Bar, and it was amazing. It was something that has to do with Andy Dusty celebrating musicians. Sister Fia was there, and you gave such a sterling performance.
Thank you.
We cannot do this show, which is set to celebrate bands here in Ghana, without the greatest band. And so that's the reason why we're here, and I'm grateful that you could do this with us.
Okay.
But
first of all, this is what you're doing is amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Because not enough light is put on who makes the music. So we're with you 100,000%. This is good. This is a very good thing you're doing. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And congratulations to you, because you're doing something that needed the spotlight. And so that's the reason why I'm here.
Thank you.
Greatest band.
Yes.
I wouldn't say that you're the greatest band, but because you said you're the greatest band, tell me why you're the greatest band.
It's debatable. You see, the fact that you're having this conversation is why I gave the name the greatest band.
Okay.
1. 2, it's very easy to remember.
Okay.
When you say, oh, what's the name of the band? Then you say, it's the greatest band. Someone will ask you, I asked, what is the name of the band? And you say, it's actually called the greatest band. So it would cut either way. Either would really suck and have a very funny, it would be comical, or would really be the greatest band. So are we the greatest band is really up to you to decide if we are, or we just too presumptuous and just give ourselves the name. Either way, it works as a business, and also, you see, we're having a conversation. Why the greatest band? Are you the greatest band? How dare you call yourself the greatest band?
You got me there.
Yes.
You got me there. But I mean, tell me about the inception of the greatest band. How did it all begin? Who gave you the idea?
Okay.
And why did you even decide that you're bringing it down here to Ghana?
Okay. I'm not from Ghana. Right. I'm not Ghanaian. We moved here with my husband, and he's an architect, and we are both musicians, but he is more of an architect than a musician. Okay. I've done music for all my life. I can count easily 16, 17 years in live entertainment.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
I did it in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Dubai. So when we moved to Ghana, it was natural for me to continue doing music. But this time, I decided, let me do it at a more uncomfortable scale for myself. Like a bigger scale. Let me try the waters. Let's see. Can I start a band, and a big band for that matter? The key thing was to have not the normal 5-6 piece. I wanted a horn section, a percussionist. I wanted everything, you know.
Wow.
Yes. So it was just a dream. I wanted to dare to do it. And also the kind of music that I'm accustomed to do, the oldies. If you look at them, it was everyone was there. There was a whole section, everything, because during those days, there's not so much technology in music as it is right now. Right now, everything can be produced in the studio.
Online,
But the olden days, it had to be the work. So I wanted to bring back that feeling of the authenticness in music, which is slowly going away. Right. That was it. How do we relive our days? How do we not forget that this is this was music as much
Right,
as, yes, we're
right.
listening to music right now, but it's fading and fading away. And also, market-wise, I was like, yeah, there's a big gap. Everyone seems to be doing
The
a
same old
particular
thing.
kind of music.
Right.
And there's a hole over here. It's easy for me to see it. Maybe it's because of the fact I was not born here. I just moved here and I'm like, why are people not, why is everyone doing this? Why is there not this? And it peaked. I couldn't believe it. I'm not even lying to you. I was like, okay. You know, you try something and then it works.
Yeah.
And then you sit back and say, let me streamline it. Let me make it this way and this way. And as we continue to grow, this is our third year. Officially.
Right.
It started as a Motown band. It didn't even have a name. It was a Motown Comes to Ghana, which is the Motown record, celebrating the Motown records. Marvin Gaye, Diana Ross, that kind of music.
Wow.
You get?
Wow.
And it morphed from, because we did the Motown show and it finished. And like, okay, so what do we do? Okay, let's continue now with, let's give this group a name and let's follow it up and then pick other genres as we continue. And that is how we ended up here.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
And how did we get to pick, all these musicians in the group?
It has been a process. I cannot tell you that the people I started with are the ones that are here.
Right.
Though I do have old members.
Right.
I have people who I started with from scratch and they're still here. But as we continue to grow, some fell, some joined in. Because it's very difficult to sell a dream to a large number of people. You get? Because this is, it's not it's unlike other businesses. The profits are not now.
Right.
You need to see the future, the dream, and buy the dream.
Right.
So selling the dream to musicians hasn't been so easy, but I usually say it is better for people to fall off and others to come in, so that eventually I have a concrete of people who are seeing the vision and the dream. So it's not easy. It's not easy at all, but I'm happy the fruits are being seen, and now guys are interested.
It is. Because you're saying that it's not easy, I wanted to talk about some of the wins. 3 years ago.
Yes.
I mean, we're in the third year,
yes,
right?
We're in the third year.
So between the first year and the third year, what do you think has been your wins? I'm sure that you
my wins.
Yeah, I mean, for the band entirely, because I mean this is a success story that you're telling me. The vision that you brought into another country.
Yes.
And look at us. We're here.
Yes.
So I know that you've gone through some wins, quote unquote.
Yes.
Played for people.
I've played for people that unfortunately I cannot mention.
Of course.
I can't mention private gigs. That is where we are winning. I thank God for that. So I cannot mention, but they are actually quite good and big wins.
Right.
Yes. And another win is that, look, we have a job. We have a regular job. Sometimes I sit back and say, creating jobs is also, it's something, where we go and we get our daily bread, right? Every week we are here. So we are grateful for, of course, the opportunities and the chance to showcase what we do in the practice room, and then we come and showcase it to people. So that's another huge win. Also, another win is the connections that we are making, the influence, the emotional. Because when you watch The Greatest Band, it's nostalgic.
Every time.
So someone's like, "Oh my God, this song! I have not heard this song, or I remember this song." For me, that's a win, because I've taken you emotionally to a place where, where
I'm not looking forward to, but now I've gotten it. I get it.
Yes.
Wow.
And that is it.
Okay.
That is it.
Some of the impacts that you've made in between this 3 years of music. I also would want to talk about you as a musician.
Okay.
And trying to excel in the music industry here in Ghana.
Okay.
The bands section, I must call it.
Okay.
What do you make of the industry? When we talk about musical bands, first of all.
Okay. I am not one to, I won't say much about the industry. One is because I moved here in 2019.
Okay.
So I do not know the background of how the bands have been, because of course I came here and there were bands already. This is something of like, oh, there is a gap here, let me try to see if I can do something about it, and here we are. Which is also advantageous to me, because what we do is purely organic. It's not influenced by anyone, because I have no blueprint from here that I'm trying to emulate. I'm coming with my own ideas. I sit with my band, I say, oh, I feel this, let's do this. And they can tell me, oh, here, it doesn't go like this. I'm like, okay, so how best are we able to put my idea in what goes on and come up with something fresh, something new? So for that, my honest answer is I cannot really be the one to say, oh, this, people should do this. No.
That's okay.
Yes.
But having been somebody who is championing old school, organic stuff, do you think that social media has played a part in making those organic music creation? Have we lost that?
Social media by now
has added something else to it. Do you think that we're missing out on the actual organic songs, creating of those songs, and giving us those powerful renditions of music that has lived time?
Okay. Social media, you can't ignore it. You can't close your eyes and say, I'm ignoring social media. I myself am not very social media person. I think it's because of the generation I come from, if I should say so. I won't be on my phone all the time, but I do realize that we cannot ignore that part, and we have to move with the times. So social media has helped us in that we also, you see, when we are, like, for example, let me take you through a process of selecting a song. Fortunately, I have in my head a very, very big repertoire of songs. And fortunately, God gave me, if not one, then two gifts, is song selection. If I wasn't in a band, I would have been a DJ. But an old school
song selection.
Yes.
Okay.
Old school, the Motown and everything. I think I can. That's what I tell myself. I don't know. It should be tried and tested. So what I do is, because of social media, the YouTubes and TikToks and all, I can always go and say, this song, because not every song is easily covered.
Accessible.
And you can't cover them. You need to see, how has somebody done this, and then you look at them, so it's possible. So sometimes even my band members will tell you, I can say, okay, or someone has brought a song and it's a good song, it's a catchy song, then it seems impossible to do it. Then I go to the internet, I go, there's a band that cover it. Then, we can do this. It has been done by human beings, so we can do it. We can also do it. And another thing is, now that we are beginning to be active on social media ourselves, we have our own social media manager with us. The young generation is starting. They get to see and they get interested. They get interested. They go like, oh, this song. Some songs have been. You hear a song, you're like, this song was in the 80s. It is now sung by somebody else in a different style. So they get to know, oh my God, there's nothing new under the sun. Every song has been sung before. What we are hearing is the new kind of songs, new genre, but they come from somewhere. So in that, we're also spreading the word and trying to, tell the young people that, guess what? Before this, there was this.
Do you have issues when you cover people's songs, you play them, like face copyright issues and all of that?
So far, not really. I wouldn't say bands, otherwise there will be no bands.
Okay.
What will we be playing?
Some bands have moved ahead to do
their own music,
songs and all of that.
Very true.
For Greatest Band, do we have something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, tell me about it.
Okay.
An album,
I didn't
songs,
no, rather an EP.
EP, okay.
Yes, an EP.
Is it out there?
No, it's not out there yet, but definitely we're working with it.
You have a name for the EP yet?
No, we don't have a name for the EP.
Working on the EP.
We're working on the EP. So here's the thing. For you, like, we are a cover band. Not the only cover band in Ghana or the world. We cover songs.
Right.
So when it comes to copyright, well, we are covering the songs. We don't say this is our song, and nobody ever says that. Even if you post on social media, I think you need to clarify that this is.
Yeah.
And then,
but sometimes when you put it on YouTube, because there's an element of the original song or track or instrument in there. Sometimes you get the strike.
So. No. Is it really one-to-one though? Because we put our own flavor.
Okay.
You get there's an element of originality as much as the song is a cover song, but we make it ours.
The reason why I'm asking is the last time I listened or I watched you play here at Soho Bar, and there was a song by Michael Jackson.
Okay.
You guys you sang the song as
one
though
to one.
Yeah, Michael was right there. So
that
I'm
is
like,
good news.
Who is taking the royalties for that? Is Michael taking royalties for that? Yeah.
That's for us. It's a compliment. Thank you.
Okay. So you don't have those. You don't have any challenges with that.
No.
Okay.
No, but we'd rather do copy the musician and present them in not the original. We can never ever be the original. Never. There's only one Michael Jackson. That's it.
Of course.
But if someone comes and tells us, we were almost thinking, like, what we're doing justice to Michael Jackson. We are doing. We are reliving. We're trying to relive because he's not here with us, and we can't just let him go.
So we need to bring him back.
We need to bring him back all the time. So there you go.
Tell me about the EP.
The EP. Now, I am a musician on my own. Apart from just running the Greatest Band, I go by Sarah. Yes, you can go to Sarah. You can go to YouTube.
Sarah.
You'll find my songs, or I'll send you a few links.
Okay.
So I was a mainstream musician at some point. At some point, I was a mainstream musician. And then I said, you know what, I think live music is for me, because with mainstream it has its own challenges, and I wasn't ready to leave what I believed in and become somebody else, because speaking from my experience, I feel with mainstream musician, I need to strip off me and then follow mainstream. Right. Do what is expected to do, not be Sarah, but what the world wants you to do.
Right.
So I had to make that decision and say, you know what, I can't. It's not in me. Let me be my own woman. Let me do my own thing. So I left it, and when I started the band, I grew. We're also growing, and I realized, you know what, the songs that I did in the studio, I can do them live.
Okay.
And bam, just like that. So we have around 7-8 songs in the pipeline.
That you wrote.
Yes.
And the band.
Yes. And also within the band, we have members who are very good composers. They have their own songs.
Okay.
All instrumentals. I'm not even kidding you. We are going to launch them very, very soon.
Okay.
So we are all consolidating everything, dotting the I's, crossing the T's.
Okay.
And then we launch and say the Greatest Band is just not only doing covers, but we have our own stuff. Yes.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Well, I know that you're not, very familiar with the Ghanaian music industry space, but you've been here for 3 years, and so you can answer a few questions about it. Well, what do you make of the musical space? We are always focusing on the musicians, the people but I know that people like yourself, the band, Greatest Band, you are the thread that holds it together, everything. So you have a say when it comes to music.
Okay.
And so the music industry in Ghana, looking at the space, obviously they're not doing what you're doing,
which is the old school.
Okay.
It's a new genre going on with the Afrobeat and all of that. You know, we have high life here.
Yes, you do.
How are we using that high life when you sit back and listen?
And just listen from
your perspective.
My perspective. This is Sarah talking, and bam. What do you feel?
Right.
First of all, when I was moving to Ghana, I was very excited. Be careful what you wish for. Let me tell you.
Okay. The way you said it's like...
Before I even knew I was moving to Ghana, I've always wanted to come to West Africa to do music.
Okay.
Because I feel there's so much authenticity here. It's so rich. The African music is rich. I'm talking as Sarah, like as a musician. I'm like, you know. So Ghana, when Ghana came, I was like, you know, like,
very excited.
Very excited. I can't wait to go even to Senegal, to Togo, to experience all this. So the space, and from where I come from, outside looking in, I feel your industry is doing quite well.
Okay. The authenticity.
Even as itself, I feel your industry is doing quite well because let me tell you, you support each other.
Okay.
Go online and look at the wars we have, musicians and music and the different spaces and the different parts of Africa who support. You find that West African, especially Ghanaian music, you support each other. I don't know why you complain. I'm going, you don't know. Oh, you know, you never know until
somebody tells me. Well, I don't. Oh,
you step out, and then you like
Oh yeah.
You know. Yeah. The music here is something else. I look at it as always, for me, a place of learning. When I hear it, I realize I don't know. In fact, 2 days ago, I was in the studio with Coach Freeman, and we just realized we never know anything. We don't know. Because I listened, we did a deep down of high life music. We were talking about high life and how high life and hip life. The whole thing, I wish you were there. It was so fascinating to me, and I'm like, wow, it's evolving. Because I won't lie to you, in some regions in Africa, the music has not evolved as much as. They have their genre, but it's not spreading as much. Because there's high life, I'm told there's high life Ghana and Nigeria, which is beautiful. So from me, I think the industry is doing quite well. I won't lie, from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah. The greatest band, obviously, is adding something to the music industry here in Ghana, because it's set up here.
I would like to think so.
Well, I would also like to think so. But I'm sure that, that's also part of, the idea, because it's boosting the industry that we're in. Apart from that idea of, helping out with the Ghanaian music industry, because that's exactly what you're doing. Apart from that, what else do you think that greatest band is adding on to the one that we have? You know that we're already growing. You just said that.
All right, we are growing. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't boldly say that we are helping the industry.
No, you are. It's an entertainment industry.
I wouldn't really say, but how I would put it is, we are integrating with what is there. Remember, I am the Kenyan. He's a Ghanaian musician. They're from here.
Right.
And they're doing what they're doing.
But you're here, right here.
All I do is just bring the ideas and they bring it to fruition. Maybe if I was in a different country, I wouldn't find as much talented musicians as they are.
Yeah.
And something about the greatest band, we not only do old school music, we also do the high life.
The high life.
Yes.
Okay.
And the Afrobeats, we do.
Okay. Do we
add a bit on why the musicians I work with are the way they are? Is because of what is already here in existence.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
If you tell them, play a high life instrumental, you'll be shocked. You'll be like, ooh, you get. So it's the basis of what we do. Even if you take a deep dive into the music that we do, that music that we predominantly cover, if you listen to it, you'll hear elements of West African inside. You'll hear the congas. That is why I'm able to have someone playing the conga. You can, if you're to compare, like if you're doing music, really like you're studying. I didn't study music.
Okay.
I did not. That's one of my. I wish I did.
But you're talented with the music
Yes.
selection.
Yes.
That I know.
Yes.
Because you told me.
Yes. Yes. So if you take a deep dive on the music that we are doing, we are seeing it's very, very African influenced. The people who are doing the music we are doing, many of them are African Americans. Where did they get this from? They got it from
Africa.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why it's a cross-cutting. It's a cross-cutting
That's
genre.
interesting.
Yeah, you will like it. Everyone will like it because it's our music in the long run. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sarah. But tell us, where can we find Greatest Band? If we're looking for Greatest Band, I know they're on social media.
Yes.
But how can we reach the Greatest Band?
Okay.
What do you do? Do you just limit yourself to Soho, or you play for every event?
So on Instagram, you can get us on Instagram, The Greatest Band GH. We are not on Facebook yet, but we'll soon launch a YouTube channel with the same name, The Greatest Band GH. Talk to us, write to us. We are always responsive. We are every Saturdays performing at Soho from 9 to 12, 9 p.m. to 12. And we are available for bookings. Of course, we do a lot of private events, a lot of functions, both corporate and, do you say uncorporate?
Yeah, corporate and yes.
non-corporate
and
events.
non-corporate events.
So
musical events.
Yes.
Every event, right?
Every event we are available. We are up for booking. We're also very affordable.
Well, they are very affordable. So I know they are because they're playing for my very beautiful event coming off someday. And so if you need the Greatest Band, you know where to find them. Or you can just walk into Soho Bar here in Accra Marina Mall. You find them. She tells you that they're on Instagram. Look out for the Greatest Band and the Greatest Band GH. And your life will never be the same. Praise the Lord, everybody. So I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, everybody, the Greatest Band.
System. Ghana is about the size of the United Kingdom and occupies a total area of about 239,460 square kilometers, with an estimated population of about 28,409,576 as of January 1st, 2017, estimated to increase by 679,273 people and reach 29,088,849 in the beginning of 2018. Fact is, human population continue to increase every day on the surface of the earth. However, not an inch of land space has been added since creation. Ghana's land management system is saddled with so much inefficiency. The country is facing a difficult challenge in developing an effective land administration sector. Meeting this challenge will require the development of a system for land management and administration that will enable the customary owners, the private sector, government and individuals to maximize the use of land for development within the constraints of sustainability. So far, a considerable amount of income is lost to both individuals and government because of the inefficiencies in the land sector.
You can look at it from the point of the fact that people have moved in and there's a higher demand for land. And so that triggers scarcity of land, and then consequently the price therefore going up.
That's number one.
That's number one. You can also look at it from the other point of that because we have weak institutions, you get it, even in the midst of plentiful, there are great tendencies, there are speculative tendencies, and people are getting more than they need, and consequently denying others access to land. Unfortunately for us in Accra, we seem to be getting what do you call it? The bad sides of these two positions I've given you. One, there's high demand for the land because of the pressure from population, migrants and others moving in. And two, we have weak institutions to deal with the land which is available. And so consequently, when you put these two factors together, what you have is a chaos you see, and consequently, you keep on, the price of land keep on going up, and consequently, you have so many people being denied access to land.
From the northern, southern, eastern, and western regions, the sad reality of the inefficiencies in the country's land management system exists, especially in the Greater Accra region. Stories of fraudulent land leases, violent litigation, and in some cases, gruesome killing over contentious parcels of land abound.
I have given order. If anybody joke, shot him. Okay? If anybody joke, shot him.
Divisional Commander ACP Joey is the one backing the people.
Killing of rival faction is sadly shaping up as the norm. Classical case was what happened here in Ademan, a suburb of Amasaman in the Gov't municipality, where the development chief, who was lying on this bed, was shot and killed in cold blood on the 8th of June 2017 by unknown thugs. Following that killing, fear and insecurity has engulfed residents here.
I was in the room with my granddaughter at about 1:15 a.m. when we heard gunshots. So the land guards killed the development chief of the area. Since then, we've been living in fear, and we want government to deploy police personnel in the area to maintain peace.
There are several gangs of land guards throughout the country. They are ruthless and fearless, and have been at the center of a number of land-related contract killings. The inefficiencies in the country's land management system gave rise to an outlawed group. Here, we call them land guards. They've been protecting lands across the country, but many see these individuals as criminals.
There are so many issues. You know, in Ghana here, especially Accra, you are the owner of the land, but somebody who can come later on, he say it belongs to him, the land belongs to him, with the same document. Somebody is holding document, somebody too is holding document. So that side, you have to involve land guards. So the hard one will take the land.
Wow. Even if you are not the legitimate owner of the land, once you can hire land guards like yourself, you can confiscate the land.
Because you are holding documents, I'm also holding documents. So if it were you, what you will do? Because when you take the matter to police station or to court, it will take some time. And you want to develop the land very urgently because there is a problem on the land. So you have to bring in land guards to protect the land as we are working. Day and night, we have been here, we sleep here, we do everything here.
How helpful have these informants been to your business? I must say, to your outlawed business.
Why did you say outlaw? Why?
It's outlawed, isn't it?
When there is no job in the system, how do? You do everything. You find your own job to survive. So I don't think it's outlaw. There's the government and the police people are misunderstanding. The people who understand the job, if they come on their side, they don't disturb us.
But we have some of your colleagues who go about hitting people, slashing people with cutlasses, hitting people with cudgels, shooting and killing. That makes your job unacceptable, to put it bluntly. Ion?
This is an interesting question. You know, in everything, there is bad, there is good.
Okay.
Even within your sons or daughters, there is bad girl, there is good girl. So anything, you cannot find him 100%. We cannot say we are perfect. But in anything, there is good and bad. That is what I can say.
The police have been in a constant battle with the land guards, making some big catches in the process.
On the 27th of September, around 2 p.m., the police gathered intelligence that two groups suspected to be engaging in land guards activities had clashed over a piece of land within Kokrobite. The team swooped on them and had 7 suspects arrested, as others managed to escape through the bushes, leaving their motorbikes behind. Police information is that they had both gone there to claim digging fees from developers who were developing their lands, and that resulted into a clash between these two groups. Police went there, and when they saw the police, they left their motorbikes and their pickups and they ran away, but we managed to arrest those that I've already mentioned. Meanwhile, the police want to sound a word of caution to those who have been engaging the services of these young men as land guards, that the police will stop at nothing to ensure that we bring the menace of land guardism to the barest minimum, if not eliminate it. The war against land guards continues unabated.
Tension is brewing at Peace Village, a developing community in the Gov't municipality, between a private developer and residents who are fiercely battling for ownership of the land in the area. Residents here have vowed to protect their turf with all they've got. It is sad we are unable to work on the lands we've duly acquired and registered at the Lands Commission. As you can see, I have land title certificates from the Lands Commission to show, but it is very sad. That land guards have been terrorizing us in this area. You cannot even send equipment and materials on your sites to work. We want the police and government to step in to ensure that this lawlessness comes to an end. For me, it is interesting that same chiefs who sold their land to us are trying to sell it out to new clients. We will not allow that to happen, even if it means putting our lives on the line. Lands in this area now cost not less than 20,000 Ghana cedis. When I bought mine years ago, it was around 1,500, and now they are trying to sell it out to new clients because the prices have appreciated. Again, we will not allow that to happen.
Since last year, that some guys came here that they are positive drive. The land belonged to them. So they just came and harassing some people. If you are putting up a building, they will come and stop you, and then they will just take your tools and other things and they will take it away. So we've been struggling with them for a long time. We have an association. They've just taken us to court. We are trying to, let the court settle the issue. But still, they are still harassing us. When you go to work, by the time you come from work, they say these people have come here to, taking these people, their tools and other things. So it's affecting us.
Ni Amudodu, one of the chiefs in the Ayikan Doblo enclave, tells me some private developers have adopted a dangerous and dubious strategy to cow indigenous landowners, citing his area as a case in point.
Ayikan Doblo lands. Before you get a land like 40 acre, 50 acre, 60, 100 acres, unless the paramountcy is and the paramountcy endorse it for you before you can get that loss of land at Ayikan Doblo. So once this man is saying, the paramount chief is saying you don't know the chief as a chief, I will not believe the documents you people are holding. So me, I will not agree with them. What they are saying, I will not agree with you people. And they started bringing langers and police people from property fraud up anytime, causing problem at the site, beating people, saying that they own the land. First time they came by the name Zaid, Mohammed, so and so, they bring that name before. Then they changed the name again to another name, Positive Drive. Later, before you see, then they changed the name again. Causing problems at the area there that they own the land.
And I know you've also sold portions of the land to people who have built their own residence there. How is this playing out between the Positive Drive you just mentioned and the residents who own, have bought the land from you legitimately?
They are claiming ownership, which is causing problem at the site, always beating people and fighting at the site always. I sold portion of the lands, give some people through the paramount chief, because the paramount chief gave me a power of attorney to take the care of the place for him.
Is this the power of attorney?
Yes, this is the power of attorney I'm talking about. So I also gave the place to some people through the paramountcy, and the people have bid. Some people have made their biddings. They are living at the place. And now these people too are coming in that they own the whole place. They have to sell the land to the residents again. So it turns to so many problems and up and down, beating people, like I'm saying, so many things.
Land litigations have in recent times led to bloody clashes in neighborhoods and in some cases killing of rivalry factions. Residents of Ashiye Down, a developing community in the Adenton municipality in the national capital, have also been in a tussle with the CSIR over ownership of the land they claim they duly acquired and heavily invested in developing the land. Residents also allege that the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research is defying an interlocutory injunction by an Accra High Court in 2014, restraining them from stepping foot on the contentious land. But the state institution has been
called him the land gas commander. He, number one, when these criminals jumped my fence wall and the case got to him, in their presence, when I told those notorious criminals that if they dare jump my fence wall again, nobody should blame me for what happened next, he rightly told me that I cannot kill a cockroach. What does that, in front of these people, what does it mean? Note, I have also been the head of District Security Council before, so I have deep knowledge in security and defense.
Interestingly, the group claiming ownership could not provide any land title certificate to support their claims. Familiar phenomenon with many litigants who have swarmed the country's land courts over land cases after buying pieces of lands fraudulently. After seeing snippets of the Land Wars documentary on TV, manager of Iroko Company Limited, a furniture manufacturing company, Kwame Chiri Ofori, contacted JoyNews and showed documents from the Lands Commission indicating he is the legitimate owner of the 111.03 acres contentious land close to Regimanuel Gray. The document shows The land has since June 1996 been registered in his name. The grim outlook of Ghana's land management system doesn't get any easier and peaceful in the national capital. On August 28, 2017, thugs invaded, terrorized and set ablaze the auditorium of believers of house worship at Okwegono in the Lekma constituency, destroying properties worth thousands of Ghana cedis. A bishop who doubles as the contractor was working on parts of the church building at the time.
Immediately they got out of the car. They pointed at me, "You come here. You are a foreman, come here. You are very stubborn, come here." I said, "Why? Come here for what?" But they have been here before. I think about 2-3 months ago, they came to burn our storeroom. So when I saw them, it is the same people, I had to flee from my life because the guy began to pull a gun from him, threatening me that I should come. So I had no option than to run for my life. So I meandered myself through the bamboos and managed myself out. They were chasing me up with a gun.
My investigation, however, revealed that the land on which the church is sited is contentious. Head pastor of the church suspects the feuding faction behind the arson attack. Police in Bachuna launched a manhunt for about 10 gunmen who set ablaze the auditorium of the church. 500 chairs, musical instruments and other properties worth thousands of Ghana cedis got burnt in the arson attack. Leader of the church, Reverend Emmanuel Lamte, says he is still going through the process of securing proper documentation at the Lands Commission.
And they poured petrol on all the materials, they burnt everything and sped off.
2-3 months ago?
Yeah, about 3 months ago, right? And then only for them to come today. And by then we hadn't moved in here. We were at our old site. Yesterday was our first Sunday service here. Only for them to come today. Again, more than the number that came the former time. More of them wielding guns than the number that wielded the last time. And this time, pursuing the foreman, he had to run because they were ready to kill him.
Have you cleared all these litigation issues regarding the land with the commission? The Lands Commission? Do you have genuine documentation over this piece of land?
You know how the process goes. And if you're going to wait, then you will keep staying outside. So it's still being worked on whilst we're working. And since we've not gotten any injunction from the courts, then it means work can go.
Perhaps the snail's-paced manner in which the court adjudicates over land cases could be blamed for the inefficiencies in the country's land management system. That manifested in a famous ruling of Ghana's first female Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice Georgina Theodore Wood, in a 2014 judgment over a case that had traveled 40 years. She said,
"The judicial history of this relatively simple family-related land matter, which was commenced in the High Court, Kumasi, as far back as 4th April 1974, provides an insight into the harmful effects of systemic delays in the administration of justice. Regrettably, it has taken 40 long years, a whole generation, for this case to finally find its way into our Supreme Court, the courts of last appeal. We hope court business shall always be managed in ways that would not occasion a repeat of this parody of justice."
This explains why litigants, in a bid to secure ownership of contentious lands, hurriedly put up properties on those. The administrator of the Jamestown Land Secretariat, Ni Bonsu III, who doubles as chief of a quarter of Jamestown, says the Secretariat is yet to fully deliver on its mandate years after it was instituted.
It has been realized that certain documents are prepared, leases, and that is the end, without putting the right clauses in the leases that are executed. So the administrator of Stu Lands, through the Lab 2, thought it wise to train these landowners so that we can derive maximum benefits.
Nibonsu explains that though the achievements of the Secretariat have not been that significant, there has been considerable reduction in the number of land litigation issues in the area.
There are places where lands or a plot is sold to two clients, and the Land Secretariat is supposed to arbitrate or mediate to bring solution, so that it will bring down cases that are sent to the land court. We have not gotten the full benefits because of our own, that is the traditional council, own inadequacies.
Since its inception, the Land Secretariat has helped to settle conflicts among feuding factions, making it the first port of call for aggrieved landowners.
I have a land at in Chocolate, and the land was given to me by my grandfather. And I was about to build my room there. Later on when I went there is an old man there. He also is complaining that that same land that my grandfather gave it to me belongs to him. So I met a friend and I asked him that this is the problem that I have. And the friend just introduced this place to me that when I comes to the Jamestown arbitration, they'll be able to help me to get my land back from that man. So if I'm here, that is why I'm also here.
You have documents. Yeah, this man we are talking about, is he also having same documents?
No, I don't think he has a document because the case was at one police station at Mamplobi, and he was invited, and when they asked him to produce his document, he refused. But still, he has become someone that I don't know. He used to disturb me. He's trying to disturb me.
On our very first edition of 40 Weeks and More, our guest, Whitney Boakye-Mensah, shares her story of how she had 7 miscarriages and 2 stillbirths ahead of her 3 miraculous sunshines.
The first one was a stillbirth. The second one was also a stillbirth, and then the miscarriages started happening.
What could have been the cause? How did she keep picking herself up after each failure? Was it spiritual? Can you begin to imagine all the places she had to go in search of answers?
There were 5 pastors on each side. He was standing at the end. Then they said, strip. Then you strip. Now, by the time we left there and we got home, I was bleeding black.
But it all ended up in praise. Join us on Joy Prime this Saturday at 5 p.m. for our debut edition of 40 Weeks and More with Edem Naite. You can also catch it on YouTube on the Family Forum Africa channel. 40 Weeks and More is brought to you by NS Chemist Limited, Shape Healthcare Specialist Medical Center, Labadi Beach Hotel, and supported by Our Luri, Dobeta Merchandise, Lunch Avenue, and Deco Zone. For sponsorship, please contact 059 288 9986 or 0262 874 707. 40 Weeks and More, nurturing lives. On our very first edition of 40 Weeks and More, our guest, Whitney Boakye-Mensah, shares her story of how she had 7 miscarriages and 2 stillbirths ahead of her 3 miraculous sunshines.
The first one was a stillbirth. The second one was also a stillbirth, and then the miscarriages started happening.
What could have been the cause? How did she keep picking herself up after each failure? Was it spiritual? Can you begin to imagine all the places she had to go in search of answers?
There were 5 pastors